Welcome to BMX Race Hub, round 7 and 8 of the National Series. Practice just finishing behind me. We go racing in, 5-10 minutes time. So, yeah, stay tuned for that. We've got loads going on here today. There's the live stream being played on the big screen as well, just out there. And I think there might be a football match on there later on. And, of course, there'll be a lot of racing on the track. The runners and riders are just getting themselves sorted out. Motos being drawn. So check out scores to keep in touch with your favoured riders, and yeah, looking forward to a couple of days of action. It kicks off with round 7 very soon.
And we are back, ladies and gents, with round number 9 of the 2024 Lloyds Bank BMX National Series. 9 to 12-year-old cruisers starting the day off in and out of that first corner. It looks like we've got the E3 and the E7. They've been battling it out all season long to pick up these national wins, but it is Griffin leading it at the moment for Fluent Bicycle Motocross. Who's in there with him? It is Oliver Arnold picking it up for Smiley's Flight Club. Looking like we've got Adam Arnold in there as well on the 28 plate as he go in and out of that final turn. The front three looking safe and clear. Charlie Cotton out of Knowsley BMX. He's going to round out the top 4 with fast signatures. Harry Swales in 5. Race number 2, one rider hits the deck on the first straight. That could have been Amelia Martin, I think. But out on track, MK Evolution leading this one out. That is Jamie Tablanche going to 1 and 2 with the 881 into that final turn. Finley Murphy out of Nuneaton BMX Club in and out of that final corner. Here comes Murphy chasing Tablanche down that final straight. Can he get close enough? I think it is going to be Tablanche hanging on to the moto win. Put your hands together for Amelia Martin, ladies and gents. She's going to walk away. Race number 3, more 9 to 12-year-old cruisers heading for turn number 1. Sorted race gear looking to pick up a whole shot. Jack Devine leads it into the turn. That looks like Sam Dolan out of the Brookwood Massive in there in that 2 spot as well as he go in and out of the corner. One rider pulls on his brakes in the turn. Not quite sure who that was. Could have been Hunter van der Malien. He's in there at about 5 at the minute, scrapping away with Bo Morris into turn number 2. Who's in 3 and 4 as they bring it on round? Looking like we've got Ocean King in there in that 4 spot. He's chasing down the 710 plate of Billy Cheeseman out of Gosport NRT. Look at that move from Hunter Mallion in that final turn. Worked his way from 5 to 4, chasing Cheeseman down to the line. I think he's going to have to settle for 4. Race 4 on track. Xavi Fox Cooper looking up the inside in turn number 2 and he makes it stick. Who's that he's gone past? I think that is Benedict Marco who's shuffled back to that 2 spot. The BRE Racing in there as well. That is a Lucas Stoneman out of Bath BMX Club rounding out the top 3 as they head down the final straight with what looks like Gosport NRT's Jet Thompson. He's going to take that top 4 spots. 13 and 14-year-old cruisers in race number 5. James Cottrell on the 1X plate leading this one out. Rab Racing looking good through that 3rd straight. Who's in the 2 spot? Got to be the 8 plate as they come on round. Eric McSwitty, but he's under pressure from Cooper McCrum as they go in and out of that final turn. Here comes Tate Kitson as well, chasing McCrum down the final straight. Has he got enough in the tank? McCrum and Kitson to the line for that top 3. McCrum hangs on to it. Alfie Sim Evolved Bicycle Motocross in race number 6. He's in that 2nd spot, chasing down your race leader. I think that could be Jacob Warren. Sorry, no, that's Warren in there in 3. The 4 plate leading it out. Robin Matter Alonso repping that Chilean jersey as he goes in and out of that final turn. Warren out of that final corner, riding out of a Hot Shot Race Team, chasing Sim down the final straight. Who's going to get the 2 spot on the line? That one was close. Race number 7 on track. That looks like John O'Haradine working his way up the inside, riding out of MK Evolution. He now leads a race from the Titans, heading in for that final turn, the 649 of Liam Wilson. Daniel Borrachini, his club mate in this one as well. That looks like Cooper Westwood in there at about 4 or 5 at the minute. Look at that for a last straight from Westwood. He's going to shove his way into a top 3 spot by the looks of it across the line. Race number 8 on track. That's got to be Newton Hindley heading into that 2nd turn. Former world champion on his cruiser from 2023. He's leading this one out for Team Air and Andover. It looks like Logan Young is in that 2 spot under a bit of pressure from Jack Walford into that final corner. Walford just settled into that 3 spot as he went into the final turn. Looks like we've got Decoys Addison Milburn in there in 4. 15-16 cruiser now on track. Bradley Davison in there in that 2 spot under a lot of pressure as they go into that final turn. Here comes a 27 plate up the inside. That's got to be Colby Hall working his way through. But your race leader, Thomas Millar, out of Moto 1365. Going to pick up that Moto win. Lewis Barnes in there as well with Louis Kine Map. Going to round out the top 5. Thomas Duran leads out race number 10. Out of CGR, he's going to 1 and 2 with MCR. That's Zach Chapman in that 2 spot. Finton Coburn repping the Canadian jersey in there in 3 mixed picks. Oakley Hooper, I think that is. Inside the top 4, here comes Coburn down that final straight, putting Chapman under pressure, but it's going to be Chapman hanging on to the 2 spot. Race 11 on track. JT Simpson Davies leads this one out for the Jump Club. It looks like he's got the Bradford Bandits in there with him. Jack LeBras being chased down by Fast Signatures in there as well. That's Ben Mosley on the 26X. being chased down himself by the 923 plate into that final turn. That's Elliot Albert. He's rounding out the top 4 down that final straight. Here comes LeBras, putting Davies under pressure to bring it down to the line, but Davies going to hang on to that moto win. Race at number 12. More 15, 16-year-old cruisers. That looks like Little on the outside heading into the turn. Riding out of Evolve Bicycle Motocross is in there inside the top 4. Jake Hart in there in 2. Doing it for the Tygo race team. The 5 plate in there leading this one out though. That is Zachary Tia out of that final turn, repping crew 19. Here comes Hart though with a late charge down the final straight. Who's going to get that 2 spot on the line? It's going to be Hart taking the win with Tia in 2.
Right, race 13 on track. Martin Smiley Brown out in front. John Livingston in there as well. Jamie Webb, Ryan Jones, Agris Aliadjans, and Jack Hudson. As Lewis Locker drops his moto sheets on the floor. Sharp as a pineapple this morning, Lewis. As we head towards the line, it's going to be Smiley, Hudson, Lillingston 1, 2 and 3. Race 14, Ash Richardson in this one. Nathan Abbott, Dan Popel out in front, I think. No, he's there in 2. Chasing down the original Tom Palmer. He's now the retro version. In there in that first position, 702. That belongs to Nathan Abbott, who's in there in 3, with Ash Richardson in 4, Stuart Laurie, John Mays and Chris Hayes in there as well. Race 15, Matt Walsh, Matt Swales, Andy McCoy in this one. Dylan Dixon, Kingsley Mears and Matthew Eaton. Kingsley out in front, Matthew in there in 2. Quick look behind from the rider who's in there in 3. That is the 917 of Dylan Dixon out of Milton Keynes. The head angles Andy McCoy. Doing it on YouTube, he's in there in 4, battling with Matt Swales down the final straight. Race 16, Craig Cording, Ian Smythe, Rich Stevenson, Andrew Lockwood and Chris Colton. Rich Stevenson out in front, doing it for Barnesbury. That'll be Craig Cording in there in 2. Ryder going through in 3, that is the 932, followed by the 052. Ian Smythe, Andrew Lockwood, Chris Coltman. In there in that 5th spot, race number 17, Graham Stark, Big Nige Smith, Tony LeBras, Stuart Lillard, Evolved Bicycle Motocross, Kev Merrin and Norbert Marco. It is Marco out in front, Stu Little in there in 2. Big Nige going through in 3, being chased down by Merrin. And the rider out of the Kebab House Racing team. That's going to be Graham Stark. In and out of that final corner. All getting mixed up down that final straight. It's going to go Marco and Little, 1 and 2, race 18. Fraser Watson, Simon Toogood, Lee Matthews, Dave Stokes also doing it for Evolved in there in that 2nd spot. No Fraser Watson in this one. All right, went over the gate, did he? There he is. That's all right. He'll be back for the next one. Don't worry about that. Milton Keynes, Scott Jackson in there as well. So as they head towards the line, it is going to be Damien Mead and Dave Stokes going 1 and 2. Race 19 on track. Philip Duff, Mario De Almeida, David Kane, Damien Mead and Lee Pembroke. Damien Mead out in front, Bruntwood in there in 2, David Kane. Lee Pembroke out of Braintree in the mix as well. On that 812 plate, he's there in that 3rd spot. Being followed by the 716 of Philip Duff and Mario De La Almeida out of Braintree in the 5. Race 20, 50 to 54 cruiser, Oggy, Bentley, Cottrell, Chalcos, McFarlane, Allen and Elliott's. So John Bentley on the new Supercross ride out there in front. Turn barring his way into 2, or not quite. Julian Allen. He's letting me down in Moto 1. It's not good enough, Julian. Cotty in there in 4. He'll throw one in at the end. Is he? Oh. Gonna have to cancel that nickname now for Julian Allen. Yeah, he has gone too pro, you're right. So 50-54 cruiser. Ian Robbins, Duncan Coburn in this one. Oh, elbows are flying already. Calm down, boys. It's Moto 1. Archibald battling away with Carver into the final turn. Pete Butler in there as well, just holding on to... Oh! Riders on the ground already. Gary Carver. Dear me. Check them spokes, because I think a couple of them might have broken. Anyway, taking himself down towards the finish line as the next lot come along. Steve Hassel out there in front. Darren O'Brien, turn barring, doing what Julian Allen didn't. He's in there in 2. Brent Featherstone in the mix as well. Stephen Notman. Tim Drew, Kev Sykes. As we move on to 13 to 16 cruiser, young ladies. That is Annalise Cadman Carpenter. Out there in front, Alexis McCartney in the mix as well. Where is she? She's in 3, battling away with Isla Radcliffe. Missy Large in there in 4, Isla Young in 5. Missy doing it for Tygo. AlansBMX.com, that'll be Alexis McCartney. I bumped into Alan Woods the other day in Marks and Spencer's of all places. He was buying vegan food, which is very Alan. What, posh? I'm not posh. Marks and Spencer, I just went in for a look round. That's all it was, Simon. Anyway, more 13 to 16-year-old young ladies. That is Cody Harmer out there in front. BB Alderton in there in that second spot. That's Anya Matter and Alonso. We've seen Anya on BMX All-Stars. If you haven't seen that on iPlayer and CBBC, following the Peckham Club. It's called BMX All-Stars. Make sure you check it out. Race 25, Lewis.
17 to 29-year-old women's cruiser. Kira Lee leading this one out. Doing it for Alan's Factory. Going at 1 and 2 in and out of that final turn. That is Lee and Pike out front. Looking like Hannah Hedges, going to round out the top 3 for Pro Star BMX. Race 26, Olivia Firth leads it out for Salted Race Gear. Taylor Lee Mohan worked her way round the outside in turn number 2, worked her way into that top 2 spots. Looks like the 4-plate working her way up the inside into that final corner. That is Molly Nice out of BMX United. Did she make it stick? I don't think she did. Just came up short on Hannah Drew in that final turn. So it is Drew going to hang on to that top 3 spot. Looking like Jetska Hemstock going to round out the top 4 for Ice Bikes. 30-plus women's cruiser out on track. DC Cycles, Anita Wong leading this into the turn. Nikki Sitch, fast signatures in there in that 2 spots. Looks like we've got the template of Teresa Chalice doing it for Absolute in there in 3 on the outside of Sitch. Into that final turn, Coach Chizzy's in there as well, Tracy Sharp. And Lisa Tarling coming through in a 4, 5 and 6. Race number 28, Emily Ireland in this one. She's in about 5 at the moment. Looking for a way through the battle just in front of her. That is Josephine Burston and Cassie Harding having their own little scrap for that 3 spot as they head towards the final corner. But it is Rebecca Goal out front, going 1 and 2 with your world at number 2. That is SJN, Sarah J. Nichols, running out of Hot Shot. Race 29, Freya Clements, Wheel, Stupple, Carver and Batsford. It is Gosport National Race Team leading this one out. Michelle Stupple, last year's national champion, looking good through the 3rd straight. Got to be Kim Batsford out of Ice Bikes in there in that 2 spots of the 1 and 2, going 1 and 2 at the moment. As they head down that final straight, who's going to round out the top 3? Looking like Savannah Carver riding out of Manchester. 55-plus cruisers out on track, heading into the turn. Keach, Charlesworth, Featherstone, Shale, Goff and Madron. Where is Big Mick? He's leading this one out, going to 1 and 2 with Brent Featherstone heading for that 2nd corner. Chris Madron's in there in 3. Looking like that could be Bernie Shale in 4. Jonathan Charlesworth in 5 and Steve Keach in 6. But it's all about crucial racing out front. Mick Goff in and out of that final corner. I think he might have this season's the national title wrapped up already. I think that's what I read somewhere. But he's going to take that moto win anyway. As we move on to race number 31. David Knowles in there in 4. But it is all about the McRock out front. Raymond Reed leading this one out. He's got Billy Stupple right there with him, heading for that final turn. Who's riding through in 3? That is the 9-plate of Stephen Noble out of the northeast. That's your front 3. Then as you head down the final straight, Knowles in 4. Team Mind. That's going to be Keith Brown rounding out the top 5 as they bring it across the line with Steve Needham in 6. 17, 29-year-old cruisers then. Alex Brooks. He's one rider that's wrapped up a national title already. I think it could be his 3rd on the bounce on the cruiser. Don't quote me on that one. It's definitely his 2nd one. He's got Jake Green right there with him, though, heading down that final straight. Will Jake be doing 2 days this weekend, Dina? Don't know if she could see me around there. Is she not there? Oh, right, okay. She left the camera. She's gone for an early lunch. As we look at Josh Cates, Braintree BMX, leading out race number 33. Daniel Wilson in there behind him in that 2 spot, doing it for BMX Widow Photography. The Widows have got another rider going through inside the top 3 as well. That's going to be Matt McHugh with Luke Davies-Hayes in of 4. Race 34. Tyler Chadwick in this one. Crank BMX Coaching's TM. Battling it out with Jack Needham as they go into turn number 2, but it is looking like the 0-1. Charlie Roy leading this one out. Rocky O'Brien, Luca Manzi in 2 and 3 as they go out of that final turn. That's going to be a front 3 with Zach Green rounding out the top 4. And that looks like Callum Daly, in 5. Race 35 on track. Ned Penny, Ben Weiss, 1 and 2 into that second corner. That looks like Connor Hedges in there at about 4. The 293 in there as well. That is Joe Wallbridge out of Redditch. But out front, it is going to be Ned Penny. Was as stylish as you like in the practice earlier on, riding through the pro set. He'll be on track later on, racing junior men. Riding for Absolute Bicycle Motocross as race number 36 hits the track. Connor Blythe's in there in that 2 spots. Chasing down Owen Putland, leading the race. And that looks like Moto 1365 in there as well. Theo Pope inside the top 3. Max Henderson in 4. Down the final straight though, Owen Putland going to rack up this Moto win.
Right, 6 and unders bringing the thunder. Here we go. Jax Bradley, Benchy, Ross Foster, Seth Goosetree, Ionis Chalkos, Lewin Jamira and Oliver Bridle. Oliver out there in front. Somebody's had a roll round on the floor. Who was that? Oh, not sure. 994. That was Benji Ross Foster out of Knowsley, who's taking a tumble. We're just going to look after him, make sure he's all right. Lewin Jamira in there in 2. Seth Goosetree in 3. Ionis Chalkos having a battle with the 671 of Jax Bradley. We're just going to look after Benji, make sure he's all right. He's getting himself up. Well done, big man. Good job. Oh, dear me. Somebody needs a hug when he gets back to mum and dad's. Our lovely medical team looking after everybody. More 6 and unders, Isaac Tomlinson, John Joe Blundell, Henry Dodd, Charlie Thorne, and the return of Shelby Yates. After his injury scenario, he's got about 1 bazillion followers now, I think, on YouTube. He was up to about 500,000 last time I looked, and that was 2 months ago. So God knows where he's at now. Anyway, Henry Dodd, Midlanks, leading it out in his Midlanks club jersey. Can I just tell you, I love club jerseys. If you race in your club jersey, amazing. Fair play to you. Absolutely love it. Battling away with a 393. That is John Joe Blundell out of Runnymede in there in 2. Shelby's trying to get involved in 3. The 486 of Isaac Tomlinson in there in 4 with Charlie Thorne in 5. Race 39, most 7-year-olds. Frankie Jones, Arlo Payne out of Preston. Albie Blight, Jack Hale, Finley Thomas, powered by Jelly Babies. Logan Acito of Moto 1365, he's there in 2. Chasing down Arlo into the corner. Albie's in there in 3. Frankie's going through in 4. The 530 is Jack Hale out of MK Evolution. So those guys are race 39. Race 40, led out by Oscar Ratherfast. Here he is, sorted race gear on that 511. In there in 1, the 284 is Finley Kerr out of Runnymede in there in 2. Connor Rowe in 3 was Big Link, Snack Boy, doing it for Midlands and Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. Talking of Hard Knocks Bike Coaching, there's a big birthday over there. Yeah, and Oliver Cope turns 21 tomorrow as well. Dylan Clayton turning 50, the big 5-0. The man behind Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. If you see him, shake his hand. Pass him a bus pass form because he's nearly ready for it. So Dylan Clayton, happy birthday, sir. You didn't think you'd get away with it, did you? So a Dylan Clayton, 3-time world champion, multi-European champion, coach, icon, turning 50. Is that enough? Have I embarrassed him enough now? Yeah, he has. He's nodding his head. Kids are going to get extra full laps at training on Monday for that one. So we're up to the young ladies. Sorry, Moto 41, for ignoring you. We won't do it next time. We'll sort you out. Tia Worthington in this one. Tia the Terror I haven't had my fist bump this morning. Jagger Hines, Evie Knight, Matilda Hewitt, Abigail Henning in there in 2. Flick Brentnall, Olaf Dewis, all are out in 1. Abigail in there in 2. As we move on to race number 43, Verity Kay, Izzy Moore, Mabel Pine, Kylie Dixon, Luciana Pinson Barron, Maggie Devine in there, and the Exocet Missile with pigtails, also known as Feral Beryl. That is Hattie McGoldrick. She's in there in 5 for Evolved Bicycle Motocross. But it is Exeter out in front at the minute. That's going to be Mabel Pine in there in 1, Maggie in 2. Hattie's looking for a way round in that final corner. Verity going through in 3. All these young ladies in the 7s. There's some 6 and unders mixed in there as well. As we move on to race 44, Oscar Marco, Oakley Hill, Leo Britz, Caleb Tewalde. Now, Caleb is a part-time personal trainer, I'll have you know, down at Peckham. If you've watched BMX All-Stars, he was dishing out the press-ups, cracking the whip. We've seen it. I'm going nowhere near him. He'll make me do press-ups. So Caleb's going through in 3. We had Seth Robinson, Oscar Holloway, Lewis Rothwell, and Joseph O'Brien in there as well. Race 45, Regan Jones, Hunter Chambers, Henry Sullivan, Charlie Blakeburn, Joel Pritchard, Felix Zakina, Elliot Hatch, and Jensen Jessup. Regan on the 363, he's out of Cardiff BMX Club. Cardiff very nearly ready to open now. It seems like it's taken an age, but we're nearly there with it. Race 46, Seb Perry, Ned Wills in this one as well. He's back there in about 5. Chasing my little her hero, Emerson Tucker, Carter Kennedy, George Lockwood, Alexander Gilbert, Jake Avis. All in this one. Jake out there in front. Still need to think of a rent-a-car joke to go with his surname. Haven't managed it yet. As race 47 heads out of turn number 1, Antek Perebny, Birmingham National Race Team on his home track. Ethan the Great White in there in 2. Alistair North out of Decoy, Jensen Me, Christian Garbachick. In his Peterborough Club jersey, Callum Wood and Teddy Hayes. All in race number 47. As they go in and out of that turn, Perebny still leading it through. Ethan in there in 2, that's Decoy Rider. Callum Wood in 3. Is he going to get caught by Garbachick at the line? We'll leave it to the transponders of truth. Race 48, Maisie Dyson, Madison Stupple, Megan Keller, Phoebe Miller, Tallulah Widdowson, Lauren Snell, Layla Dixon, and Ella Grant. And it is Phoebe in there in 1. Got a feeling that's the 889 in there in 2. That's Ella Grant going through. The 918, that belongs to Layla Dixon from Milton Keynes. Madison Stupple on that 826 as well. In there in about, 6th spot at the minute. As we move on to race 49.
9-year-old boys on track in and out of that second corner, looking like that could be Belton leading this through. He's got Green Machine in there with him. Got to be Arthur Donaldson on the 008 plate. The Centurions have got a rider in the mix as well. That is Ashton John Lee, repping his 10-year anniversary Centurions jersey, being chased down this final straight. Look at that out front there. The battle was on. Donaldson looking like he nicked that moto win off of Jack Belton. We are looking at the rider out of the northeast, Jesse Rose, leading out race 50 out of that second corner. That's got to be Rocco Westwood. Came and made a visit to me earlier on. Paid up. He owed me some beers. Him and his mum did. So thank you very much, Rocco. He's out there in that second spot at the minute, chasing down Jesse Rose as they bring it down to the stripe, but it's going to be Rose out front with Ollie Bird in 3. Race number 51, Thomas Giles in this one, in about 4 at the minute. Hendrix Hines in there in that 3 spot, but the race leader is Charlie Dowson, repping Crucial Gang out front. Here comes Hines up the inside, heading into that final corner. The 984 just being shuffled back. That was Rex Ford, so he's now there in about 3 or 4 at the minute, but he's having a good old scrap down the final straight. He's managed to hang on to his 2 spot as they bring it down to the stripe. Giles has nicked the 3 spot. Hines is going to have to take 4. That one was all muddled up. Shaw, James Kacharik, Haynes Smythe, Lewis Field, Marklew and Ingham all on track. In the next motor, your British champion, this one, Ethan Shaw on his home track, repping Birmingham NRT in and out of that first corner. He leads this one out. He's got LCC race team in there with him. That's going to be Jack Haynes, but look at Seth Kacharik in there in 3, looking for a way round for Derby BMX Club. Looked up the inside, didn't go for it. That looks like Oakley Lewisfield out of Team Aaron Andover in the mix inside the top 4. Under pressure from the mix picks rider, that is Jake James on the 411. On the exit of turn number 3, James put his move in, looking for a drag race down the final straight. Going to be Lewisfield that hangs on to that 4 spot on the line as Shaw takes the moto win. Race 53 on track. Craig BMX coaching leading this one out. Jackson Chapman Davies into that second corner. Where's the BRE racing rider in this one? That is Jackson Elliott out of Burnham BMX Club. In and out of that final turn though, it's all about Crank BMX out front. Going to pick up this moto win, and I think that could have been William Arnold in there in that 2 spot with LVG in the mix inside the top 3. That was, of course, Chester Grocock on the 811. 9-year-old girls on track. Got to be Bishop out front. Yes, it is. Your world number 7. Halo Wheels race team heading into that final turn. Holly Bishop, Braintree Massive. Holly Webb out of Team Aaron Andover in there chasing her down. That looks like it could be the Bradford Bandits. Florence Dyson in there inside the top 3 with Crank BMX coaching rounding out the top 4. That is Eliza Powell. Race 55 on track. More 9-year-old girls. Tomlinson, Wills, Wheeler, Colazage, Cross, Kay, Hargreaves and Henderson. It is Betty Wills, though, your European at number 4, leading this one out. Maya Colazage in there in that 2 spot, in and out of that final corner. She's under a bit of pressure from the Peckham BMX rider. That is River Henderson pushing her all the way down the final straight. Not quite going to get close enough. It's going to be Colazage hanging on to that 2 spots. As the 10-year-old boys enter turn number 2. Good to see him back on track. Benny Jackson leading this one through. Your world number 8 for Fluent Bicycle Motocross, the 6 plate in there as well. That is Marie Watson out of BMX Widow Photography going out of that final corner. Chasing down your race leader aboard his lovely EV1 frame. Heading down the final straight. Who's that making his move? I think that could have been Arlo Steinmetz maybe. No, Steinmetz is in there in 5. Not quite sure who it was taking the 2 spot on the line. As we move on to race number 57, Connor Hemhill out front, GT Factory, being chased down by the 6 plate of Finley Munro out of Allen's Factory Supercross. Then 2 guys going 1 and 2 out of that final corner. Who's that in 3? Looking like we've got Team Mind in there. That is Otto Parr on the 30 plate. Under a bit of pressure himself. Here comes the 338 down the final straight. That was Harvey Simpson out of TNT inside the top 5. Preston Newmosh-Powell on track. It is his dad's birthday today, so happy birthday, Richard. He's around the track somewhere, watching on, as his son leads out race number 58 out of that final corner. The LCC boys going through in 2 and 3. Teddy Jones is one of them, and Freddie Ray Orland is going to round out that 3 spot as they bring it across the line. Race 59 on track. Rex Beasley in there in that 2 spot, chasing down your race leader. That's going to be Seb Hewitt riding out of Creation Cycles. Here comes Beasley though, looking for a way round. Look at that for a battle heading into the final turn, the 319 in there as well. That is Edward Cordery out of the Braintree Massive, but it's still Hewitt hanging on to the race lead. Who's in there in 4? Looking like Wilson Eaton pushing all the way in that 5 spot, chasing down the rusty nut rider. That is Leo Bradley, going to hang on to that top 4 spot. The Northeast leading out race number 60. In and out of that second corner, that is Carlin Gordon being chased down as they bring it back through the straight. That is the 836 plate heading on through Arthur Claydon out of Exeter and PCR, but it's going to be Claydon chasing down Gordon down the final straight. BMX Hype in the mix as well. That's going to be Joey Tompkins, your British champion from last year.
Race 61 on track. Jacob Anderson, Ronnie Wood, Ted Harvey. That is your 1, 2, 3 at the moment. Bill Morris, Clayton Southall, Seth Ritchie, Neil Grandlands and Ernie Cotton de Cesaris are in there as well. But it's Anderson, Wood, Harvey, 1, 2 and 3. SAS race team. Clayton Southall in there in 4. The 350 belongs to Ernie Cotton de Cesaris. As they head down the final straight, it's going to be Anderson, Wood, Harvey going 1, 2 and 3. Race 62, Izzy Dolan, Amber Tucker, Trixie Trays, India Bennett, Maisie Surtees, Jamie Puddock, Mia Kiss and Holly Richardson in this one. Trixie out in front, she's leading it through. That's going to be Holly Richardson in there in 2. The 6 and the 617. Mia Kiss, Amber Tucker, India Bennett in there. I think she's part of the Irish connection. Going through as they head towards the finish line, and Moto 63 up next. Race 63, Maisie Egan, AllensBMX.com out front, looking good at the minute, battling away with Grace Hudak into that turn. That'll be Sophie Bailey working her way into 3, Erin Two Goods in there for Derby, Bonnie Dudley, Ada Walding, Aria Rose Lee, and Ophelia Shepherd out of Nottingham as well. So it's Allens BMX in there in 1, Moto 1365 in 2, Smiley's Flight Club in 3, Egan leading it down towards the final corner. 5 plate in there in 4, that is Aria Rose Lee. Bonnie Dudley rounding out the top 5 of the minute. Egan under pressure from Hudak as they go towards the finish line. In Moto 63, not sure who's got it. Marcus Mullen just hitting the deck coming out of turn number 1 in Moto number 64. He got together with Harley Bowler. Dawson Scott, Archie Crocker-White in this one. GT Factory, Leighton Harding. In there in 1, the 61, that is Deacon Childs out of Royston. He's inside the top 5. Mullen making his way in, but it's GT Factory taking the win. All right, well, you've got the opportunity as well. Don't forget Trader Row. Trader Row, we've got everybody over there. Green Machine, Crucial, Pure, B73, DC Cycles, all your food vans there. Your coffee, your pizza, your piri-piri wraps and all that rigmarole. So you can get well fed, well watered, buy some new parts and accessories. Get a hoodie to keep yourselves warm, and then later on you can watch the Wendy Ball, England versus Switzerland. If you want crushing disappointments and a complete anti-climax, then watch England versus Switzerland later on. Meanwhile, on track, James Bibby. Zach Everly in this one as well. Zach's going to be on Maybo, I believe, next year. So Bibby out in front. That's Moto 1365 in there in 2. That's going to be Adrian Galit. Look at the battle for 4, 5 and 6. Zach Worthington involved in that one as well. Charlie Cotton. Proper mixed up. Lucas Belton was in there. Race 66. Dexter Elliott, Freddie Toogood in this one. Who's out in front? Oh, Rab Racing. Isaac Smith. Mum's already been over with the cakes. Thanks, Sam. Really appreciate that one. Cake in a jar. I didn't know cake in a jar was a thing. Apparently it is. Jet Thompson, Akeem Brazier, Jacob Aston, and Lucas Laurie. Race 67. What, Simon? Well, that's what it is, cake in a jar. I didn't even get it from Marks and Spencer's. I might sell it to Marks and Spencer's. There's an idea. Anyway, back to the action. Callum Goostrey, Mason Jones, Moses Dennis Essel going through as well. Race 68, Joe Rook and Ronnie Payne in this one. Looks like they're going 1 and 2. That is Jack Devine in 3. Max Livingston in the mix as well. Huey Hall, Sam Knight, Billy Cheeseman, Bram Heaver. That was Moto 68, Moto 69. Noah Ford, Itai Jamira out in front. He's battling away with young Mr. Riches. Sam Riches out of Green Machine. I don't know if Mum's here this time or if she's at home watching on the live stream. Emil Challenger, Jasper Kimber, Max Bojang, Oliver Taylor, and Noah Ford. That is Moto 69, Moto 70, Louis Cheffy. Harry Swales from Fast Signatures. Louis Swales in there for Preston. I'm sure Tony's knocking about somewhere. I'll give you a shout if I see him. Noah Bagwell, Archie Bell, Oliver Merron, and Albert Aliadzans. That is Moto number 70. 71 on track. Holly Hume, Mara McCarran, Poppy May Kirby, Amelia Martin. In there for Belfast City BMX Club. Had a good old chat with Dad yesterday. Always good to see the Belfast City Massive. I'm sure they're all watching at home on the live stream. Some of them are at the Irish Championships as well. So they've got a split crew this weekend. Olivia Webb, Grace Gerard. Talking to Gerard, it's Bella's birthday. We might have to wait for Bella to get on track to wish her a happy birthday. But we haven't forgotten Bella, don't worry about that. Race 72, Lottie Mosley, Evie Dyson, Elizabeth Lola Poole, Caitlin Bird, Tyler Devonport and Lily May Gould. I'll do another page and then you can do the manuals. Moto 73, more 11-year-olds. Lainey Cordin. Sadie McSwitty, Ocean Headley, Elsie Blight in this one leading it out. Paige Cathcart Cunnison and Freya Harris. All these ladies riding around looking good. Lainey in there in 2. Didn't quite catch the number of the rider in there in 3. And I've got a feeling that it was Paige Cathcart Cunnison in 4. Race 74, Iris Hyder. Iris was listening to the BMX Commentator podcast on the way to Birmingham. Popped it on her Instagram stories. Thank you, Iris. Seren Pritchard, Lauren Keller, Winnie Andrews, Hannah Mackey, Lucy Stevenson, and Millie Ross. That was Moto 74-75. Moving on to the 12-year-olds. Got some birthdays in this one as well. Oliver Arnold's out front, I think. Smiley's Flight Club, Charlie Bob Craig in the mix as well in about 5. The 21 and the 30. That's going to be Bent's T-Ball Kiss, Evan Davey. I think Jack Davies got a birthday from Cornwall, so we'll give Jack his shout out now while we've got the opportunity. Race at number 76, Max Vass. Harry Donald in this one, leading it through. Josh Jepson doing it for Crankalicious and Manchester BMX Club in there in 3. Colby and Zane Williams. I haven't watched their episode of BMX All Stars yet. That's something for later on this week. Charlie Wilcox, Thomas Honeywell in there as well. The 32X is Oscar Walding. As we move on to race 77, Joe Douglas, Jordan Ajibade, Max Cooper, Joshua Lewis, Lawrence Bojang, Riley Butts, Andreas Lubier, and Toby Duff. The 030 is Joe Douglas. He's in there in 2, chasing down the 54 of Lawrence Bojang. Brixton well represented in this one. Joshua Lewis in there in 3, with the 48 of Riley Butt in 4. Race 78, Tom Palmer, James Joseph Roy Pipe, Ethan Crooks Martin, Adam Arnold, James Miller, Stanley Farmer, and Ethan Rogers. Ethan out in front. That's going to be James Miller going through in 2, Palmer in 3. Race 79, Lewis.
More 12-year-old boys on track towards Idlow. Kucharik, Malion, Shepherd, Markley, Jackson, Ballard and Howell. Oh, it's George Jackson's birthday today. Riding out of MK, so happy birthday, George. He's in there in the minute, throwing elbows in turn number 2. In 5, chasing down Hunter van der Malion, but the battle is out front. Howell around the outside, making it happen, going from a 2 to 1. Oh, but it's getting busy. Him and Mark towards Idlow are having a good old scrap down the final straight. It's going to be Howell towards Idlow, 1 and 2 with Bodie Markley in 3. Race 80, Ralph Sowerby in this one. He's in that 2 spot, chasing down your race leader. That is Max McNulty, riding for Team Bunnies, heading towards the final turn. Rustin up racing in there as well. That is Gilmore Green on the 33 plate, looking like Pro Start in there as well. Jude Hoff in and out of that final corner. He's going to round out the top 5 spots. Heading down the final straight, but it's all about McNulty out front. 12-year-old girls on track. Ruby Warren took her first ever national win a couple of weeks ago at Manchester Platfields. Looks like we lost the rider on the line. In that last one, that could have been Hayden Cartwright. Let's hope that Hayden's all right. As Ruby Warren leads out race number 81 from Esme Ward down the final straights. Then 2 ladies going to go 1 and 2 with Brooke Fawcett rounding out the podium spots. Race number 82 on track. Emily Eaton, your British champion, rounded out a Pro Start BMX, going 1 and 2 with a 6 plate of Emma Kiss heading towards that final corner. The front 2 ladies running away with it at the moment. The 8 plate of Anushka Jones out of Jump Club in there in 3. Doing all she can to close the gap. Nia O'Connell in there in that 4 spot, being chased down by SAS Race Team's Allegra True in 5. Just going to make sure that Hayden's all right after his crash a couple of motos ago. Whilst we remember as well, the Coming On Centurions have got an awful lot of items still left over from their national as lost property. They've got a pinned post on their Facebook page. Put your hands together for Hayden Cartwright, please, ladies and gents. He's back up to his feet. But as I was saying, yeah, there's about 100 items that are still left over as lost property from the Cumbernauld National. They have got a pinned post on their Facebook page, so if you think you might be missing something from that national, get in touch with them, drop them a message. After the Brits, any items not collected after the Brits are going to go to charity. So if you've got anything left over at the Centurions from the national, get in touch as soon as possible. They can bring whatever you may have lost at their national over to the Brits at Derby. But if you don't claim your items before then after the Brits, them items will be going over to charity, so bear that in mind. Thank you. As we take a look at the 12-year-old girls, battling it out into that final corner. Poppy Bishop, your world number 6, scrapping it out with Dakota Tucker down that final straight. Looking like Hayla Wheels is just going to nick the moto win on the line with Poppy. She's going to pick up that moto win with Tucker in 2. Race 84, Jewel Seneveratine, Smith Notman, Harrison, Taylor, Shaw and Richards. It is all about Todd Smith Notman going to 1 and 2 with Isaac Shaw heading down that final straight as a fast signature's going to round out the top 3 in the form of Ronnie Richards. Race 18-5 on track. Got to be Ned Guppy leading this one out for Absolute, going to 1 and 2 with the 22 plate of Ben Millington, heading towards that final turn, the 49 plate of Caden Thompson, riding out of Peterborough BMX Club. He's in there in that 3 spot under pressure from Crank BMX coaching. That is William Knowles pushing his way through for a top 3 finish on the line. Race 86, Kobe Rayford, European number 2, out on track. Stay strong, Clark and Kent going to 1 and 2 with the 30 plate of Heath Osborne on his home track here at Birmingham. Out of their national race team, he's heading down the final straight. Battle on for that 3 spot as they bring it down. Freddie Parkinson was one of the riders involved. I think he was battling out with Adam Stevenson as he boarded across the line. Race 87 on track. World number 7, James Cottrell, Rub Racing. The 23 plate in there behind him, that is Maxwell Lawrence. Riding out of the Bullets, Braintree Bullets, Logan Young in there in 3. For DC Cycles, looks like the 268 of Jake Georgeson had to just settle at the back of the pack in that one. Not sure what happened to him as Nate Hamilton leads out race 88 into turn number 2. Daniel Colazage on the outside of Newton Hindley into the turn. He's having a good old scrap through the 3rd straight, trying to work his way in. He's managed to find his way up the inside. Hindley throws in a high-low in the final corner. Dexter Beerup is hanging on to a top 4 spot as he chases down the final straight, looking like he's not quite going to hang on to that top 4 finish. To bring it across the line. One rider worked his way all the way through the pack. I think that might have been Joshua Harris. Race 89 on track. Freddie Richardson in this one. He's in there in 4 at the minute. Harry Bailey in 3. Milo Weller in 2. But Toby Lynch leads out. Yamoto in and out of that final corner for Sorted Race Gear. He's going to pick this one up down the final straight. Bailey chasing Weller all the way to the stripe, but it is going to be Weller hanging on to that 2 spot. Race 90 on track. Maxwell Lawrence. Elvis Lawrence, leads this one out, going 1 and 2 with Noah Buttery out of LVG race team. That looks like the 24 plate of Edward Miller in there in 3 under pressure from Brody Geddes. In that final turn, Geddes throws in a high-low, looking for a way into a top 3 finish, but it's all about Lawrence and Buttery down the final straight. That's how they're going to wrap it up across the line. Race number 91 on track. Nathaniel Eames, Evolved Bicycle Motocross in there in that 2 spot, chasing down the race leader. That's got to be Oliver Tyres out of Moto 1, 365. Eames into the 077 in 3. That is Bruce Anthony out of Royston Rockets, but it's all about the 1 and 2 in that one. Tyres and Eames bringing it down to the stripe. Race 92, the 13-year-old girls on track. That's going to be Katie Millar and Rin Giannolino out front, having a good old battle as they bring it through the 3rd straight. Them 2 ladies out front and clear. It is Maddie the Paddy Dixon in there in 3, riding out of Urban Air. Race team heading down the final straight. She's under pressure though from Matilda Sacharu out of Peckham BMX, pushing the Paddy all the way to the line, but she's going to hang on to it.
Race 93, July Patel leading it out for Peckham BMX Club on that 5. Isla Young's in there as well in about 5th spot at the moment, battling away. Evie Malkin, Sidoni Cleve, Lexi Kearns for allensbmx.com in there in 2. Sidoni's going through in 3, so it's GT versus Allens down the final straight. As they get towards the line, Patel, is she going to get overhauled at the stripe? Oof, it was close. Whoa, one rider goes down in the next race, 14-year-olds. We've got Zach Harvey, Riley Binney, Eli Price, Ewan Beat, Dylan Jones, birthday boy Jack Davey and Jack Gould in there as well. 59 in that 2nd spot is Dylan Jones. It's Jack Davey out in front, celebrating his birthday with a moto win. Can't argue with that. And the 901 who took the tumble was Jack Goulds. Race 95, Osborne, Asher, Cam, Radcliffe, Sim, Thomas Groves and Widowson. Heath Thomas taking it to the skies. Osborne just whips round the inside, steals that 1st place away from him. Mason Groves in there in that 3rd spot. Oliver Sim back in about 7 for mid-lanks at the moment as they head down towards the final corner. Who's got that 4th spot? That looks like the 23. That'll be Logan Widowson. Henry Radcliffe just behind him, but Heath Thomas takes it to the line. Race 96. Oliver James in there in that 3rd spot, doing it for Fluent Bicycle Motocross. Bradley James, Louis Avery, Finley Cranich, Chase Barnard. Oh, it's all getting a bit tight as they come out of that 2nd turn. Amos Guppy is the man out front and in control. The 41 belongs to Finley Cranich, so it's going to be Guppy, Tomlinson, James, you 1, 2, 3. Race 97. Ossie and Parr battling away. Giving up the position, I think, to Lucas Seeley. That'll be Alex Dunkley in there in that 4th spot, doing it for Ellie Featherstone. BMX training and coaching. Lucas Smith, Teddy Headley and Ollie Turblanche and Enzo Shaw were in there as well. Race 98, Thomas McGovern, Dylan Powell. Freddie Entwistle, Birmingham NRT on the home track out in front. The 836, that is Thomas McGovern. The 45 is Max Surridge, Stan Mason and Logan Ritchie in there as well. Race 99, Eric McSwitty in there in 3. Ben Larkins leading it out. That's going to be Tate Kitson in there in 2. We've got Cooper McCrum, Henry Conroy, and the new national champ for 13-14 girls, Emmy Seawards. Hard Knocks Bike Coaching in there in that 4th spot. I think William Chapman's getting involved for LVG Racing. And the 716 was Henry Conroy. Race 100, Rufus Cousineau, Liam Wilson, Ted Spencer, Remy Colquin, Ollie Kirby, Lucas Tandin and Freddie Franklin for Rusty Nut Racing. Freddie in there in 2, chasing down the 29 of Rufus Cousineau. Liam Wilson doing it for the Titans. He's in there in about 6th spot. Ollie Kirby going through in about 5th. Race 101, 14-year-old girls. Jessie Leasley, Ava Wright. Ruby Walford in this one. Daisy Knowles, Ailey Watson, Lily Hayes, Lucy Gardner and Lottie McFarlane. Ailey in 1. Lily Hayes going through in 2 for the SAS race team. That looks like Ava Wright in there in 4. Ruby Walford in 5. And Lucy Gardner was in there in 6. Race 102, Eliza French, Grace Burge. Amelia Everly in there in 1. Rocking that Maynbow jersey. The 8 is Ilana Price. Ola Cooper on the 9. Lottie Brown battling away on that E4 as well. Brown and Everly to the stripe, 1 and 2. Carry on for a minute. Race 103. Kai Blaine, Cody Coker, Theo Robbins, Jamie Hayward, Shea Jordan. My good mate William Alfie Harrison doing it for MCR. Keep pushing, mate. Scott McCallum in there as well. As we move on to 104, Lucas Webster, Matty Paulich in this one for Birmingham. He's back there in about 5. The template, that belongs to Zachary Tia. He's doing it for Crew 19 in there in that second position. Lucas Webster, Absolute Bicycle Motocross out in front. Lewis Collins Nimmo going through in about 3. And we had Joe Nunn and Matthew Russell in there as well. Race 105, Kemi Cook, Jack Strong, John O'Haradine. Probably still doing it for all the ladies out there. Nathan Barata, Kasperi Reynolds and Alex Mackey. He's 15, he's always doing it for the ladies. Race 106 in and out of turn number 1. Henry Rayner for Ellie Featherstone Bike Coaching. She's in there on that first straight. Although I haven't seen Ellie this weekend. She's probably in Dubai or something, do you know what I mean? She'll be partying it up. Unlike Brent, who never goes to Dubai. He just goes bye-bye and waves her off at the airport. As Noah Everly leads out Moto 107. Bradley Davison, Caden Dunn, Sean Brown in this one. Where's Sean? He's in there in 5. The 19 plate in 4 is George Chapman out of Decoy. Now Sean's walking up and he's whizzing it down that final straight. Moto 108, Joe Little in this one for Evolve Bicycle Motocross. In there in 5th at the minute, Eli Smith. Rab Racing in 1, Mason Lang in 2. The 16. Who's that? Joe Penton Vogue. In there in that 3rd spot. Ollie Cotton doing it for Manchester. Race 109, Lewis.
15-year-old girls on a track: Marriott, Alderton, Ashman, Stanley, Carruthers, Large, Groundwater and Brewer. It is, of course, your world number 4. Jumping Jess Marriott. BMXHub.com leading it into that final corner. Here comes Lorianne Carruthers right around the outside, doing it the hard way, looking for a way through, and I think she's found it on Sabina Ashman. So Ashman drops back to 3 then. She's now under pressure from BB Alderton as they bring it down to the stripe. Alderton's going to nick that top 3 finish with Ashman in 4. Lexi Waite on track, European number 3, leads this one through. Elwood, Veruti, Curtis, Moores, McCartney, Maloney and Cockerell all in there as well. But it is, of course, Ruby Moores chasing down Lexi Waite through the final straight. It is going to be Waite and Moores in that order. Race number 111 on track. That looks like Moto 1365. Got to be the 2 plate of Megan Roy leading this one out. Got the European number 3, Carly Hayes, in there in that 2 spot. Doing it for Ultimate Europe, looking for a way round Roy as the exit turn at number 3. Annalise Cabin Carpenters in there in 4. Looking like we have got LVG Race Team in there as well. Heading down the final straight. I think that was Peyton Collier picking up a top 4 spot across the line. 16-year-old boys on track. Marco Reynolds in this one for Smiley's Flight Club. Battling it out with the Aidan True out of SAS Race Team. That looks like the 502 in the mix in there in 3. Patrick Dyer chasing down the 2 race leaders. It's going to be from Blackpool taking that moto win. That was Jaden Green across the line with Peckham BMX's Malachi Price in 2. Ollie Kendall on track doing it for Jump Club S&M Source. He's going 1 and 2 with Hard Knocks Bike Coaching's Jaden Fawcett on the 16 plate, the 14 plate in there as well. That is Sam Hamling out of SAS. Here comes Josh Williams with a perfectly timed high-low in that final corner. He's going to work his way into a top 3 spot, putting Fawcett under pressure to the line. Williams going to nick that 2 spots. Race 114, JTL Simpson Davies going 1 and 2 with Zach Twitchen into that second corner. Team Mine then chasing down the Jump Club rider as they bring it through the 3rd straight, the 838 in there as well. Dane Raymond Waddle in and out of that final turn, looking like we've got the 404 of Donika O'Hagan in the mix as well inside the top 3. Right, we've got a vehicle with an issue in the VIP car park. It is a Volkswagen Tiguan. Registration plate GF72SBZ. That is GF72SBZ. If that is your vehicle, head back immediately, please, and you'll see the issue with your vehicle. Thank you very much. That was race 115 that Thomas Duran took the win of. As we take a look at James Clitheroe, leading out the next moto, race 116. Doing it for Hard Knocks with the 2X in there behind him. That is, of course, Finn Hoff at a pro start. Then two guys going to go 1 and 2 with Elliot Brook out of Rab Racing in 3. We're on Rab this weekend. Oh, they're over on the first show. I'm going to have to have a mooch over there later on and have a look how their team tent's looking as team manager watches on from their team tent as we look at Finn Phillips going 1 and 2 with Curtis Copeland into that final corner. It's going to be Copeland working its way up the inside. Phillips drops back to 2. They're going to finish in that order. MCR in this one as well. Zach Chapman and Reese Toole going through in 4 and 5. Race 118, 16-year-old girls. Molly Simpson, Lily Phillips, Alexa Iolola and Jamie Owens on a track. Sorted race gear in that 2 spot. That is Lily Phillips on the 6 plate riding out of CGR, chasing down your race leader. That is a 4.38 of Jamie Owens. Heading into that final corner. Owens leading it out, then Phillips into Blackpool in there in 3. That is Molly Simpson on the 11 plates, with Alexa Iolola in there rounding out the top 4. Race number 119 on track. Lacey Beard, Esme Brooke, Fumi Adarami, Rosie O'Brien and Annabelle Charlton. Heading into that final corner, it is O'Brien leading this one out. Brooke having the move put on her in that final corner from Fumi Adarami. She's worked her way into a top 3 spot. Brooke coming back at her to the line. That one's going to be tight for the 2 spot. I think Adarami hung on to it. 17 to 29-year-old women on track. Ellie Featherstone, she's here, Rich. Not in Dubai. She's leading out race 120 out of Ellie Featherstone's BMX coaching race team. In and out of that final corner, it is Remy Godfrey in there in 2. Lexi Carruthers in 3. Hannah Drew in 4. Olivia Firth in 5. That's how they're going to bring it as they cross the stripe.
Yeah, race 121. I was just turning the microphone back on, and you have to wait 5 minutes for it to warm up. Hannah Baker in there in 4. That looks like Lily Chiziwa leading it out. Imogen Gibson in there in 2. Our kids in there in 3. Caitlin Ellis. As we move on to 17 to 29, more riders in this one, including Emily Clinch. Evolved Bicycle Motocross in there in about 6 at the minute. As Emily Green leads it out. Emily's had something of a resurgence since she came back to BMX. She went missing for a little bit, then came back and she's flying. Really good to see it. Megan Duhigg in there in 3. Jamie Hyam going through as well. As we move on to 17-18 boys opening up. And it is Owen Putland out in front. Alexander Stokes in there in 4. Well done, Alex. Cracking lap, mate. 2.22. That belongs to Jack Rickson out of TNT. Gabriel Almeida was in there as well for Braintree. Race 124. Sam Smith, Ben Fitzsimmons, Lewis Longley. And who else we got in there? Harvey Milbank. Keanu Schaefer-Cohen. Tell you what, when's Birmingham's... You've dropped your microphone cover. Just wondering when Birmingham's Brew Lady's coming round. Tell you, all BMX clubs should have an Uber Eats app. That's what they should have. And then we can just press a button and order it. They'll be here in a bit, it's fine. Where are we up to? Jaden Seward? Possibly. Yep, in and out the final corner. George Gerard, Kendall Grieg, Charlie Big R in there as well in 4th. Alfie Holloway, Theodore Peterkin and Joshua Simpson-Jacobs. Ben Weiss in moto number 127. In there in that 3rd spot. Birmingham National Race Team. They were not in their usual spot this weekend. They're up here on the first turn. Hello, Birmingham NRT. Hope you're doing well. as we move on to Moto 128. Liam Doyle, I believe it's Tim Doyle's birthday this week, Manchester BMX Club. I don't know where he is. Is it Tim's birthday? Somebody said that it was. Oh, he's there, is he? Being shy. Happy birthday, Tim. You think we didn't find out, did you? Highly embarrassed now. That smile says it all. Happy birthday, sir. Fuming. Absolutely fuming. Right, as we move on, Moto 129, Elliot Brunez, Dove, Luckhurst, Tobin, Randall, Harris and Sharp. As they go in and out of the turn, looks like the 27 leading it out. That will be Brett Dove. Neil Brunez on the W7 in there somewhere. Are we on the right motor? Or has that changed? That's 130, is it? Right, okay. We'll just wait. Right, that's Ollie Cope. So that's 131. Lewis Giles, Ollie Cope, Aaron Holloway. Ollie's got a 21st birthday. He's out in front. It's not a bad birthday present, is it? A moto win. If he can get one, the 452. That belongs to Hayden Green from Absolute Bicycle Motocross. As we move on to Moto 132, Adam Brazil in there in that second spot. I will be recording a podcast with Adam sometime next week on BMX and biomechanics of all subjects. So keep your ears peeled for that. Callum Chard-Maple out in front. Joshua Izzard in there in 3. Former BMX commentator podcast guest Connor Hedges in there in 4. Connor Busbridge, Ty Armstrong and Kyle Hill. Riders in the pens for round 2, please. If you're in those first 20 motos, round 2, get yourselves in the pens. As we move on to Masters. Ryan Jones, Darren Thompson, Chris Granger. Who else we got in there? Darren Thompson and John Lillingston. Moto 134. David James, Dale Scott, Matthew Bourne, Billy Irwin, who took his first win at Manchester, his first win for a good while anyway. And out front, rocking the Zoolander race kit, that is Scott Beaumont of the 96 podcast. Very Zoolander that. He probably puts a headband on after the moto's over and throws some poses in there. As we move on to another moto. That's the one with Ross Sharp in and Neil Brunez. I'm not even going to go back to it because it'll be over by the time I get there. We race 135. Fawn Clements, Rebecca Gold, Annie Chiziwa and Anita Wong. Always good to see YouTube queen Anita Wong on track. Coach Chizzy in there in 3. Fawn Clements in 4. And Becca Gold, who took a national championship last night, out in front. On to the vets now. Danny Taylor, Matthew Eaton, Ian Milne, Martin Parr, Lewis Allison, Mark Steele, Matt Barnard and George Salmond. It's Barnard in 1, Taylor in 2, Eaton in 3. That's going to be George Salmond in 4. Was he not First Minister at some point, George Salmond? Is that the same person with the same name? First Minister of Scotland. About 3 First Ministers ago. Anyway, there we go. Random useless factoid. As Ben Martinez leads out moto number 137. Sebastian Fowle in there as well. Adam Boudet, Fraser Watson, Zoltan Boudet, Gray Millen, Big Nige Smith and Hayden Torora in there in 4. Big Nige in 5. Ben Martinez leading it out. Fraser Watson in there in 2. Grand Vets up now. Hold on to your hats, people. Jason Lewis is on track. Being chased down by Craig Nelly Nelson on that OS20. We love an OS20. Michael Baggs in there, Alan Kimber, Brett Archibald, Basil Hull, and John Perkins. So it's Archibald, Lewis, Nelson, bags. That is your 1, 2, 3 and 4 as we go to Moto 139.
More Grand Vets on track. That looks like Haley leading it out. He's got his teammate in this one, Neil of the Warlock Stewart. Very good to see Neil back on track and here at racing this weekend. But it is Haley leading this one out. Who's in there with him in that 2 spot? Got to be Augie on the 18 plate. Yes, it is heading into that final corner. The 8X of Julian Allen, turn barring his way in through that 3rd spot, heading down the final straight. But it's all about Hilly out front picking up that moto win. 3rd racker Grand Vets, race 140 on track. Fitzroy Bryce on his home track leading this one out. Mark Taylor in this one as well. Also riding out of Birmingham, I think that's him in there in 4. But it is the 12 plate in there in that 2 spot. Steve Fortune out of Divide Brands UK heading into that final corner. That looks like Dominic Elliott, yes it is, inside the top 3 as Fitzroy Bryce picks up that moto win. Junior Open up on the gates. Danny Jake Monfort, Ned Penny, Xander Mavawani Wright, Flynn Dronicourt, Miller Hughes and Gabe Simpson. Junior men hit the track, just 6 riders in this category this weekend, so every single race counts. It's going to be Xander Mavawani Wright leading it into the turn. Mavawani Wright leads it out, then who's that in there with him? Got to be Danny Jake Monfort, who's worked his way up the inside, but he's had to pull on the ripcord. Everyone else just about makes it through the pro set smoothly. So it is Wright and Penny, 1 and 2 at the moment. Miller Hughes in there in 3, Dronicourt and Simpson going through in 4 and 5, heading into that final turn. But Xander Mavawani Wright, he's going to pick up this moto win in junior men down the final straight. Penny, Hughes in that order. Here comes Dronicourt with a late charge, but he's going to have to settle for 4. Superclass men hit the track, race 142 headed to turn number 1. The 2 Russell brothers are in this one heading into the turn. It's going to be Cal Russell leading this one out for Ultimate Europe. Brad Russell, his brothers in there at about 4 at the minute, just about not quite making it through the pro set. So he's had to shuffle back to about 5 or 6. So it's Cal out front, Jos Marnham in there in 2. That's going to be Matt Hutt in there in 3. In and out of that final corner, Taylor Hunt's in 4. But it's all about Russell out front on his home track where it all started. He's going to take it down to the line. Marnham's going to nick the 1 spot across the stripe. Second racker Superclass men hits the track. Strickland's in this one on the outside. He's got Hunt on his left-hand shoulder into the turn. Fletcher's on the inside. Oh! Tanner hits the deck, swallows a couple of guys up with him. One of them was Jay Bovill. Let's hope that they're all right. It's Hunt out front, though, leading it through for Ice Bikes. Mark Fletcher in there in that 2 spot. No one else makes it through the pro set, so the front 2 guys are clear and safe. Put your hands together for Harry Tanner and Jay Bovill, ladies and gents. Out of the final corner, George Hunt's going to pick up the moto win. Mark Fletcher in 2, Cal Strickland 3, Harrison Bell 4, Charlie Roy in 5. Put your hands together once again, ladies and gents, for Jay and Harry. I'm sure they'll be back for more later on today.
Are you ready?
Penultimate moto of the first rack up on the gate. Championship women lined up ready to go. Moto 144 hits the track, 646 on the plate, heading for turn number 1. Freya the Slayer Chalice going to lead this one out for Absolute Bicycle Motocross. She's in and out of that first corner, being chased down by the Stay Strong Clark and Kent girls. That is going to be Betsy Bax and Elsa Rendell Todd. They're having a good old scrap for that 2 spot, but they are teammates in and out of the corner. Ava Brown's in there inside the top 4, and that looks like Akira Cook in 5. Maggie Barn in 6, but it's all about the Slayer out front. She's going to pick up this moto win. First of the weekend for her, down the final straight and to the line. Who's going to get 2 on the stripe? I think Elsa might have just nicked it. Last moto of the first set hits the track. Cody Harmer on the inside, but it's Sienna Harvey picking up the whole shot into the turn. Harvey leads it out. Moto 1365's in there as well. That's Taya Gaynor being chased on down by Lucy Simpson, headed for turn number 2. Here comes Cody Harmer into that second corner. Lucy Hutt's in the mix as well, doing it for Concept Mamo. But it's all about the crucial gang out front. Sienna Harvey leading this one out, taking it to him in and out of that final corner. She's going to wrap up this moto win. Simpson chasing Gaynor down the final straight. It's going to be Gaynor hanging on to the 2 spot. Simpson in 3, Harmer 4, and Hutt in 5. That is your first rack of motos done and dusted, ladies and gents. A YouTube channel, the BMX Race Hub. They've got all sorts of content on there. Track guides, live streaming, highlights from each national weekend. Lots and lots of interviews. The Inside Line with me and Rich. Plus interviews post-racing with some of the winners of the weekend. So make sure you get your family, your friends, whoever's back home that wants to watch your racing, get them over on the BMX Race Hub. And of course, we've got our traders over in Trader Village. Green Machine, Crucial, Pure Bikes, B73, DC Cycles are over there as well. Sorted, also over there. Then of course, we've got all of your food and drink needs. There is a bar as well. There's also gloom, Rich. Hopefully the football won't be doom and gloom. It very possibly might be. We are back racing then, ladies and gents. 9 to 12-year-old cruisers on a track. Frankie Griffin out of the inside, doing it for Fluent, your European number 3. He's going to pick up the whole shot into the turn, making that 2 from 2 for him so far today. Who's in there with him? Looking like we have got Harry Swales doing it for Fast Signatures. MK Evolution in there as well. That is Jamie Tablanche on the 148 plate. Bo Morris in the mix as well. Sorry, that's Bram Heaver out of team here, and hand over Ocean King in there inside the top 5, but it's all about Griffin and Swales out front. Them 2 guys are running away with this moto. They're going to finish in that order, with Tablanche rounding out them podium spots. Oliver Arnold on track, race 147, 9 to 12-year-old cruisers. This age group's getting busier and busier by the year. Xavier Fox Cooper throws it under in turn number 2. Was very impressed with his jumping skills the other day. Saw it on Facebook. His mum posted it. Very happy to get that first, the jump into the first turn at Bruntwood. So he's going to pick up that 2 spot to Oliver Arnold as they take it across the line with Hunter Mallion in at 3. Charlie Lebras, Bo Morris, Taylor Hoare, Sam Dolan, Benedict Marco, Lucas Stoneman and Charlie Cotton. Cotton leads it out. Marco in there in that 2 spot, chasing him down. BRE Racing in there as well. That is a Lucas Stoneman on the 808 plate. Sam Dolan rounding out the top 4 for the Brunty Massive. But it is all about Cotton out front. Knowlesley BMX. He's going to pick up this moto win with Benedict Marco in there behind him. Sorted Race Gear lead out the next moto. That is, of course, Jack Devine, European number 4 on his 20-inch. but he's leading out this cruiser moto at the moment in the 9 to 12-year-old cruisers. Looks like Gosport have got 2 national race team riders in there as well. That is Max Livingston and Jet Thompson. Them guys are going 2 and 4, split up by the mixed picture race team. That is Max Chappell on the 096, looking like he might even pick up a 2-spot on the line. That one was tight. I don't think he quite managed it as the NRT rider hung on to it. We are looking at MCR on track, Eric McSwitty. Look at Robin Matt and Alonso, though, trying to find a way round. Repping that lovely Chile jersey. He's going to pick up that motor win by the looks of it. Worked his way from 2 to 1. McSwitty in there for 2. And that is, of course, going to be Cooper Westwood in 4. James Cottrell on track. National champ from last year. He's picking up this moto win so far. Logan Young in there behind him. The 314 in there in 3. That is Addison Milburn out of Decoy BMX Club. The 000, Aidan Giles out of Ipswich, going to round out the top 4 spots as race 152 heads down that second straight. Newton Hindley, Cooper McCrum are 1 and 2 at the moment. The Titans well represented in this one as well, going 3 and 5 at the moment. Although that looked like Alfie Andrews working his way up the inside to pick up that 5 spots. Having a good old scrap in that final turn with Daniel Borrachini, who comes unclipped. So Andrews out of Urban Air, he's going to take that 5 spot as Cooper McCrum makes his way through for that moto win. Jack Walford on track in there in 3. Under pressure from Alfie Sim, who looks up the inside, didn't quite go for it. So he's going to drop back to that 4 spot. It's Warm BMX race team in there in that 2 spot under pressure from Walford in that final corner. Didn't dive under, but your race leader out front gotta be Tate Kitson. Going to pick up this moto win. Jake Georgeson in there for 2 with Jack Walford and Alfie Sim going 3 and 4. 15, 16-year-old cruisers, that's Joe Pentonvogt in there in that 2 spot. Looks like we've got the DC Cycles rider, Colby Hall, squirming all over his back wheel, looking up the inside, makes it stick. Lovely tactic in that final turn. He's worked his way into that 2 spot, but now he's under pressure from Vincent Coburn as they bring it down to the stripe. Coburn's going to shove his front wheel through for a 2 spot in behind JTL Simpson Davies. Sean Brown leading out the next moto in race 155. Jack LeBras in there as well in that 3 spot, chasing down BMXHype.com. That is Louis Kai Mapp in there in that 2 spot, chasing down Brown. So it is Brown and Mapp in that order down the final straight. LeBras in there in 3 for the Bradford Bandits. Looking like we are going to have Smiley's Flight Club around out the top 4 with Louis Pinder. Race 156, Rodri Jones in this one, in there in about 4 at the minute. Bradley Davison in 2, but your race leader is Thomas Duran out of CGR. Davison in there in that 2nd spot, then looking for a way to track down Duran into the final corner. The 35 plate in the mix as well. That's Aidan True out of SAS Race Team. He's going to round out the top 3 spots as Duran picks up another moto win. Thomas Miller on track, Moto 1365 race team. He's got Zachary Tia repping that Crew 19 jersey in there in that 2 spots. That looks like the template of Zach Chapman in there in 3. Jake Hart in 4 with Oakley Hooper picking up the top 5 spot in and out of that final turn. Ben Mosley in there in 6. As Miller under pressure from Tia as they bring it down to the line. 39-year-old cruisers. Martin Smiley Brown. Saw his Facebook update the other day. He's currently sitting 2nd in the national standings on his cruiser. Says he can't better it, but he's under pressure this weekend. But Daniel Popel going to pick up that moto win with the Livingston and Hudson in 2 and 3. The original Tom Palmer out on track. Palm Dog leading out race 159. Chris Hayes, Agris Alazans in this one as well. Nathan Abbott, Ryan Jones and Stuart Laurie. It is looking like Abbott in that 2 spot chasing down the Palm Dog to the line. Not quite going to get close enough as Agris Alazans picks up the 3. 40 to 44-year-old cruisers now out on track. The 917 leads this one out. Dylan Dixon out of MK going 1 and 2 with Gosport NRT. That is Ian Smith on the 932 plate being chased down. Heading into the final turn, the 11 of Matt Swales in that 2 spot then. So it is going to be Dixon, Swales, Smith, 1, 2, 3. That's how they're going to bring it down to the stripe. Race 161 on track. Kingsley Mears picked up a bucket load of national wins so far this year for Pro Star BMX. The king of rimmers into that final turn. Last year's national champion looking good. Matthew Eaton in there in 2. Who's going to pick up the 3 spot out of the final corner? That is going to be Barnsbury's Richard Stevenson as they head across the stripe with Andy McCoy, the Head Angle YouTube channel, in there in 4. Race 162. 45, 49-year-old cruisers heading in and out of that second turn. Looking like Kev Merrin leading it out. We've got Evolved Bicycle Motocross in that 2 spot on the template. Got to be Dave Stokes in and out of that final corner. Big Nigel Smith in there in 3. Who's picking up 4? That is got to be the Brunty Massives, David Kane, with the 336 of Scott Jackson in there in 5. Norbert Marco on track, scrapping it out with Fraser Watson. Crashed out of his last moto, I think, on his cruiser. European number 7 chasing down Marco out of that final turn. Them 2 guys had a good old battle a couple of weeks ago in Manchester. Was scrapping it all out all weekend into that first corner, but it's going to be Marco picking up that moto win.
Right, moving on, moto number 164. Damien Mead, Simon Toogood in this one. Matt Barnard in there, the Stay Strong boys going 1 and 2. Barnard and Mead. Graham Stark in there in 3. Blimey, I've started on them cakes in a jar. It's like the sugar rush is like, woo! As we carry on, where are we up to? Jason Lewis, 50 to 54 cruiser. Darren O'Brien in there in 2. Pete Butler in 3. Christos Chalkos going through in about 5, just trying to pick out the rider in 4. That's the 7 of Kev Sykes. The 17 is Stephen Notman, just taking a position. And we've got James McFarlane, or Jamie McFarlane, in there as well. Race 166, Gary Carver. Hopefully he's going to stay upright this time. Duncan Coburn, Dominic Elliott, Stephen Hassel leading it through. Martin Oggy Ogden, Brett Archibald and Tim Drew. Oggy in there in 3. He says he's old and retired. He really isn't. He still loves it. And yeah, as we move on to race number 167, John Bentley on the new Supercross. Mark Cotty Cottrell, Ian Robbins, Rich Ellis, Julian Allen. Still haven't seen a turn bar yet. Tim Porter. Is it coming this time? Oh, God, rubbish! Julian Allen, he's not listening to a word I'm saying, is he? There we go, we got one in the end. Bentley, Allen, going 1 and 2. As we move on to ladies cruiser, 13 to 16, our young ladies, Erin J. Jackson, Missy Large, Isla Young, Carmel Allison and Isla Radcliffe. Isla out in front. Missy in there in 2. I'll be Carmel in 3, Isla in 4, Erin in 5. Race 169, Alexis McCartney, Cody Harmer, Annalise Cadman Carpenter, BB Alderton and Anya Mattern Alonso. Cody in 1, Alexis and Annalise are battling for that 2 spot. Anya's there in about 5 at the minute. And that is DC Cycles BB Alderson in there in 4. Race 170, Sammy Prince, Daisy Brooke, Kira Lee. Good to see Kira back on track. Oh, Brew Lady's here. Hang on a minute. Yeah, that's lovely. Thanks. Sorry, we're just organising a cup of tea. Spitting feathers up here, that's all I'm saying. But Gemma Wood's been and saved the day. Thank you, Gemma. Olivia Firth battling away with... that's Jeske Hempstock in there in that second spot. That looks like Amy Willets in 3. Abby Pike in 4. As we move on to our more advanced cruiser ladies, but still looking absolutely awesome out there on the bikes. Look at this. SJN battling away with Becca into the corner, elbow to elbow. This is what we like to see. Nikki Sitch in there in 3. I think that's Josephine Burston, I think, in there in 4. Annie Chiziwa in 5. Kirsty Freer always smiling in 6. As the rain starts to tumble here in Birmingham. I did ask for Manchester weather. That didn't work out, did it? As we move on. And Kim Batsford into the turn with Sav Carver. That's Teresa Chalice in there in 3. Juan Clements going through as well, I think. Well, yes, you have got a drink, Lewis. It's down there. Right, I'll put my brew down for a minute. No, it's fine, I'm good. I'm just, I'd be drinking one hand and the microphone in the other. Oops. Bit of rolling around on the floor going on that first straight. There's the James Bond of the cruiser class. That's Chris Madron, if you didn't know. Being followed by the McRock, Raymond Reed. Just want to give a little shout as well to Leo Rowlands, who took a tumble yesterday and has unfortunately broken his collarbone. Doing bits and ended up on the deck. So Leo, get well soon, mate. Hope you're all right. Yeah, is this the depressing indie playlist then, Casey? Is this what we've got down to now? Shall I grow a fringe and start wearing eyeliner and just mope about all the time? The fringe is not happening, that's all I'm saying. The eyeliner might, but the fringe isn't. Right, hang on. Oh, there's Steve Keach. Hello, Steve. In the mix. With a box of tricks, as my mate Warlock says. We cannot even say the words in the mix without with a box of tricks after it. Alex Brooks leading out the next moto. We're not even looking at the sheets at the minute. That's Mr. Large in there in 3. And as we move on. Sorry, we're just sorting stuff. Oh. Lewis has got flat batteries. There's brews flying around. It is.
Where are we? Where are we up to?
I don't know. Where are we? I'm asking myself the same question.
Right, I'll jump in. I'll wing it. 1729 cruisers they are.
Yeah.
There we are. Got them. That was Daniel Wilson and Jake Green. No, that looks like Charlie Roy. Yes, it is. Race 179. Out on track, Josh Cates in there in that 2-spot, chasing down at Roy as they bring it back through that 3rd straight. Rocky O'Brien in there in 3, Matt McHugh in there in 4, in and out of that final corner they go. It's all about Roy out front, last year's British champ. He's going to pick up the win across the line. Luca Manzi leads out race 180 into the turn for the 29-year-old cruisers. Arne Esselmont in there behind him. I missed his Friday practice last night, but I always... There's always some sort of video somewhere on social media of Arne doing something. Don't laugh, you're racing Arne. In and out of the final turn, Manzi, Esselmont, Luke Davies-Hayes going to round out the top 3 spots as they bring it down that final straight. Arne's going to push his way through for a moto win. Race 181 on track. Kyle Hill leads this one out. Who's in there with him looking like Theo Pope's picking up the 2-spot heading into turn number 2. Zach Green's in there in about 5 at the minute. Got a bit of work to do. Otherwise, he'll be joining me later on. Up here, Zach. He's working his way around the outside of Kean Brown in that final turn. Brown not letting him through. Battle down this final straight. Max Henderson in there in 3, chasing Pope down. Green's going to work his way into a top 4 spots. Moving on to the Pocket Rockets. Six and unders on track. That looks like Shelby Yates, Birmingham NRT. In there in that 2-spot at the minute, chasing down the race leader. Gotta be... Benji Ross Foster, I think it is, Adam Knowlesley BMX Club, bringing it on round into that 2nd corner. Look at the moves being made, though. Looked like that could have been the 393. Yes, it was. Sorry, the 393X of John Joe Blundell out of Runnymede Rockets. He's in there in the 1 spot now. Benji Ross Foster in 2, Shelby Yates in 3. Seth Goostree going to go through in 4. That looked like Charlie Thorne in at 5 with Ionis Chorkos in 6. Race 183, Lewin Jamira's on track in this one in about 3 at the minute, but check out the guy out front. Oliver Bridle out of Exeter Eagles, a 3-1-2 on the plate. This guy is a mean machine in and out of that final corner. He's going to pick up another moto win to add to his tally so far this year. Henry Dodd out of the mid-lengths in there in 2. Lewin Jamira rounding out the top 3 spots. Who's going to get the 4? Looking like that could be Isaac Tomlinson, with Jax Bradley in there in 5. 7-year-old boys now on track. Logan Acito leads this one through for the Moto 1365 race team crew. Heading into that final corner, that looks like the 4-1-2 plate in there as well. Rudy Pleasance Ford doing it for Hot Shot Racing. Who's the Lewisfield brother in there in 3? That is Atlas picking up a top 3 spot for Team Air and Andover down the final straight. Exeter going to round out the top 4 spots with Charlie Crossley on the 3-3-4. Race 185 on track. That looks like it could be Frankie Jones in the middle of the pack in about 3 at the minute. A couple of riders in there behind him. One of them is the 700 of Albie Blight. Look at that for a fast third straight, working his way on the inside. Jones not quite wanting to let him through. Looks for a high-low in the corner. Who's out front? Looking like we've got Brooke in there at the front of the pack. Oscar rather fast in there in that 2 spot. Who's going to get the 3? Looking like Blight and Jones were tight on the line. Finley Thomas on track for GT Factory in race number 186. He's chasing down your race leader. That is looking like Arlo Payne out of Preston Pirates, bringing it on round. Rapid Roman Birdfield's in there as well, inside the top 3, but it's all about the 656 of Payne out front, the 284 in there in 4. That is looking like Finley Kerr out of Runnymede, the 550 in there as well out of Blackpool. That's Oscar Granger with the rider in there in 6. Got to be Connor Rowe as chaos ensues in turn number 1 in the 7-year-old girls. One rider hits the deck. I think that was Maggie Devine. Let's hope that she's okay as we look at Orla Jewis leading this one out for the Fast Signatures crew, bringing it back through that 3rd straight. Who's in that 2 spot? Got to be the Brunty Massive. Verity K on the 984 under pressure from the 104 in that final corner. That was Izzy Moore out of Nuneaton. Heading down that final straight, the front 3 are looking safe and clear. Matilda Hewitt repping that Irish jersey in there inside the top 4. Tia Worthington in there in 5. The rider in 6, I think that was Luciana Baron. As Maggie Devine makes her way up to her feet. Put your hands together for Maggie, ladies and gents. Hang on, I'm on the wrong page here. More 7-year-old girls on track. Hattie McGoldrick must be in this one as an Evolved Bicycle Motocross's team manager, I'm going to label him. Shouts on from the commentary tower. Preston Pirates, it is leading this one out. Looking like that could be Abigail Henning, I think it is. On the 279 under pressure, though, from the British champion round the outside. Mabel Pine makes it happen. Pine leads it out then from Henning into Hattie's in there in 3, the 938 in there in 4. That is Flink Brentnall out of the Nuneaton Massive heading down the final straight. That's going to be your front 4 with the British champ making a staple on that one. That was Mabel Pine. 8-year-old boys now on track. Race 189, the 461 of Christian Garbachik leads this one out. The 329 in there behind him, doing it for the Green Machine Massive. That is Callum Wood in and out of that final turn. Preston in the mix as well. That is Lewis Rothwell on the 667. Check out the pressure behind him though. That looks like one of the Tawalde brothers picking up a top 4, top 5 spot on the line as Joel Pritchard pushes his front wheel through for a top 4 finish. It looks like we've lost one rider on the 2nd straight. That was Joseph O'Brien, I think. Let's hope that he's all right as Antec Perebny, Birmingham National Race Team, leads out race 190 out of that final corner. The Brunty Massive are under pressure down the final straight. That looked like Seth Robinson, who's just been shuffled back to 4 as one rider went round him. I think that may have been Charlie Blakeburn, I think. Race 191 on track. Elliot Hatch on the inside into turn number 1. Did I know this one? Even I know this one. Anyway, MK Evolution are out front. Surely you know this one, Rich. This might be a bit too hip-hop for you. Right, MK Evolution, Jake Avis. Jake Avis, Leo Bridge, 1 and 2. Oh dear. Right, where are we up to? That looks like Henry Sullivan on track. Yes, it is. Henry Sullivan, race at 192. Richie's turning his mic on, that's never a good sign. Henry Sullivan leading this one out, down the final straight. Didn't catch the rider in there in 2. That looks like Alistair North in there in about 4. Ethan the Great White just moving his way through from 3 to 2. 8-year-old girls on track. Race 193, 2-2 Winnison in this one. Riding out of Team Bunnies, repping her dad's 80s motocross pants into that second corner. They do still fit Kirk though, wherever he is. He'll be on this last turn somewhere, I would have thought. But she's in there, chasing down the riders in front of her. Ella Grant, Maisie Dyson, Megan Keller, Lauren Snell, Madison Stupple, Phoebe Miller and Layla Dixon all out on track. It is, of course, Phoebe Miller picking up that moto win with the mixed pits rider in there in 2. That was Lauren Snell on the 296 plates.
Now he's finished criticising my musical tastes. Well, yeah, because yours are rubbish, that's why. Yes, it's very drum and bass, isn't it? It's not proper hip-hop. Get the Beastie Boys on later on. And Run DMC and Public Enemy, and we'll be all good. Right, looks like we're on with the 9-year-old boys. Heading down the hill. As they head towards the first turn. That is Rex Ford out in front. I think we've got Hendrix Hines in this one. He's there in 2. On that 386, Aston John Lee. Out of Cumbernauld in there in that 3rd spot with Mixed Picks BMX Racing in 4. So that's going to be Jake James, Manchester in 5, Jacob Russell, LVG on the 308, Jack Griggs, and then the Jump Club rider is Zachary Jones. One rider gets it wrong in Moto 196 as Ethan Shaw on his home track out in front. Where else would you expect him to be? Got Arthur Donaldson in there as well. Jackson Chapman Davis, that's the 008 in that 2nd position. That will be Arthur Donaldson. Oscar Ryder Bays is in there, Lucas Fowle, Dylan Joyce, William Arnold and George Spencer. Moto 197, Alistair Kane, Oakley, Lewisfield, Jack Haynes doing it for the LCC Massive. Charlie Dowsing, George Kellen, Benjamin Tanzer, Dougie Johnson and Rocco Westwood. Rocco in there in 3. Chasing down Jack Haynes and the man from Crucial. That is Charlie Dowsing out in front. The Manchester rider is Dougie Johnson. Moto 198, Ollie Bird. Doing it for CGR. Rory Smythe, Chester Grocock, Seth Kacharik out there in front. In the orange and black Derby jersey. They just need to get that jersey again in a bigger size when he grows out of it. Oh, look at the elbows flying as they came out of the final turn. Literally 2 riders locked together, including the rider out of Northeast BMX. That was Thomas Giles. And they were literally elbow to elbow for an age. As the 9-year-old girls come past. Florence Kay, Holly Bishop. Holly Bishop out in front. That's Miss Dyson. In there in 2. River Henderson in there for the Peckham Massive. She's there in about 5th. Holly Webb and Roxy Rowlands as well. Race 200, Rosie Geddes in this one. Doing it for Cumbernauld. Millie Wheeler, Maja Olivia Kolodich. Molly Tomlinson, Betty Wills, Cara Cross and Eliza Powell. Eliza in there in 3, that's Betty leading it out. The A04, that is Maja Olivia Kolodich in there in that second position. As Moto 201 heads down the second straight. Isaac Moore in this one for Exeter. Stanley Duffy out of Royston. Kylan Gordon out of North East BMX. Lucas Berger, Josh Venter. Sebastian Hewitt out in front. Isaac Moore and Ernie Cotton at De Cesaris. Race 202. Oh, one rider dropping it in the corner. That was Jacob Anderson. The wheels got away from him. That leaves Connor Hemphill leading it through. Lucas Tewalde in there in 2. That's going to be Freddie Ray Orland in 3 with Rusty Nut Racing. Going through in 4, that's Leo Bradley. Race 203, Bo Morris, Seth Ritchie, Freddie Walsh, Joey Tompkins. Isaac Jones, Tom Henning, Finn Monroe leading it through. Luke Motes in there as well. The 18, that is Bo Morris from Team Air. Battling away with the Smiley's Flight Club rider. Got a feeling that was Isaac Jones. Race 204, Alo Steinmetz in this one. He's in there in 4th spot. Josh Coates, Harvey Simpson, Preston Newmarsh Powell is the man out in front. Trying to give his dad a race win as a birthday present. Rex Beasley in 2. The 24 going through in 5. That's going to be Neil Grandens. Harvey Simpson doing it for TNT. And Josiah Burge for Green Machine Tribe. Right, Ronnie Wood on his home track. The Land Shark out in front. Ollie Thorne, Arthur Claydon, Alfie Jones in there too. Oscar Hall doing it for Manchester. Wilson Eaton, Sam Snell and Oliver Riches. So it's Wood, Claydon, Riches. That's your 1, 2 and 3. The 28, that is Wilson Eaton out of Derby. He's rounding out the top 4. Race 206.
10-year-old boys on track. The W8 leads this one out. Benny Jackson going 1 and 2 with the 6 of Murray Watson heading into that final corner. That looks like Teddy Jones inside the top 3 as well. Running out of LCC race team under pressure from Edward Cordery out of that final corner, but it's going to be Jones hanging on to that top 3 finish with Cordery in 4. 10-year-old girls race number 207. Bonnie Dudley in this one. Maisie Surtees, Holly Richardson, Grace Hudak. Out front at the moment, Jamie Puddock, Mia Kiss, Aria Rosalie and Ada Walding. Looking like the 6 plate of Mia Kiss in there in 3. Chasing down the 8 plate in 2. That is Holly Richardson out of CGR. But it is out front with Grace Hudak, your European number 7, going to pick up that moto win at tight on the line for that top 3 finish. Who's going to get the 3 spot? I think it might have been Aria Rosalie nicking it on the stripe from Mia Kiss. As race 208 hits the 3rd straight. The 14 plate lead in this one out. That is Trixie Trees out of Fluent Bicycle Motocross going to 1 and 2 with Maisie Egan out of Allen's Factory Supercross heading down the final straight. The front 2 little ladies looking safe and clear from the rest of the pack. Who's going to get 3? That's going to be Sophie Bailey with Izzy Dolan in a 4. Race 209, the 11-year-old boys are led away by none other than Joe Rook out of Stay Strong, Clark and Kent. Who's that in there with him looking like Team Mines? Louis Sheffy inside the top 3 under pressure from the 13 plate heading into the final turn. That looked like the 580, I think, in there as well. Inside the 2 spot, that was the 881, of Finley Murphy out of Nonita BMX Club. He's going to chase down Rook all the way to the stripe, but it's going to be Rook picking up that moto win. Archie Bell, Fluent Bicycle Motocross going 1 and 2 with Mavo UK heading into turn number 2. That is Zach Everly picking up that 2nd spot as they go in and out of the corner. Looking like we've got Birmingham in there as well. That is Huey Hall on the 16 plate being chased down by the 20 into that final corner. That is Lucas Belton, added decoy BMX Club with the 294 of Noah Ford in there in 5. Here comes Everly with a late charge on Bell to the stripe. I think Bell might have just hung on to the moto win. Scott, Taylor, Laurie, Cotton, Merrin, Phillips, Knight and Jones all make up the 8 riders heading into turn number 1 in race 211. Who's leading it out of the first corner though with his fast signatures out front as it stands. Right, must have skipped a moto. Let's have a quick look. Oh, nearly lost my old sheets then. That would have been disastrous. Right, okay. They held the moto back for 1. Yeah, that's 211, isn't it? I thought that. Right, so we've got Oliver Taylor, Lucas Laurie, 1 and 2. MK Evolution looking good out front. Not quite sure what happened there. Apologies for that. As Oliver Merrin enters that final turn in that 3 spot, being chased down by Charlie Cotton. Doing it for Knowsley BMX Club, looking for a way through on Merrin down the final straight. Not quite going to make it happen. He's going to take that 4. Looking like a Tajamira chasing down Archie Croker White into turn number 2. Who's that in there in 3? Looking like the Brixton Massive. Got to be Max Bojang. And that is the 1 plate in 4. Jack Devine aboard his 20-inch. He's going to pick up a top 4 finish as Jamira pushes Croker White to the line. Oh, it nearly all went wrong for a tie. Just about managed to stay upright. He's going to go through in that 2 spot as we look at race 114. Not quite sure what's going on at the minute. 214 on a track. That is, of course, Isaac Smith. Isaac the Sender Smith leading this one out. Who's in there with him? Looking at the 4 plate as they come on round. That is Marcus Mullen. Right, that must be race 214. Yes, it is. Not sure what's been going off. Right, we are looking at Adrian Gailetis out front with Richards pushing him out of that final turn. Looking like Gailetis is going to hang on to the moto win. Richards in there in 2. Who's going to get that 3 spot on the line? I think that might have been Harley Bowler pushing it to the stripe. As we take a look at James Bibby, your European number 4, leading out race number 215 for Pro Star BMX. The 2 plate of Leighton Harding in there behind him. Look at the move from Ronnie Payne. He looked up the inside for the high-low. Didn't make it happen, so he's going to have to settle for a top 3 finish down the final straight. As Bibby picks up the moto win. 11-year-old girls, that's got to be Lauren Keller leading this one out for GT Factory. That looks like her team mind in there as well. Millie Ross on the 5 plate picking up the 2 spot as they go in and out of that second corner. Paige Cathcart Gunnison in there inside the top 3 with fast signatures rounding out the top 4. That is Lottie Mosley in that final turn though. Keller under pressure as they exit the turn. Looking like it is going to be Keller hanging on to it for the time being. Millie Ross pushing it to the stripe, but Keller's going to hang on. Sorted race gear on track. Elizabeth Lola Paul leads it into turn number 2. Who's in there with her? Grace Gerard picking up that 3 spot. Looking like Absolute picking up the 2. That's Elsie Blight heading towards the final turn. Paul, Blight, Gerard, 1, 2, 3. Who's in there in 4? Looking like it's got to be Kirby on the 8 plate, but it's all about sorted race gear out front. Elizabeth Lola Paul going to pick up that moto win.
Right, muscle 218, Stevenson, Corning, Webb, Pritchard, Bird and McCarran all in this one. Heading into that second turn, Laney Corning, where is she? In there in 4th at the moment, looks like Crank BMX coaching. Seren Pritchard leading it into the corner, tracked by the 18 of Lucy Stevenson and the 831 of Mara McCarran. Hollywood Olivia Webb in there in 5. And Team Minds Caitlin Bird in 6, 219 Ishimoto, Andrews, Harris, Gould, Hume, Headley, Hyder, Iris Hyder out there in 1. Freya Harris going through in 2. That looks like Cumbernaulds, Holly Hume in there in 3. And that'll be the rider out of Peckham in 4, Ocean Headley as they go in and out of that final turn. They are all chasing Iris Hyder to the line. 420 Max Vass Runnymede leading it through. Being chased down by the rider from Nottingham. That's going to be Max McNulty. McNulty makes his move, dives underneath. 55 in there in 3. Stanley Farmer being chased down by Oliver Arnold out of Smiley's Flight Club. And Max Cooper out of Braintree rounding out the top 5. Race 221, Ben's Tibor Kiss. My mate Jude the Dude, where is he? He's in there in 5 at the moment. Riley Butts, James Joseph, Roy Pipe, Charlie Wilcox, Joshua Ballard and Charlie Craig. Charlie Bob in there in 2. Being tracked down by Bents in 3. Looks like Team Mine taking it to the line with Charlie Wilcox, race 222. Holloway, Stone, Honeywell, Rogers, Williams, Markley, Douglas and Tazilo. And out front it is Ethan Rogers. Doing it for Maybo. In there in 1. TNT working the way in. Mark Tazilo. That'll be Zane Williams out of Peckham. Going through in that 4th spot. Shopping for a position in that final turn. Couldn't make it happen. With Bodie Markley in 5. Race 223, Adam Arnold, Hayden Cartwright, Harry Donald, Toby Duff, Louis Kacharik, Ethan Crooks-Martin, Kamiri Brooks, Fifield and Joshua Lewis. Joshua out of Preston. They're all chasing down Harry Donald though and Ethan Crooks-Martin to the final turn. Louis Kacharik in there in 3. Just having the move put on him by the 173. And it was the other Derby rider actually, Kamiri Brooks Fifield. Race 224. Ethan Howley, Evan Davey, Harley Steele, Gilmore Green, Andreas Lubia. Tom Palmer going through in 2. Lawrence Bojang, Josh Jepson. Inside the top 4. Pressure coming from Steele though down the final straight. Is he going to take it away from him? Literally stealing it at the line. Bish Bash Bosh. Race 225, James Miller, Hunter Mallion. The birthday boy George Jackson in this one from MK Evolution. Happy birthday, George. Henry Potts, Jordan Ajibade, Colby Williams and Ralph Sowerby. Colby in there in 3. The 23, that will be Sowerby in there in 4. It's Hunter Mallion actually. Sorry, Hunter. As we move on to the 12-year-old girls, Nora Syrat, Team Mind. Allegra True and Ishka Jones, Dakota Tucker. In there in that 3rd spot. Isabella Gerard, it's Bella's birthday as well. Happy birthday, Bella. So as they go in and out of that corner. Esme Ward and Georgia Surtees. Race 227, Molly Fumey Carroll, Martha Cotton, Emma Kiss and Mara Fife. Naya O'Connell, Bella must have had a tumble. Let's hope she's all right. Martha Cotton in there in 3, Naya O'Connell in 4. Kiss leading it out with Brooke Fast Forsey in there in 2. And we've got Isabella Rutherford in the mix as well. Ruby Warren, Millie Granger, Clara Salmon, Poppy Bishop, Emily Eaton. And Alika Robinson. As Ruby Warren takes it to the line. As we move on to 13-year-old boys, Nate Hamilton and Adam Stevenson going 1 and 2 into the turn. Yeah, go on, you do this one.
We are looking at Hamilton leading it out. Stevenson in there in that 2 spot, heading into that 2nd corner. Smiley's Fly Club out front though, looking good. Hard Knocks Bike Coaching in there as well. That's going to be wall work with the 49 plate of Caden Thompson in there inside the top 3, but it's all about Nate Hamilton down that final straight. Race 230 hits the track. Todd Smith Notman's on the outside, Lawrence is on the inside. Lawrence leads it out of turn number 1. Notman, Henley, Osborne, Eames in that order as he head towards turn number 2. That looks like it could be Millington in there in about 5 or 6 at the moment. In and out they go. It's all about DC Cycles and Lawrence out front. Todd Smith Notman looking for a way round last turn action. Weller looked up the inside of Eames, didn't dive on. Oh, Hindley and Osborne get tangled up, looking like they're going to hit the deck. Eames is going to hang on to that top 3 spot. Weller for 4. Lawrence and Notman out front. Put your hands together for Newton Hindley and Heath Osborne, ladies and gents. Absolute chaos in the 13-year-olds as Toby Lynch leads out his moto out of that final corner. Brody Geddes in there in 3. Ronnie Richards in 2. And that is Freddie Parkinson inside the top 4. Dexter Beer up going to take 5. Race 232 hitting the track. Daniel Colazage in this one, chasing down Robin Matt and Alonso into that turn. Who's going to lead it out? It is going to be Alonso. Colazage in that order. Edward Miller in there in 3. He's having a good old scrap with Billy Harrison into turn number 2. Billy's grown about 3 feet since I last saw him, and he's throwing in high-low moves in that second corner. Didn't quite make his stick though. Miller just about hanging on to it, heading into that final corner. But it's all about Robin Matt and Alonso out front. He's going to take this moto win, repping Chile down that final straight with Colazage in that second spot. Race 233, 13-year-olds on track. Barnes, Duffy, Senaveratine, Slatter, Buttery, Rayford and Lawrence. It is all about Kobe Rayford, your European number 2, out on track. Noah Buttery, LVG National Race Team in there behind him, who's picking up 3 and 4 in and out of that final turn. That's going to be Max Lawrence and the 705 of Harrison Barnes, Adam Nuneaton. He's going to round out them top 4 spots. Ned Guppy and Isaac Shaw go 1 and 2 into turn number 2. Thomas Westmore's in the mix, in there at about 4 at the moment, being chased down, and he's doing a bit of chasing himself, looking for a way round the 69 plate, heading towards this final corner. That is going to be Zach Childs hanging on to that 3 spot at the moment. Has Westmore got enough in the tank for Childs as they bring it down to the line? I don't think he's going to get close enough. Guppy's going to take that moto win. Harry Bailey on track in this one. No, he's not. Not sure what happened to Harry. Let's hope that he's all right as Tyres leads it out. Richardson in there behind him. Down that final straight, looking like Logan Young is going to round out the top 3 spots. Motors are being rejigged slightly. 13-year-old girls, the 2 plate. That is Katie Millar leading this one out. Jalana Patel, Lexi Kearns, 2 and 3. Anastasia Muhar in there in 5. Chasing down the crucial racing rider. That is Libby Copping. Rin Giannolino leads out race 238. Doing it for Team Bunnies. That looks like Urban Air's Maddie the Baddie in there in 3. Chasing down the 4 plate in between them both. That is Sidoni Cleve out of Braintree. Giannolino, Cleve, Dixon, 1, 2, 3 out of that final turn. Matilda Sacharu in there in 4. That looks like it's going to be Evie Malkin in there in 5, doing it for Derby BMX Club. 14-year-olds on track. Emmy Seawood in there at about 3 at the moment on that W3 plate, chasing down the 12 of Alex Dunkley into that final turn, but it's all about Ewan Beat out front. He's leading this moto down the final straight. Here comes Dunkley with a late charge. Has he got enough left in the tank? He's going to have to settle for that 2 spots. Race 240 on track. Heath Thomas chased down Rab Racing into turn number 2. Who's out front then? Gotta be Lucas Seeley on the 5 plate. Thomas looking for a way round, heading for that final corner. Eden Boone's in there in 3. Who's the 38 plate in there in 4? That could be Ollie to Blanche. Yes, it is, out of MK Evolution. He's going to round out them top 4 spots as Seeley picks up that moto win. More 14-year-olds going at it on track. Freddie Franklin, the newest pickup for Birmingham NRT. No, sorry, Freddie Edwards got the last name wrong. Correct first name, wrong last name. He's out front, looking good. Is Freddie. Been riding fantastically all season. He's going to go 1 and 2 with Mason Groves across the line. Race 242 on track. Ben Larkins leads this one out. Who's in there with him? Oliver James in there at about 3 at the minute. Who's in 2? Got to be the 13 plate picking it up into towards that final corner. That is looking like Jack Davey out of Cornwall, under pressure from James as the exit turn number 3 and head towards a stripe. Not quite, that one's going to be tight. Davey and James on the line. Harvey Tomlinson leads out race 243 for Merton. One rider working their way up the inside though. That was Moto 1365's Tate Kitson working his way through. Logan Widdowson in there in 3, doing it for Team Bunnies. Here comes Tomlinson looking for a way back at your race leader Kitson. Tomlinson, Widdowson in 2 and 3 down the final straight. Decoy in there in 4. Who's going to get it as they bring it across the line? Radcliffe tight on the line with the Peterborough rider. That was Lucas Smith. Elijah Jamira in this one. going through in that 3 spot, chasing down Bradley James in there in 2. Who's your race leader though? The 8 plate of Lucas Osborne. Osborne, James, Jamira, 1, 2, 3. Here comes Ocean Paul with a last turn move, working his way into a top 4 spot, looking like he's going to make it stick for Crank BMX coaching. We are moving on to a race number 245. Amos Guppy in this one. No, sorry, we've gone back to the 13-year-olds. James Cottrell and Harry Bailey in and out of turn at number 2. That looks like the 15 plate, bringing it on through that 3rd straight. Out of a team here in Andover, Oscar Jewell. It's going to be Cottrell and Bailey in that order though. Race 245 now on track. Amos Guppy, Absolute Bicycle Motocross, leading this one out. Who's in there with him? Looking like Ollie Kirby out of Green Machine Tribe. Max Surridge in there as well. Riding out of Redditch Premiers, that looks like Chase Barnard out of Stay Strong C&K. In there in 3 at the moment, being chased down by the 901, heading for the final turn. That's going to be Jack Gould in and out. They're going down the final straight. Guppy going to take that moto win. As we move on to the 14-year-old girls, McFarlane, Everly, Watson, Wright, Cooper, Richardson, French and Burge. Ailey Watson leads it out. Burge in there in that 2 spot, heading into that 2nd corner. Where's Amelia Everly? She's in there at about 5 at the minute, looking for a way round Ava Wright. But the move came in that 2nd corner. That is going to be the 13 plate, hanging on to it as it stands. That's Lottie McFarlane. Everly's not done yet. Cooper's in there in 3. So it's going to be Watson, Burge, Cooper, 1, 2, 3. Wright going to pick up that 4 spot on the line. McFarlane, Everly going 5 and 6. Race 247, Knowles Gardner, Price Brown, Leasley, Walford and Hayes. Walford in there at about 4 at the minute, Price in 3. SES race team, that is Hayes in there in the 2 spot, but they're all chasing down your race leader, Lottie Brown out of Absolute, doing it on the E4 plate. Down the final straight, she's going to take this moto win. Who's going to get the 2 spot? This one's going to be tight on the line. I think Price might have just hung on to it.
Right, race 248, here we go. The 8 plate belonging to Cody Coker, in and out the turn. Eli Smith going through into the 10 plate of Zachary Tia in 3 Crucial Racing. That'll be Kemi Cook inside the top 5 with with George Chapman, I think it was. Race 249, Nunn, Kay, Collis, Harrison, Doherty and Cox. Cameron Cox in there in 2, chasing down Mr. Collis, Mr. Finley Collis. William Doherty doing it for Bexhill. I think he's in there in 4. Thomas Kane 5. Joe Nunn of Decoy going through in 3, race 250, including Joe Little out of Evolved Bicycle Motocross. In there in that 3rd spot at the moment. Matty Paulette, Oliver Coppin in there. The 15 plates, that belongs to Nathan Baratta, who's out in front. Battling with Shea Jordan out of Birmingham, who's worked his way past. Knows this track very well and lined up that move perfectly. Joe Little picking up a 3. Race 251, Stanbury, Mackey, Dunn, Lang, Collins, Nimmo, Webster and Robbins. Absolutes, Lucas Webster leading it through. Mason Lang going through in 2, Caden Dunn. In 3, Lewis Collins, Nimmo. In that 4th spot. Oscar Stanbury rounding out the top 5. Race 252. Noah Everly in that Maybell jersey. Out in front, Jack Strong, Matthew Russell, Ryan Woodcock, Tom Foster, Scott McCallum and Arnus Vicunius. In there, the 652 of Ryan Woodcock. In that 2nd spot, Scott McCallum on the 274. As we move on to 253, Sean Brown. Out in front, Kai Blaine chasing him down in there in that 2nd spot with Henry Rayner in 3. John O'Haradine inside the top 4 with the 27 of Louis Pinder in there in 5. That'll be his mate Kasperi Reynolds in 6 and Ollie Cottam in 7. Right, on to the ladies. Smiley Maloney, Adele Veruti in this one as well, Anya Mattern Alonso. Betty Brewer, Missy Lodge, Sophie Caniston, Sophie Elwood and Carly Hayes. I think it was Carly who took the win. Next up, Peyton Collier, Sabina Ashman in this one. It's a Ruby Morse. Super Rubes out front, Sabina in there in 2. That is Lexi Way in 3. These girls have been absolutely battling all the way through the season. Swapping wins left and right. Annalise Cadman-Carpenter in 4. That's Lucy Groundwater, I think. In there in 5. Doing it for the BC BMX Massive. Whoop, whoop. Race 256, Atla Radcliffe, Megan Roy. Megan's out in front. That's Lorianne Carruthers in there in 3. Jumping Jess Marriott in the 2. Imogen Cockrell rounding out the top 4. Isla's in there in 5. Alexis McCartney in 6. Eleanor Curtis in 7. BB Alderson in 8. Race 257. Callum David, Max Burgess, Oscar Peets. Doing it for Divide, Hayden Stone, Zahia Walsh, Dane Raymond Waddell, Malachi Price and Elliot Wilmots out of Royston. So as they go in and out of the turn in Moto 258, Thomas Miller, Daniel Henry, Patrick Dyer, Ellis Berry out of Midlands, went to prom in a Mustang. Don't know where he pinched that one from, Sarah, but well done. As Elliot Brooks in there in that 6th spot. So Ellis still pushing hard. Elliot making a late comeback, trying to steal that top 4 away from him. Race 259, Alfie Thompson, Lewis Cook, Jack Clark, Lewis Cook in there in 2. Dylan Barlow, Callum Heath, Aidan True inside the top 5. But it's the Jump Club out there in front. That's going to be Oliver Kendall, Lewis Cook going through in 2. Not sure who got the 3.
Race 260, 16-year-olds on track. Zach Twitchin chasing down European number 3. That is James Clitheroe. I think he's racing up 2 age groups, if I got that right. Yeah, 2 age groups up. And he's flying into that final turn for Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. Twitchin, Williams going 2 and 3. Tools in there in 4. Who's picking up 5? That's got to be Smiley's Flight Club's Marco Reynolds. Race 2611, rider comes unclipped down the first straight. That's got to be Jaden Fawcett as Finn Hoff leads it out through that second straight. Thomas Durant, Curtis Copeland in there behind him. JT Simpson Davies joins the queue as they bring it back through the 3rd straight. That looks like the 42 plate out of the Jump Club in the mix as well. That is Romeo Kapai with Fawcett in there at about 6 heading down the final straight. It is going to be Hoff, Durant and Copeland in that order. Zach Chapman on the inside, heading towards turn number 1, but Finn Phillips is going to pick up the whole shot with SAS race team in there behind him. That is Sam Hamling, so it is Phillips, Hamling, Chapman in that order. And that is Niall O'Connell in there inside the top 4, heading into turn number 2. Who's the Peterborough rider as they come on round? Looking like that could be Bradley Goulding on the 640 plate. Yes, it is in there in 5, but it's all about Phillips out front, doing it for Mongoose Factory, picking up that moto win. 16-year-old girls on track, race 263, Annabelle Charlton, Lily Phillips, Rosie O'Brien and Lacey Baird. It is looking good for Rosie O'Brien out front, doing it for Preston Pirates, heading into that 2nd corner. Blackpool in there with her, that is the 718 plate of Annabelle Charlton. Chasing it down this 3rd straight. Who's picking up 3 and 4? Looking like Team Mind at the minute. That is Lacey Baird out of Bournemouth, but she's got Lily Phillips right there with her, scrapping it out down this final straight. Phillips working her way from 4 to 3. Who's going to get the 3 spot on the line? I think Phillips might have just nicked it. Fumi Adarami Hepburn battling it out with Esme Brooke out of Maybo UK, heading towards the final turn in race 264. Brooke had a prom recently. She's leading this one out down the final straight. Under pressure though from Fumi Adarami Hepburn right the way down to the line. That one was tight. 17 to 29-year-old women on track. Ellie Featherstone leading this one out on the 4-plate. Clinch, Nice, Gibson, Akerele, Elwood, Higham and Parr all on track as well. It is Imogen Gibson in there in that 2 spot, doing it for Concept Maybo out of that final turn with Emily Clinch inside the top 3, doing it for Evolved Bicycle Motocross. That's going to be your top 3 with Molly Nice in 4. Lexi Carruthers in the next moto on the outside, heading into turn number 2, looking for a way around Mika Pritchard. That looks like Olivia Firth in there in about 3 at the minute. Elbow bashing with Megan Dewhig as they head through the 3rd straight. Dewhig's made her move them and gone from 4 to 3. Who's picking up that 5 spot as they come on round? Looking like Annabelle Townsend out of Team Mine, heading down the final straight. Who's going to get the moto win? Dewhig shoved the front wheel through. I think she'll have to settle for 3 in behind Carruthers and Pritchard. Race 267 on track. That's Lily Chiswa in there in about 3 at the minute, chasing down the 19 plate, heading for that final corner. That's Megan Kirby in there in 2, but your race leader Emily Green repping crew 19 down that final straight. Green, Kirby, Chiswa, 1, 2, 3. Here comes Remy Godfrey with a late charge on Drew as they bring it down to the line. I think Drew might have just hung on to it. Race 268 hits the track, 17 to 18 year olds. That looks like a great start from George Gerard, heading for turn number 1. Gerard leads it out for Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. Who's in there with him? Looking like we have got Portland picking up the 2 spot. That has got to be the Braintree Massive in there as well as they come on round. Looking like Sebastian Hamling, I think that might be. In and out they go on the 20 plate. That is Harvey Milbank, sorry, got the wrong moto. Another moto being held back, not sure why, as one rider hits the deck. That was Thomas Krieg. Let's hope that he's all right. Put your hands together for Thomas, he's back up to his feet. Gonna walk away. Jaden Seawood out of that final turn, leading this one out. With Jake Adcock in the 2 spots. Looks like race number 271 hits the track, heading for turn number 1. Dexter Gambay gets a great start. He's going to pick up the whole shot. Doing it for Peckham BMX Club. Joseph Keary's in this one as well. In about 3 at the minute, doing it for the Peterborough Phantoms. Massive, heading into that 2nd corner. Pro start in there as well. Got to be Lewis Longley in about 5 at the minute. Chasing down the 17 plate of Che Young. The 35 XO in there in the 2 spot. That looks like Scott Munro Higgs chasing down Gambay down the final straight. Gambay, Higgs, Young's made his move and gone from 4 to 3, heading down to the stripe as Keary takes 4. Josh Cates leads out race number 272, I think that is. Ben Fitzsimmons in there behind him, got to be Charlie Bigger in there in about 4 at the minute, looking for a way around the 11 plate, heading into that final corner. That is Oscar Matthew Cowlard defending well out of that final corner. Here comes Bigger down to the stripe. Who's going to get the 3 spot? It's going to be Matthew Cowlard. We are moving on to race 273. Ruben Smith, Jump Club S&M Source, leads it out from the 8X plate of Alfie Holloway. Doing it for Green Machine, being chased down this final straight by none other than Brandon Mallon out of Belfast City BMX Club at race 274. 19 to 29 year olds, good to see Callum Charles Maple at the front of the pack, doing it for Mixed Picks and Race Team. Who's in there with him? Got to be Connor Hudson and Brett Dull going 2 and 3. That looks like possibly Sean Tobin. Yes, it is. Inside the top 4 with Reese Hoggart in there in 5. Battle of the baddest on this weekend between him and Higley. Hoggart, Higley. It's a battle of pride. Nothing more, nothing less. As Hoggart goes through in 5 in that moto. We are looking at race number 275 on track. Hayden Green leading it from Ross Sharp at the moment. Kenny Phillips in there in 3. The 14 plate in there in 4. Into that final turn. That is Josh Izzard being chased down by Billy Luckhurst in there in 5. That's how they're going to bring it down the final straight. As Ross Sharp actually takes the moto win from Hayden Green in 2. Race 276, Neil Brunez. BMXHype.com on track. Neil Brunez then out front looking good. Going 1 and 2 with Daniel Kay down that final straight. Here comes Adam Brazil, going to work his way through for a 3 spot on the line. Race 277. That looks like Higley in there in that 2 spot. He wants to one-up Hoggart in this one, and he's doing well at the moment. Tomorrow's birthday boy, Ollie Cope leads it out. Higley in there in 2, Holloway in 3, Hedges in 4. That looks like Camille Suleiman in there in 5, but it's going to be Hard Knocks Bike Coaching out front, picking up that moto win. Masters on track. That looked like Matt Bourne leading this one in and out of that first corner. Yes, it is. Billy Irwin took a win at Manchester a couple of weeks ago, riding out of Urban Air Race Team. He's in there in that 2 spot at the minute, having a good old scrap with John Lillingston, who's trying to work his way underneath, and I think he's managed to. Irwin with a perfect high-low goes back into that 2 spot, scrapping it out down this final straight. Bourne's got a bit too much speed to the line. He's going to pick up that moto win. Irwin and Lillingston 2 and 3. Scott Beaumont leads out race 279. Christopher Granger, David James and Dale Scott all in there with him. It's going to be James in there in 2, Granger 3 and Scott in 4, doing it for Team Gnarly. But it's all about the 96 podcast out front. If you've got any 4-cross questions, don't forget to go and ask Scott. His Team Gazebo is here this weekend over by the admin cabin. There's quite a few 4-cross races coming up in the break between this race and the Brits. So make sure you get involved. Any questions, go and ask Scott over in his team tent. We are looking at the 30-plus women on track. Anita Wong in that 2 spot being chased down by Annie Chiswa and Fawn Clements heading into that final corner. But it's Rebecca Go out front leading it out, your British champion. Going to pick up this moto win. She took the national championship last night. She's going to take this moto win 1 for 2. Who's going to get 3? This one's going to be tight across the line between Clements and Chiswa. Vets on track. Fraser Watson leads this one out, going 1 and 2 with the 2.56. Got to be Adam Boudet heading into that final corner. Looking like we've got Danny Taylor in there inside the top 3, heading out of that final corner and down the last straight. That's going to be your front 3 riders. Who's going to take the 4? I think that might have been Hayden Tarora on the 177. Race 282 on track. Ben Martinez, Matt Barnard and Zoltan Boudet in that order as the exit turn number 2. Matt Eaton's in there in 4. Big Nige Smith in there in 5. Crank BMX Coaching in there as well. That is Martin Parr in 6. Last straight action is going to be Martinez out of Crucial Racing picking up that moto win. Grand Vets on track. Up next, race 283, Hilly, Oggy 1 and 2. That looks like the 017 of Dominic Elliott in there in 3, being chased down by the 12 plate as the exit turn, the 15, sorry, is the exit turn number 2. That is Michael Baggs out of Divide Brand UK with the 14 of David Knowles in there in 5. But Hilly going to rack up another moto win.
Right, moving on. These are the Grand Veterans. The return of the Warlock, Neil Stewart in there in 3 at the moment, being chased down by the rider from Divide. That's going to be Stephen Fortune trying to pass him in the corner, can't make it work. Jason Lewis in there into the 5 player. Fitzroy Bryce into the final turn. Warlock's under pressure. Waddington's in there as well, trying to get underneath him. Giving up 2 spots. So as they head to the line, Fitzroy Bryce gets it. Lewis in 2. Warlock's going to come in 5. Jason Barker, Julian Allen, Craig, Nellie Nelson in this one. John Perkins, Robert Clark and Bernie Shale as well. Brett Archibald leading it out. Archibald, Allen, Nelson 1, 2 and 3. 3, 4, 8 in there in 4. That's going to be Jason Barker. Julian Allen taking it to the line in 2. Right, Junior Open heading down towards turn number 1. Xander Marvel Vanny right into the turn. He's in there in 1. We've got Danny Jake Monforte in there as well. Going through in 2. Oh, the wind's making it really difficult. Gabe Simpson, I think he was, who went down on that pro straight. He's up and all right. So, right, Monforte into the final turn. Penny in there in 3. Drellincourt looking for the move for 4. Danny J. Monforte's worked his way past. He's going to get it at the line. Xander Mavelvani right in 2. Right, moving on, more of the Superclass. Hunt, Fletcher, Marnham, Hunt, Bell, Tanner and Hunt into the turn we go. Joss Marnham in control, leading out on his home track here at Birmingham. That looks like Matthew Hutt in there in 3, doing it for Concept Mabel. Harrison Bell trying to get involved as well, in and out of that second turn. George Hunt looking for the 3 as they go into the final turn. Mark Fletcher in 2. It's going to go Marnham, Fletcher, Hunt and Hutt are battling to the line. Marnham, Fletcher, Hunt, I think was the results. Second rack of Superclass, Strickland, Markley, Bovill, Roy, Russell and Collis into the turn. Oh, gone back one, have we? Right, 17-18. Right, so we'll just have a look. I think that's Ben Weiss in there in 3. Arne Esselmont out in front. That's Keanu Schaefer-Cohen going through in 2. Esselmont takes the win. Right, now we're on it, I think, with Superclass. Yep, here we go. Cal Strickland on the inside, but look at the guys heading into the turn. That's going to be Russell out there in front. The Russell and Russell, so the brothers 1 and 2 at the minute. Strickland in 3. All getting a bit mixed up. People not making it through the pro section in this headwind. Now, can you imagine the argument in the car on the way home? Callum and Bradley battling down the final straight. Who's going to get it at the line? Cal from Brad's. Strickland in 3. Championship women. Freya the Slayer, Chalice, Betsy Bax, Elsa Rendell Todd into the turn. Taya Gaynor and Lucy Simpson as well. Out in front, Freya, Betsy, the national champion, got that sleeve on a jersey. In there in 2. Oh, moves being made. Elsa Rendell Todd diving underneath, stealing the position away. Taya Gaynor in 4, Lucy Simpson in 5. But absolute bicycle motocross. Freya the Slayer, Chalice taking it to the line. Elsa Rendell Todd in 2. Who's going to get that 3 of the stripe? I think it might have been Betsy Bax. Last rack of moto number 2. It is Sienna Harvey leading to the corner. Elizabeth Brown in there as well as they go in and out of turn number 1. Who's got that 4th spot at the minute? Is that to Ava Brown in there in 2? Yeah, Ava's in there in 2. Doing it for Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. Good to see her back on it. Akira Cook, Lucy Hutt, Cody Harmer in the mix as well. But it's Harvey, Brown, Bound. That's your 1, 2, 3. Harmer's going to go through in 4. Under pressure from Cook. Harvey takes the win. A strong 2 for Ava Brown.
Right, we are restarting with the motos, ladies and gents. Round number 3, heading towards turn number 1. The 9 to 12-year-old cruisers. Got to be Charlie Cotton leading this one out for Knowsley BMX Club. Who's in there with him? Looking like Adam Arnold is one of the riders, queuing up behind him. Heading into that second corner, Lucas Stoneman out of BRE Racing. He's in the mix inside the top 3. Looking like Bram Heaver in there in about 5 at the minute. Chasing down the rider just in front of him on the 881. That is, of course, Finley Murphy. Adam Nonito, what a move that is in the final turn. Stoneman threw in a high-low, went from 3 to 1. Can he make it stick down the final straight? That one was tight on the line with Cotton. I'm not going to call it. Race 292, Billy Cheeseman's in this one, in that 2 spot, being chased down by Charlie DeBruss out of the Bradford Bandits. Where is Hickman? He's in there at the moment in about 6 or 7, heading into that final corner on the 479 plate. But out front, Frankie Griffin, your European number 3, he's going to pick up this moto win with Cheeseman and LeBras behind him. Oliver Arnold, Smiley's Fly Club, European number 7 out on track. Got Hunter van der Malien right there with him on his left-hand shoulder into that final turn. Here comes the 14 plate of Benedict Marco. What a move that was from Malien. Works his way from 2 to 1. He now leads a race down this final straight. Arnold doing all he can to chase him to the line. Not quite going to get close enough. Marco's going to take the 3. Race 294 out on track. Percy Large in this one, doing it for the Tygo Race Team crew. He's in there at about 4 at the minute. There's a couple of Brunty Massive riders in there at the minute. That is Zabby Fox Cooper and gotta be Sam Dolan. I think it is. Yes, it is Dolan in there in 1 and 3 as it stands. But the 5-10 plate splitting them up. Gotta be Harry Swales in and out of that final corner. Swales then for fast signatures. Splitting up the Brunty party down the final straight. Cooper, Swales, Dolan, 1, 2, 3. 13, 14-year-old cruisers on track. James Cotty Cottrell, Little Cotty for Rab Racing, leading this one through. He is the world number 7 on his 20-inch, and he's the last year's national champion. In there at the moment on his cruiser, in and out of that final turn. Here comes Tate Kitson, working his way through. Gonna go from 2 to 1. Cotty for 2. Who's gonna get 3? I think that might have been Hot Shots Jacob Warren. MCR on track in the 13-14 cruisers. Eric McSwitty leading this one out. Looks like the Hard Rocks rider came up a bit short. That was Freddie Warwork. He's at the back of the pack at the minute. Look at the battle out front. Wilson looked up the inside of McSwitty. Didn't dive under though, so McSwitty hangs on to the race lead. Wilson's going to have to take the 2 spot as they bring it down to the line. Race 296 out on track. More 13-14 cruisers. Alfie Sim leads out the moto, but he's got Logan Young right there with him. Around the outside, trying to make it stick, and I think he will. Here comes Cooper McCrum getting involved as well. Through an elbow, went round the difficult way, and goes from 3 to 2. So Young, McCrum, out front 1 and 2. Who's going to get the 1 spot? That one was tight on the line. Sims just about going to hang on to 3. Robin Matter Alonso leads out the next moto in that Chilean jersey, going 1 and 2 with Jack Walford. That look, oh, a couple of riders hit the deck. Alfie Andrews says thank you very much. He's going to take that 4 spot, chasing down Newton Hindley into that final turn with a 24 plate in there in 5. That is Liam Byrne. Put your hands together for the fallen riders. One of them was Theo Camp and the other rider was Jake Georgeson. They're both up and finishing their laps. Bradley Davison hits turn number 2 in front, going 1 and 2 with Oakley Hooper out of mixed picks, but they are queuing up behind him. Here comes the 13 plate of Joe Little, looking for a way round in there in 4. JTL Simpson Davies has threaded the needle and gone from 3 to 2. Here he comes down the final straight. Davies going to take the race lead with Davison in 2 on the line. Race 300, more 15-16 cruiser guys. Zachary Tier chasing down Thomas Millar into that second corner. John O'Haradine in there in 3, doing it for the ladies and MK Evolution. Into that final turn, Lewis Barnes, No Logo Racing Academy in there inside the top 4 spot with Roderick Jones in at 5. Race 301, Albert Hart, True, Chapman, Robbins, Lebras and Penton-Vogue. Joe Penton-Vogue is out front. Did I just hear a tyre go bang? Over on that first straight. Everyone else's head's just turned as well. If you've just had a blowout, head over to Trader Village. There's a couple of shops over there that can help you out. DC Cycles, Crucial Racing, Green Machine, Sorted, Pure, and of course B73. And we've got all of our food and drink needs behind us as well. Got a bar. Got a bar at a national. What a lovely thing to have. As Thomas Duran and Sean Brown go 1 and 2 out of that final corner. Brown just takes over the race lead. He's going to pick up this moto win with Thomas Duran in 2.
Right, race 303 on track to the sounds of New Order and World in Motion. Just breaking you in gently for the Wendy ball later on. Palmer, Laurie, Mays, Webb, Jones, Brown, Ali Adzan's in this one. Looks like Martin Smiley Brown leading it into the turn. The original Tom Palmer going through in 2. That'll be Jamie Webb of Teamer in 3. Race 304, Hudson, Lillingston, Popel, Hayes, Abbott and Richardson. Nathan Abbott out front, Dan Popel in there in 2. Ash Richardson doing it for CGR, he's in there in 5. We're just waiting for John Barnes to drop his wrap. It's coming in about 10 seconds time as we go down the final straight. Popel's going to take the win. Don't worry, I am not going to do that rap for you. So the 917, Dylan Dixon, Lewis might do it. Andrew Lockwood. Yeah. See, Lewis has just said to me, I don't know this song. You've heard it. Terrible. Terrible. Honestly, call yourself an Englishman. Rubbish. Right, Kingsley Mears out in front, Matt Eaton in there in 2, Rich Stevenson. Right, Dave Stokes, Dave Kane, Kev Merrin, Philip Duff, Matt Barnard and Anthony Lebras. Dave Stokes is on an absolute charge, doing it for Evolve Bicycle Motocross. In and out of the final turn, gives up the position to Kev Merrin, but it's not for the one to try in. Looks like Barnard's taking it to the stride, but Dave Stokes absolutely on it today. As we move and watch Fraser Watson, lead out moto number 308. Big Nige Smith in there in 2. As we move on to yet another Wendy Ball track. So, yeah, sorry, hang on, let me squish past. Yeah, I can't even repeat that, Casey. I'll never get allowed into Scotland ever again if I repeat what Casey's just said. Stu Little taking it to the line in moto number 309. Norbert Marco, Damon Mead, Simon Toogood and Lee Matthews. 310 is your moto. Darren O'Brien, Brett Archibald, Christus Chalkos in this one. John Bentley, Gary Carver. As they head down the final straight, Bentley in there in 2 on that brand new Supercross with the box derailleur he's got on there now. He's gone all posh and everything. So Stephen Hassel leads out moto number 311 with Dominic Elliott, Jason Lewis, Stephen Notman, Martin Ogden and Tim Porter. It is Hassel in 1, Lewis in 2, Oggy in there in 3, Julian Allen. That was like half turn bar, half like crazy rimmer as he goes down the final straight. Anyway. Race 312. Kev Sykes out in front, Mark Cotty-Cottrell in there in 3. That puts Rich Ellis, I think, in there in that 2 spot. Tim Drew in there in 4. I think if Tim Drew ever doesn't wear sunglasses at a national, oh, what happened then? Rider down in the final turn. I think it was Duncan Coburn. I heard it, I didn't see it. Right. Let's hope he's okay. Just be aware, girls, as you come down towards this final corner. Annalise Cabman Carpenter. Let's hope Dunk's okay. Cody Harmer, Anya Mattern Alonso, Isla Radcliffe and Missy Large. Dunk's up and all right. So yeah, as the Wendy Ball songs just get worse and worse. And yeah, riders lining up on the gate. We are still looking after Duncan Coburn. We're making sure he's all right. I'm sure he is. He's walking away, which is a good thing. So, Lewis, have we got any score predictions then for the football tonight? Go on. 2-1. 2-1 to England. Right, okay. What about myself? Oh, I don't know. I think it's going to be 1-1 and England are going to lose on penalties.
Oh, no.
I think we're just going to have more, like, just disappointment.
I think we'll go to extra time. I think it'll be 1-1 and then we'll go into extra time. But
yeah. Anyway, back onto it. 3-1-4. Girls Cruiser. After this one, yeah. With a bit of Republica playing. We do like Republica. Carmel Allison, PB Alderton, Alexis McCartney, Isla Young, and Erin Jackson. Adam Midlands BMX Club. It is Alexis out in front. PB Alderton in there in 2. Carmel Allison in 3. Isla Young rounding out the top 4. Erin pushing hard in the 5. So we'll see how that goes. Go on then, 3-1-5, Lewis.
Race 3-1-5 then. 17-29-year-old women's cruiser, Elsa Rendleton, your European champion, leading this one out. She's got Taylor Lee Mohan, Molly Nice, and Jetska Hemstock in there behind her in 2, 3 and 4. But it's all about State Strong Clark and Kent out front. Looking good for Elsa Rendleton. In and out she goes. Going to take this moto win right the way down to the stripe with Taylor Lee Mohan in 2. Race 3-1-6. Olivia Firth, Hannah Drew, 1 and 2. Amy Willett's in there in 3, who's picking up 4 and 5. Looking like Kira Lee and Abby Pike having a good old scrap at the moment. But it is Firth and her sorted race gear out front. Willett's looking for a way round Drew in the final turn. She looked up the inside, didn't quite make it stick. Here comes Drew, chasing Firth down the final straight. Has she got enough left in the tank? All the way to the stripe, looking like Drew's going to nick the 1 spot. Firth, Willett's 2 and 3. Michelle Stupple leads out the first 30-plus women's cruiser for round number 3 of the motos on the 1 plate. So it is the 1 leading it from the W2. SJN doing it for hard shot in there in that 2 spot. In and out of that final corner to go. Kim Batsford in there in 3. Cassie Harding in 4. Anita Wong in 5. Fawn Clements in 6 with Annie Coates Chesua in 7. Race 3-1-8. Sharp, Chalice, Burston, Wheel, Goal and Alberts. It is Rebecca Goal out front, Teresa Chalice in that 2 spot, Josephine Burston in the 3. Heading into that final corner, Tracy Sharp in there inside the top 4, Claire Albert and Joe Wheel having a battle for that fire spot, but it's all about Goal. Going to pick up that moto win. Race 3-1-9, Grace Turner, Nicola Sitch, Sav Carver, Emily Island, Kirsty Freer and Lisa Tarling. All bringing it on through. Sav Carver leads it out. Nikki Sitch in that 2 spot, doing it for fast signatures. She's got Emily Island in there in 3, riding out of Urban Air, heading on through. That looks like her Tiger Race team's Kirsty Freer in there in the 4 with Tracy Sharp out of Team Bunnies in 5. Lisa Tarling doing it for Nottingham Outlaws in 6. Grace has just shouted something at me. She's come past, but I haven't got a clue what she said. Sorry, Grace. But it is going to be Sav Carver picking up that moto win. 55-plus cruisers, Bernie Shale in that 2 spots. Repping GT Factory, chasing down Brent Featherstone out of Ellie Featherstone's BMX coaching. Heading towards the final corner, Manchester BMX. David Knowles in there in that 3 spots. Under pressure from Keith Brown out of that final corner. Team Mine going to hang on to that top 4 spots as Knowles goes through in 3. Race 3-2-1. I don't know any 80s game shows, unfortunately, Rich. I do apologise. We have this every national weekend. Tells me all about these 80s game shows, and I wish I knew. I wish I knew. 17 to 29-year-old cruisers. I completely missed that moto. I do apologise. I think Mick took the win. That's someone, and Zach Green go 1 and 2 into the final corner. The 25 plate in there in 3. That is Jack Mowat out of Retro Racing. That's going to be a front 3 down the final straight. Bradley George for Urban Air in 4. Race number 323. Connor Hedges, Rocky O'Brien, 1 and 2. Pro Star BMX in there in 3. That's got to be Lewis Longley on the 9X. That's your front 3. Max Henderson in there in 4. Joe Walbridge in there in 5. Callum Daly in 6. Archie Large in 7. But it's all about Hedges and O'Brien out front. Them two guys are going to scrap it out down this final straight as O'Brien works his way from 2 to 1. I'm getting there. You just got to, as you go along, just make them newer and newer. Then I'll get there in the end. Ned Penny, Luca Manzi, Luke Davies-Hayes, 1, 2, 3. Matt McHugh searching for a top 3 finish down that final straight, putting Hayes under pressure. Here he comes. He's worked his way into that 3 spot. That was tight on the line as Mr. Brooks, Rab Racing TM, leads out race 3 to 5, I think that is. Of course it is. Alex Brooks, Dan Wilson, Josh Cates, 1, 2, 3. Owen Putland in there inside the top 4. That looks like Connor Blythe in there in 5. Race 3 to 6, Vice, Roy, Thompson, Pope, Green, Moss and Needham. Jake Green leading this one out. He's not got a party to go to tonight, so hopefully he'll be here tomorrow racing. We had a good catch-up last weekend as we stood watching some racing at the Nottingham Regional. He's taking this one out front. Charlie Roy into the 2. Ben Weiss inside the top 3. That's going to be how they bring it down the final straight with Moto 1365's Theo Pope in 4.
All right, Muscle 327, Blundell, Ross Foster, Chalkos, Bradley, Thorne, the 6 and unders bringing the thunder, heading towards turn number 1. Benji Ross Foster's going to lead it in. He had a tumble in Moto number 1. He's back up. He's okay and absolutely flying. That looks like John Joe Blundell had a running meet in there in 2. Mixed picks. Charlie Thorne going through in 3. Chalkos in 4. Bradley in 5. The Little Rippers are absolutely on it. Blundell leading it into the turn. Benji Ross Foster in there in 2. Thorne's going to go through in 3. Look at the battle as they head to the line. Here comes Benji Ross Foster at the stripe. Steals it away, I think. It might be one for the transponders of truth. Oliver Bridle out of Exeter, leading out moto number 328. Shelby Yates on his home track in there in 2. Lewin Jamir is getting involved. He's in there in 4 at the moment. Chasing down the rider from CGR, that's going to be Seth Goosetree. Mid-Lanks, Henry Dodd rounding out the top 5 with Isaac Tomlinson in there in 6, moving up an age group. Jack Hale, Oscar Granger, Rapid, Roman Birdfield, Charlie Crossley, Arlo Hatch and Frankie Jones. Frankie in there in 2. Chasing down Roman. That's Granger in there in 3. The 3-3-4 is Charlie Crossley rounding out the top 4. Jack Hale in 5, Arlo Hatch in 6. Big battle still going on though for that 5th spot as they go towards the line. Looks like Jack Hale nicked it. Next up, we've got the Little Rippers in the 7s. Logan Aceto, Teddy Gorman in this one. My mate Oscar Rao, the fast. Where is he? He's in there in 4th. He's battling with Finley Thomas. Atlas Lewis Field coming through as well. Looks like Aceto's going to pick it up at the line. Right, race 331. Toby brought Lincoln out. I nearly repeated Casey's joke then. Again, and I got banned from Scotland. Ruby Pleasance Ford, Arlo Payne, Finley Kerr. 7-year-old girls, Luciana Pinson-Barron, Maggie Devine even, Evie Knight, Flick Brentnall, Tia Worthington, Izzy Moore, and Kylie Dixon. Looks like Maggie's in there in 1. That'll be Izzy Moore going through in 2. Flick's in there in that 3 spot. Evie Knight inside the top 4. Tia Worthington absolutely flying in 5. Go Tia. Luciana in 6. Kylie in 7. As we move on. Next rack of our young ladies, that is Abigail Henning in there in 3. Ola Dewis leading it out, battling with Mabel Pine. Verity Kay in there. Hattie McGoldrick rounding out the top 5. I can't turn the page quick enough to tell you the other 2 riders are. Jagger Hines and Matilda Hewitt. Carter Kennedy, Alistair North, Oakley Hill. These are your 8-year-old boys. Oscar Holloway, Emerson Tucker. In there in 4, chasing Oakley to the line. It looks like Charlie Blackburn's going well in this one on that 216. And Regan Jones in there as well. Race 335, more 8-year-olds. Pritchard, Zakina, me, O'Brien, Perry, Wills, Brits, and Ethan. The Great Whites out in front. Pritchard's in there in 3, doing it for the Hawks. Scott Dickleby beside himself with excitement, watching at home on the live stream. And that's young Mr. Wills going through inside the top 5. The 043 was Jensen Mee, maybe had a little bit of a problem. Race 336, Christian Garbachick out of Peterborough in there in 3rd. He's looking for the 2. He's battling away with the 281 over Alexander Gilbert in and out the corner. Looks like Hatch is still holding on to it. Elliott's in there in 1. Decoys, Callum Wood inside the top 4 with Teddy Hayes in 5. Race 337. Jake Avis, Lewis Rothwell, Henry Sullivan. Henry in 1, Antek Perebny in 2. The 502 belongs to Caleb Tewolde. The 667, that is Lewis Rothwell out of Preston. But it looks like it's going to go Sullivan, Perebny, and Jake Avis. Race 338, 8-year-old girls, Layla Dixon, Phoebe Millar. Madison Stupple, Lauren Snell, Megan Keller, Maisie Dyson, Ella Grant, and Tallulah Widowson. Megan Keller out in front. The 889 into that is going to be Ella Grant. Ella doing it for Mixed Picks BMX team. Dyson in there in 3. Lauren Snell going through as well. And that'll be Megan Keller out of the Gosport NRT.
9-year-old boys on track, race 339. Haynes leading it at the minute. He's got the 41 plate right there with him, looking for a way round. That's going to be the rider out of the northeast, Jesse Rose. Searching and chasing away through Haynes, but he's under pressure himself from Rex Ford as they bring it down to the stripe. Ford's going to nick the 2 spot on the line. Shuffling Rose back to 3. That looks like Birmingham NRT on track. Got to be Ethan Shaw, your British champion, going 1 and 2 with Charlie Dowson heading into that final corner. Belton just gets it slightly wrong into that final turn, and that allows Rocco Westwood to move through with a high-low in that final corner. Can he make it stick? Belton, Westwood down to the line. Who's going to get it? And I think Westwood might just nick that 3 spots. More riders out of the northeast on track. Thomas Charles leads this one out. Who's in there with him? Gotta be Oakley, Lewisfield out of Team Air and Andover heading into that final corner. That looks like Arthur Donaldson looking for a way round. Who is the Centurion rider in the mix as well? Gotta be Aston John Lee. He's in there in about 4 at the minute, trying to chase down the Andover rider as they bring it down to the line. I think Field just about hung on to that 3 spot. Seth Kaczorek leads out race 342, but he's being chased down by Ollie Bird and the Fluent Bicycle Motocross rider, that is Jack Kitching, heading towards this final turn. The 866 out of TNT in there as well, George Kellum. In there inside the top 4 with MCR in 5, that is Jacob Russell on the 952, but it's all about Derby BMX Club and Seth Kaczorek picking up that moto win. Hendrix Hines leads out the next moto, going 1 and 2 with Crank BMX coaching. That is looking like Hugo Ballantyne, I think, on the 590. Sorry, no, it's the 409. Jacob Dent out of the Brunty Massive. Ballantyne's in there in that 4 spot, chasing down the Gosport NRT rider. That is Rory Smith. Race 344, Charlie Hargreaves, River Henderson, Cara Cross, Holly Webb, Florence Dyson, Florence Kay, and Molly Tomlinson. All in the 9-year-old girls. We are going straight into quarters after motos, ladies and gents. Please keep an eye out on scores once your age group has finished their motos. Scores will be drawn within about 30 seconds or so, so please keep an eye out on scores. We are going quarterfinal racing as soon as the motos are done. Thank you very much. These are the 9-year-old girls on track. Betty Wills and Miss Bishop. 1 and 2 at the moment. The European number 4 and the world number 7. Out of front as it stands, Maya Kolazaj. Doing it for the Danes, in there inside the top 3 with Eliza Powell in 4, riding out of Crank BMX coaching. Look at the battle out front though. Will's going to pick up that moto win. 10-year-old boys on track. We are looking at the 4 of Jacob Anderson leading it into turn number 2. Who's in there with him? Got to be Teddy Jones on the 7 plate, under pressure himself though from the Stay Strong C&K rider. That's the 14 of Rex Beasley, looking for a way past down this final straight, but it's going to be Anderson, Jones, Beasley in that order. Race 347 on track. Carlin Gordon leads it through on the 15 plate. He's got Freddie Ray Orland right there with him. Edward Cordery looked up the inside of Orland in turn 2, but didn't dive underneath, so he settles for the 3 spot at the moment. The 18 plate in there as well. That's Bone Morris doing it for Team Air, and Andover Wilson Eaton in the mix out of Derby, chasing down Arlo Steinmetz out of that final turn as we lose a couple of riders into turn number 1. I think Teddy Jones might have just, Freddie Rayola might have just nicked that moto win on the line. The fallen rider was Clayton Southert. So that Clayton's all right. As Murray Watson leads it from Joey Tompkins. He got busy into that final turn. Seb Hewitt chasing them down this final straight like a prey, like a predator, hunting its prey. Butchered that one. He's in there in 3 as Murray Watson picks up that moto win. Don't forget, if you think you've got any lost property from the Cumberdale National a couple of weeks ago, head over to their Facebook page. They've got a pinned post with all of the information. Make sure you drop them a message. Put your hands together for Clayton, ladies and gents. So yeah, head over to the Cumberdale Facebook page. Drop them a message. If you don't claim your lost property before the Brits, it will be going to a charity shop, so please make sure you get in touch with them if you think you may have some property that they have. As we look to move on to race number 349. Venter, Simpson, Grandans, Moat, Richards, Cesaris, Parr and Bradley heading for turn number 1, but it is all about Green Machine Tribes. Oliver Richards leading this one through. Who's that in there with him, looking for a way round, looking like it could be the Luke Mower, I think it might have been, in there in that 2 spot, looking up the inside of Richards. In turn number 2, it's going to be Luke Mower. Yes, it is, working his way through from 2 to 1. He's your new race leader. The 24 plate inside the top 3. That is Neil Grandad's under a bit of pressure from the Team Mine rider. That is Otto Parr chasing them down the final straight. He's going to take a top full spot, head into the stripe, and that is looking like it was Grandad's just in front of him. Albert Turner on track for Team Bunnies in race number 350. That's going to be Isaac Jones, Ronnie Wood, Seth Ritchie, Josiah Burge, Alfie Jones, Lucas Tewalder, and Isaac Moore all out there with him. Was catching up with the Tewalders earlier on. That's going to be Lucas in that 2 spot, chasing down Ronnie Wood, the Land Shark, heading to the stripe with Exeter's Isaac Moore in 3.
Are we on? These the girls? 351, right, sorry, I'm a page behind. Story of my life, really, innit? Do you know what I mean? Right, let's have a look. Also 351. 352. I'll go with 352. Mia Kiss, Holly Richardson, Sophie Bailey, Ophelia Shepherd in this one as well. That looks like a Grace Hudak girl leaving it out. Sophie Bailey's in that second position. Aria Rosalie in 3. Holly Richardson in 4. The 617, that is Amber Tucker out of Bexhill. In 5 with the Brunty rider Izzy Dolan. Going through in 6. More 10-year-old girls. Maisie Egan. Allen'sBMX.com leading it through from Trixie Trace. Going 1 and 2, the 11 and the 10. Chasing her down is Bonnie Dudley and Maisie Surtees. India Bennett on that 571. Girls pushing hard. Ada Walding's in there as well. And Jamie Puddock. So as they go down towards the final corner, it's going to be Trace Egan, Dudley, Surtees. That is your 1, 2, 3 and 4 at the minute. Walding going through in 5. As the next moto comes out of the turn, the 11-year-old boys, challenger Riches, Mullen, Jones, Cheffy, Zach Worthington's in this one. Where's Zach? He's in there in what, 5th at the minute at the moment, pushing hard. Wants that top 4 finish if he can get it. Marcus Mullen leading it through though, the 16, getting involved is Huey Hall. In his Birmingham club jersey now, Zach Worthington's got an opportunity to pick up some positions down the final straight. He's pushing to the line. Is he going to get it? Not quite. He's going to have to settle for that 5, but it was a good effort. Race 355, Archie Crocker-White, Akeem Brazier. Harley Bowler in this one in 3. Looks like the 7 leading it through. That's going to be Joe Rook. Crocker-White in there in 2, Bowler in 4. Just missed the rider in 3. As they head towards the line, race 356. Zach Everly and Itai Jamira going 1 and 2 at the minute. Jacob Aston's in there for Midlands. In there in about 5 at the moment. Finley Murphy doing it for Nuneaton with Louis Swales. Out of Preston. The 889. That belongs to Sam Knight. Sam on his home track at Birmingham. Keep pushing, Sam. Good lad. Race 357. Looking at the GT rider Leighton Harding. Out front, Oliver Merrin in there in 2. That's Harrison Doe. Out of Decoy, who's in there inside the top 3. With the CGR rider Callum Goostrey in there in 4. With Dexter Elliott in 5. Race 358. Jasper Kimber, Lucas Laurie, Lucas Belton, Albert Aliadians, Theo Davis, Bram Heaver, Kaya Phillips and Zach Hamill. The 832, that is Kaya Phillips out of Nuneaton. Just working his way past me. And Lucas Laurie going through as well. Zach Hamill doing it for Retro Racing. Race 359, Bagwell, Thompson, Phillips, Wade, Bibby, Devine, Smith and Taylor. James Bibby, Jack Devine, Isaac Smith. Going 1, 2, 3. The 24 of Noah Bagwell out of the MK crew. He's in there in 4. Being tracked down by his clubmate Oliver Taylor, who's in there in 5 with Leon Waite in 6. Race 360, Galitist, Essel, Bell, Swales, Scott, Parsons, Payne and Ridley. Ronnie Payne and Archie Bell. Going 1 and 2, Adrian Galitis in there in 3, went way up the turn. That's allowed Harry Swales to get right there alongside him as they head towards the line. Race 361, Iris Hyder. Evie Dyson doing it for Bradford. She's in there in about 6 at the minute, but pushing hard. Got Green Machines, Poppy May Kirby. In there in 2, Lainey Cordin in 3. Holly Hume going through in 4. Race 362, Grace Gerrard. Freya Harris, Millie Ross. I think Millie's got a birthday as well. I'm sure somebody sent me a message to that effect. If I'm right, happy birthday, Millie. If I'm wrong, happy birthday for whenever it is. Paige Cathcart Cunnison, Seren Pritchard, Elizabeth Lola Poole. Doing it for Sorted Race Gear, one of our traders. Don't forget, Trader Village. Green Machine, Crucial. Pure Bicycles, B73, DC Cycles. All your food trucks, coffee, pizza, Piri Piri wraps, all the rigmarole. Calories and bike parts. You can't ask for more, really, can you, Lewis?
Race 363, Lauren Keller, GT Factory, going to pick up this moto win. Maura McCarran, Divine Branch UK in there in that 2-spot. MCR going through in 3, that was Sadie McSwitty. Race 364, more 11-year-old girls heading into turn number 2. That looks like it could be Elsie Blight out front on the template, riding out of Absolute Bicycle Motocross with Crank BMX coaching. In there behind her, that is Tyler Davenport, Team Erin Andover's Olivia Webb being shuffled back to about 4 at the moment. Who's that working her way through? I think that was Lucy Stevenson, who's now up to that 2-spot, bringing it right the way down to the stripe. 12-year-old boys hitting that second turn. That's got to be Ethan Rogers, Maver UK out front at the moment. That is the 21 plate in there behind him. Ethan Crooks Martin chasing him down the 54 of Lawrence Bojang inside the top 3. In and out of that final corner, it's going to be Harley Steele out of Ipswich. He's going to pick up that top 4 finish as Rogers picks up that moto win. Bojang shoves his front wheel through for 2 spots. Max Vass on the 420 plate leads out. Race 366, he's being chased down by one of the Williams brothers, but the movers come in the turn from Ralph Sowerby, who's moved his way through into that 2-spot, the 15 plate in there behind him. That is, of course, Zane Williams out of Peckham BMX Club, the front 3 riders running away with this one at the moment, with Green Machines, Oakley, Holloway inside the top 4. Max Bojang, you need to head to the admin cabin, please, immediately. They have got your transponder, so Max Bojang, head to the admin cabin for your transponder. James Miller, Charlie Wilcox, out front, having a good old battle down that final straight for that 1 spot, and I think it was Miller that hung on to it. We are looking at Ethan Howell heading into turn number 2 with Josh Jepson in there behind him. Max McNulty just getting shoved wide into that second corner. That let Cam Brooks Fifield work his way through. So Cam's up to about 2 or 3 at the minute. Here comes McNulty though, right round the outside, doing it the hard way. Henry Potts is getting involved as well. He's looking for a way past Fifield. Kamiri Brooks, Fifield down this final straight. It's going to be Howell, Jepson, McNulty, Brooks in that order. Harry Donald leads out the next moto in race 367. Who's in there with him, looking like more towards Idlow as they come on round. That is the 22 plate of Evan Davey, under pressure in that final turn from Ben's T-Wall Kiss, I think that might have been. Yes, it was. He just had the move put on him in that final corner, and the rider went from 4 to 3. That was Stanley Farmer. Out on track, we are looking at Thomas Honeywell in there in that 2-spot, chasing down your race leader, the new Tom Palmer, in there in the 1 spot, then being chased on through. Hunter van der Malien in there in 3. Who's in 4? That's Joe Douglas with the 18 plate of Charlie Griggs. In there behind him with Max Cooper in 6, heading down the final straight. It's all about Palmer out front, under pressure as they bring it to the line, but he's going to hang on to it. Race 371, 12-year-old girls, Brooke Fawcett, Georgia Surtees, Molly Fumi Carroll, Clara Salmon, Dakota Tucker and Millie Granger. It is Brooke Fast Fawcett and Dakota Tucker, 1 and 2 at the moment. Dakota's best mate Lewis Hamilton is racing this weekend in the British GP. She looks to pick up a win as he wants to as well down the final straight, but it's going to be Fawcett leading it to the line. She's going to take the moto win with Tucker in that 2nd spot. Emily Eaton out on track, leading it in race 372. Who's in there with her, picking it up? That's got to be the 7 plate as they come on round. Esme Ward doing it for Warren BMX Race Team, the W6 in there as well. That is Poppy Bishop doing it for Halo Wheels Race Team. Looked at the inside of Ward on that final corner, but didn't make it stick. Anushka Jones inside the top 4 with Nia O'Connell in 5. Ruby Warren on track, being chased through by the 6 plate of Emma Kiss into that 2nd corner. It is Warren and Kiss. Kiss throws in a high-low and executes it perfectly, so she leads the race. Warren in that 2 spot, the 10 plate in 3. That is going to be Allegra True out of SAS Race Team with MCR inside the top 4. That's Martha Cotton on the 5 plate, but it's going to be Kiss out front picking up that moto win. Moving on to the 13-year-old boys, Kobe Rayford, European number 2, out on track. He's being chased down by the 9 plate of Ned Guppy, heading towards the final turn, doing it for Absolute, so stay strong. And Absolute out front, Elvis Lawrence doing it for DC Cycles, in there in 3. Brody Geddes in 4, Billy Harrison in there in 5. That's how they're going to wrap it up. Race 375 on track tyres. Oh, one rider hits the deck, not quite sure who that was. Just catches another rider with him as they go through the second straight, but it's going to be tyres, and Hamilton out front heading towards the final turn. Richardson in there in 3, Buttery's in 4, that's going to be Osborne in 5, the 43 plate in there behind him in 6. That is Thomas O'Brien with the 53 plate getting caught up in the action. That was Thomas Veruti. The fallen rider was Oscar Jewell. He's back up to his feet, finishing his lap. Put your hands together for Oscar. Race 376 hits the track, more 13-year-olds into turn number 1. That's going to be the 22 plate of Ben Millington leading this one out for Braintree Bullets BMX Club. He's under pressure there from Robin Maton Alonso, who's looking away for a way around the outside on his right-hand shoulder into that second corner. That's looking like we've got Adam Stevenson inside the top 3. Alonso and Millington heading into that final corner. Stevenson in 3, the 63 plate in 4. That is Riley Schimmel, but it's Millington hanging on to it down the final straight. He's going to pick up the moto win under pressure from Alonso in 2. Race 377 on track. Nathaniel Eames in there in 3, being chased through that second straight, but it's Harry Bailey out front looking good. Harrison Barnes, I think that is in there in that 2 spot on the 705 plate. Yes, it is Barnes. Being chased down by Eames into that final corner. Ronnie Richards in there inside the top 4. Last straight action. It is Bailey leading it out. Barnes in 2. Who's going to get the 3 spot? This one's going to be tight on the line, but Eames is going to hang on to it. Todd Smith-Notman leads out race number 378 in the 13-year-olds. Edward Miller and Dexter Bearup are in there behind him, in and out of that second corner. Notman, though, on the 6 plate, doing it for Allen's Factory Supercross, heading into that final corner, looking safe and clear. The 62 plate in there as well. That is Eddie Millington out of the Bristol Jets BMX Club, heading down the final straight. Notman picking up that moto. Isaac Shaw on track, being chased down by Milo Weller into turn number 2. Then front 2 riders are running away with it at the moment. Freddie Parkinson threw it underneath in that second corner, and it came out in that 3 spot on the 1X plate, being chased back through by Logan Young, who looked at the inside but wasn't close enough. He's now in there in 4, being chased down by Caden Thompson down the final straight. It's going to be Shaw and Weller out front. Race 380 on track. Westmore, Warwork, Cottrell, Cranston, Rollison, Westwood and Harris on track. That is Cottrell, Westmore, Cranston in that order as they come back through the 3rd straight. Woolworks in there as well inside the top 4, but it's all about Rab Racing's world number 7 out front. James Cotty Cottrell going to pick up that moto win.
Right, race 381 on track. We are still on with the 13-year-old boys. That is Toby Lynch, sorted race gear out in front. Daniel Coolidge is trying to work his way in there as well. Maxwell Lawrence doing it for Braintree. Newton Hindley in that 2nd spot at the moment as they head down towards the final corner. And yeah, in and out we go. Lynch, Hindley, Coolidge, 1, 2 and 3. Braintree's rider Maxwell Lawrence, he's going to go through inside the top 4. Onto the 13-year-old girls. Maddie Dixon in this one. Sidoni Cleve, Anastasia Muha, Lexi Kearns for Allen's BMX. We've got Rin Serafina Gianolino in there and Ellie Moore as well. Gianolino in 1, Cleve in 2, Kearns in 3, the 11 of Dixon going through in 4. Race 383 coming out of turn number 1. That is Katie Millar out in front. Jalaya Patel going through in 2. Matilda Sacharu out of Peckham in that 3rd position. That's Libby Coppin rounding out the top 4. Isla Young in 5. And Evie Malkin out of Derby in there in 6. It looks like it's going to go Millar, Patel, Sacharu, 1, 2, 3. 14-year-old boys now on track. That is Guppy battling away with Seeley. Those guys are 1 and 2. Stan Mason, Jake Asher, Rufus Cousineau in there in that 3rd position. Ewan Beaton, Eric McSwitty in the mix as well, the 57. That is Logan Ritchie. 385, Tandy, Cam, Smith, Chaplin, Tomlinson, Groves and Jamira. Jamira in 3, Tomlinson leading it out. Mason Groves in the 2, William Chaplin back there in about 5. Rider in 4, that is the 238, and that is Lucas Tandy. Race 386 now. Taylor, Barnard, Headley, Larkin, Spencer, Binney, Jones and Radcliffe. Getting very busy at the back of the pack, but Larkins is out in front. He's checked out and gone. Ted Spencer on the 33 doing it for Peckham. He's got that third spot, the 28. That belongs to Henry Radcliffe out of Decoy. The 33 is Ted Spencer in there in 2. And Chase Barnard rounding out the top 4. Moto 387 on track. That looks like Heath Thomas out there in the lead. Tate Kitson going through as well inside the top 3. That is Bradley James in 2, and the 4th place belongs to Dylan Powell out of Nuneaton. Ollie Kirby pushing hard from 5th. And the Milton Keynes rider in there in 6 is Ollie Terblanche. Race 388, Jack Davey, Remy Colquhoun, Max Surridge, Eden Boone in this one. It's Stack, Cooper McCrum, Alex Dunkley and Lucas Osborne. Lucas in there in 3, chasing down the 13 of Jack Davey. Looks like Eden Boone is leading it out to the line. Dunkley's going to come through in about 5th behind McCrum. Freddie Entwistle out in front in race 389 on that home track going into the final corner. Big battle going on for the 3 of the minute between Logan Whittleson and the 28. I don't know who that is. Moves being made though as Oliver James comes through as well. Race 390. Emmy Seaward in there in 3, battling with the boys, going into the turn, takes that 2nd spot away. She's still got to work her way past the 27 of Oliver Sim out of Midlands. Oliver's had an absolute flyer this time around. 391, Lily Hayes. In there in about 3rd spot at the minute. Ruby Walford coming through inside the top 4. That's Amelia Reveley out in front. Lottie McFarlane for Peterborough in there in that 2nd position, the 12. That belongs to Daisy Knowles out of Manchester. And CGR's Macy Richardson in the mix as well. Don't forget your quarterfinals are going straight after the motos. Quarterfinals will go straight after the motos. Lottie Brown into the turn we go. Ailey Watson in there in 2. That looks like Ava Wright going through in 3. That's going to be Grace Burge inside the top 4 with a Tana Price in 5. Doing it for Peckham. Team Minds Lucy Gardner pushing in about 7 at the minute. But it's Lottie Brown out in front. The rider out of Doncaster is Jessie Leasley aboard that Chase bicycle. But it's going to be Brown, Watson, Burge, Wright, you 1, 2, 3 and 4.
Kai Blaine leads out race 393 and the 15-year-old boys doing it for Team A. In and out of that 2nd corner, Warm BMX race team in there as well. That's Cameron Cox heading for that final corner. The 28 plate of Bradley Davison looking for a way around Cox in that final turn. Didn't quite manage it, so it is Crucial Racing in there inside the top 4. That's Kevin Cook being chased down by the 495 of Matty Porelek on his home track. Hayden Dunn leads out the next moto, being chased through by Zachary Tia into that 2nd corner. That looks like Evolved Bicycle Motocross in there as well. Joe Little inside the top 3, the 27 in 4. Louis Pinder out of Smiley's Flight Club with the 762 in there as well. That's Jack Strong under pressure out of that final corner by Scott McCallum down the final straight. Looking like Strong's going to hang on to him. McCallum in there behind him. Cody Coker on track then on the 8-plate riding out of Fluent Bicycle Motocross heading into the final turn. Nathan Baratta on the 15 and there behind him. That looks like it could be Samson Townsend on the 39 plate. That's going to be your top 3 heading down the final straight, but it is all about Cody Coker out front. Race 396, Lewis Collins Nemo in this one. He's working his way round the outside of Marco Reynolds heading into turn number 2. That looks like Joe Pentavote just posted up in front of him in that 4th place at the moment. It is Noah Everly though, Mabo UK out front, Sean Brown. Look at the move from Shea Jordan in that final turn. Worked his way from 3 to 2, so it is Everly, Jordan, Brown in that order. Here comes Nemo with a late charge on Vote to the line. I don't know if he's going to get close enough. Rab Racing on track. Eli Smith leads this one through on the 5 plate. He's going to 1 and 2 with Absolute Finley Collis. Bringing it on round Ollie Coppin inside the top 3 as well. John O'Harady doing it for the ladies and MK Evolution inside the top 4. But it's all about Eli Smith in that one. Race 398, Haywood, Rayner, Webster, Lang, Chapman and Foster. Mason Lang leads it into turn number 2. That looks like he could be the 17. Can we please have Tom Jones back to your gazebo? Tom Jones, if you can head back to your gazebo, please.
Apparently he goes missing quite often. It's not unusual. Oh dear.
There's some thumbs up from down there.
It was far too obvious.
Oh dear. Where are we? Birmingham, yeah, thanks for that. You're on a roll now, you're waking up. How many cups of tea have you had? 2. Right, there we go then, that's why. Jessica Marriott that was. I've not got a clue what moto though. Lexi Wade? No? Megan Roy? 399. I've skipped a page too early, that's why. Laurie and Carruthers, Megan Roy having a good old scrap into that final turn. Laurie got the better of Megan as they went into the corner, elbow bashing and all that rigmarole. So it is going to be Laurie taking that moto win as Sophie Elwood and Ruby Moores have a nasty, nasty crash in turn number 1 in race 400. It's Carly Hayes. No, sorry, 401. Carly Hayes leads this one out from the 11 of Sophie Kynaston out of LVG. In and out of that final corner. That looks like it could be Sabina Ashman in there as well, working away from 3 to 2. Put your hands together for Sophie Elwood, ladies and gents. She's up to her feet and finishing her lap. Ruby's up as well. Put your hands together for Ruby Moores, ladies and gents. That 15-year-old girls class is absolutely stacked. Don't forget, ladies and gents, quarterfinals as soon as racing has finished. We are going quarterfinal racing after the motos. Please keep an eye out on scores. And make sure you are in the pens when that last champ women gate drops a little later on. We resume racing with the 16-year-olds, Gordon Fawcett, True, Fred, Brooke, Jackson, Toole and Burgess. It is, of course, Brooke and Fawcett going 1 and 2 into turn number 2. That looks like Reece Toole in the mix inside the top 4 as well. He is currently chasing down the 19 plate, heading towards that final corner. That is Max Burgess out of Preston Pirates. Here comes Toole with a late charge down the final straight. Has he got enough left for Burgess as they bring it down to the line? I don't think he's going to get close enough. Elliot Brooke takes the moto win. James Clitheroe Jr., Dr. Smooth. It is the original Dr. Smooth's birthday today. Happy 50th, Dylan Clayton, wherever you may be now. He was over by his team gazebo earlier on. He's moved on now, though. He's had enough of the happy birthday, I reckon. A very happy birthday to Team Hard Knocks team manager, as Clitheroe and Finn Phillips go through in 1 and 2. Race 404, Ollie Kendall, Curtis Copeland heading into turn number 2. Copeland swarming all over the back wheel of Kendall as he went into that second corner. Who's that in there behind him, looking like the 30 plate as they come on round? Ted Warwick out of Warren BMX Race Team with the 37 of Niall O'Connell in there inside the top 4, but it's going to be the Jump Club and NRT 1 and 2. That's Kendall and Copeland.
Right, cracking on. It's all right, more 16-year-olds, Finley Hoff in and out the turn with Thomas Miller going 1 and 2. Romeo Kapai in there as well in about 4th. Race 406 is the one on track. Josh Williams, BMX Widow Photography. in there in one. Jump Club going through in two. That's going to be J. Teal, Simpson Davis, Ellis Berry, Midlands BMX inside the top four. Being tracked down by Zach Chapman out of Manchester, who's in there in five, but Williams leads it out of the turn. Williams, J. Teal, Simpson Davis, the rider out of Scotland. That'll be, who's that? Lewis Cook. As Thomas Doran leads out the 16-year-olds in Moto 407. Hamblin, Henry, Walsh, Twitchin's in there as well. Dylan Barlow and Jack Clark. So these are your 16-year-old boys. Don't forget your quarterfinals are going to go straight after the motos. As we head on. As they are in and out of the turn, that is Rosie O'Brien and birthday girl Annabelle Charlton. Happy birthday, Annabelle, 16 today. So don't hesitate to wish her a happy birthday as she walks past. She'll love all the attention, being 16 years old. She takes a 2. As we move on, I think, are we in the 17 to 29-year-old females, or are we still on the 16s? Might still be on the 16s at the minute. Esme Brooke, yeah. Jamie Owens, Lacey Bird, Fumi Adrami Hepburn. All heading down the final straight as we move up a class to 17 to 29. This one includes Mika Pritchard and Tilly McCrum. Olivia Firth is in there as well. Olivia going through in 3. Looks like Green Machine's Megan Kirby is leading it out though. DC Cycles Pritchard in 4. Emily Clinch shopping for a 5th behind Tilly McCrum. Doing it for Evolve Bicycle Motocross. As we move on, look at the battle going on out front. That is Remy Godfrey and Lexi Carruthers now. Oh, Lexi makes the move in the corner. She's retiring from BMX after this weekend. She wants to end it on a high. Will it be a national final in front of the home fans? We certainly hope so. Alaya Akaleli in there, Jamie Hyam, Caitlin Ellis in the mix as well. As we move on to Moto 412, Ellie Featherstone leading it out. Emily Green in 2. That'll be Megan Dewhig in 3. Imogen Gibson, Hannah Drew rounding out the top 5. Hannah Baker in 6. Molly Nice in 7. And Alicia Linscott in 8. Moving on to the 17 and 18-year-old boys. Still cracking on. Well, looks like Green Machine are out in front. Right, George Gerard of Hard Knocks Bike Coaching leading out race number 414. That's Kiana Schaefer-Cohen in that second position. The 291 is Owen Putland, I think, in there in the 3. No, it's Joseph Scurry Curry. Battling away with Ice Bikes, Jake Hadcock to the line. Race 415, Sam Day, Tom Greig, Che Young, Alex Stokes. In there in 5th at the minute for Evolved. Theodore Peterkin doing it for Peckham. In there in that 4th position. The 18 belongs to Kieran Benachrist, and the 957 is Gabriel Almeida. Race 416, Jump Club's Ruben Smith out front, Putland in there in 2. That's going to be Jaden Seward inside the top 3, with Ben Fitzsimmons going through in 4. Where's Ben Weiss? He's there in that 5th position, battling with Fitzsimmons. Joshua Cates in that 6th spot, with Alfie Woon in 7.
Hello. Oh, we're on. 17, 18-year-olds, race 417, Dexter Gambe leading this one through. That looks like the 19 plate of Liam Doyle. In there behind him in that 2 spot, being put under pressure by the Pro-Style rider, that is Lewis Longley, as they bring it down to the line. Last rack of the 17, 18-year-olds for the motos. Bigger, Whitaker, Milbank, Morris, Esselmont, Webb and Higgs. It is Harvey Milbank out front with Arne Esselmont chasing him down as they head down that final straight. Scott Monroe-Higgs going to round out the top three with Charlie Bigger in for 19 to 29-year-olds. Connor Hudson, George Higley, 1 and 2. That looks like Josh Izzard in there in 3. Lewis Childs in 4. Luke Davies-Hayes in there in 5. Turn 2 action. Hudson out front looking good. Heading for that final corner. Higley currently winning the battle of the baddest between him and Hogger. Heading down that final straight. Hudson, he's going to pick up that moto win. Izzard going to push Higley to the line for that 2 spots. Next up, race 420 on track. That looks like it could be Sean Tobin chasing down Billy Luckhurst into turn number 2. Luckhurst, Tobin, Hedges, 1, 2, 3. Who's picking up 4 and 5? That looks like Team Gnarly in there in 5 at the minute. That's got to be Reese Hogger chasing down the 16 plate as they go out of that final turn. That's Marcel Moore picking up that 4 spot on the line. Tobin pushes Luckhurst all the way across the stripe, and I think he might have picked up that moto win. Rider down on the exit of turn number 1. Not quite sure who that was. Jump Club. Ty Armstrong, I think. Let's hope that he's all right. As the crucial lads go 1 and 2. That's Adam Brazil and Aaron Holloway. Race 422 up on the gates. Gate goes down, race 422, heading for turn number 1. Ross Sharp looking like he's going to pick up a whole shot, but he's got Callum Sharp Maple right there with him on his inside. It's going to be Sharp, Maple. Here comes Hayden Green. He's working his way into the middle of the pack. This one's looking absolutely stacked. Ollie Cope's worked his way into 3, so it is Sharp, Maple, Cope, Green, Brunez, 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Brunez worked his way into 4. In and out of that final corner. Ross Sharp out of Army Cycling Union. Looking like he's going to pick up this moto win. Chart Maple isn't done yet though. Right the way down to the stripe. 1, 2, 3 with Cope in 3. Quarters have been posted, ladies and gents. Quarterfinals are up on scores. We are going quarterfinal racing as soon as these motos have done. And by my count, there's probably about 9 motos left. Not even that, actually. I don't know, where are we up to? Masters, Billy Irwin, Matt Bourne, David James, Ryan Jones, 1, 2, 3, 4 in race number 423. There's about 10 motos left, ladies and gents. You need to be getting yourselves into the pens, please, for your quarterfinals. Quarterfinals are going straight after motos. Scott Beaumont, John Lillingston. That looks like Christopher Granger in there in 3. Mr. Thompson, Darren, in there inside that top 4 with Dale Scott in 5. Women 30 plus. Rebecca Gold leads this one out once again today. National champion in Women's Masters yesterday. On the 0-1 plate, your British champion, Absolute Bicycle Motocross. The 2 of Anita Wong in there behind her, doing it for DC Cycles. Fon Clements out of a team here in Andover. On the 8 plate, heading out of that final corner. And that's going to be Annie Chisua in there in 4. Vets, race 426, Ben Martinez, Fraser Watson, Matt Barnard, 1, 2, 3, Zoltan and Adam Boudet going through in 4 and 5. Heading towards that final turn, that looks like it could be Mark Steele in there as well. Yes, it is, in about 6, heading down the final straight. All about Martinez and Watson out front. Looks like Zoltan Boudet's pushed his way through to pick up a 3 spot in front of Matt Barnard and Adam Boudet. Race 427 on track. Danny T leads this one out. Who's in there with him? Gotta be Hayden Tarora. Out of Dragon Riders on the 177 plate. Matt Eaton's in there in 3. Who's picking up 4? Got to be George Salmond on the 424 plate with Big Nige Smith in there in 5. In and out of that final corner. Danny T going to pick up this moto win in race 427. Grand Vets hit the track then into that first corner. Looking like we have got the 818 plate leading this one out. That is Neil Waddington out of Cornwall heading into that second corner. Birmingham BMX Club in there as well. That is Mark Taylor on the 891 plate, looking up the inside of the Cornwall rider into that final turn. The 348 in there as well, riding out of Gnarly. That is Jason Barker out of Rotherham BMX Club, with the Christos Chorkos in there inside the top 4. Second rack of Grand Vets, Pure Bikes going at 1 and 3 at the moment. Martin, Argy, Ogden splitting them up in that 2 spot. Hilly, Oggy, the Warlock, 1, 2, 3. Bernie Shells in there in 4. Check out the Divide lads going through in 5 and 6. That's going to be Fortune and Bags heading down the final straight. Brixton in there as well. That's going to be John Perkins on the 23 plate. But your race winner was, of course, Alan Hill. Last moto for the Grand Vets today, then that is going to be Peckham BMXers. No, it's not. That's Jason Lewis on the 311. Brixton BMX Club. Hope Nigel's not here. He told me off for that last time. So it's going to be Jason Lewis picking up that moto win with Brett Archibald in there behind him. Junior men hit the track, heading for turn number 1. These 2 lads have been battling it out for quite a few races now. It's going to be Xander Mavawani right and Danny Jake Monforte 1 and 2. Gabe Simpson all right this time through the pro. Said he's not had the best of days so far, but he's in there in 3 at the minute. Flint Drelling corner, Ned Penny going at it for that 4 spot, but it is all about Xander Mavawani right into that final corner. Here comes Danny Jake Montfort looking for a fast finish down this final straight. He's been doing it all season long, and I think he's going to pick up the moto win. Mavawani right in there for 2. Superclass men hit the track. Cal Brad Russell heading for turn number 1. It's going to be Cal leading it from his younger brother Brad into the corner. Matt Hott in there in 3 doing it for Concept Mabo. But it's all about Ultimate Europe at the moment. Mabo UK in there in 4. That is Jay Boville. Good to see him on track. He's picking it up as they go in and out of that second corner. But it's all about Cal and Russell. Bradley Russell in and out they go. Nice and relaxed down that final straight. That's going to be your front 2 as they take it across the line. Matt Hutt, Jay Boville 3 and 4. That looked like Charlie Roy and Harrison Bell 5 and 6.
Oh no, you keep going. I've just whilst my sheets in the bin.
Second rack of Superclass men hits the track. That's going to be Cal Strickland picking up the whole shot. Who's in there with him on his home track? That is, of course, Jos Marnham. He's come up short through the pro set, though, and it's not gone so well for him, so he's had to pull on the ripcord with Casey Martley. They're at the back of the pack. George Hunt's worked his way through from 2 to 1, so he's your new race leader for Ice Bikes. Hunt, Strickland, Fletcher, Hunt, 1, 2, 3, 4. Harrison Collins in there in 5. Down the final straight, looking like that's how they're going to bring it across the stripe. Penultimate moto of the day hits the track. Champ women heading towards turn number 1. 464 on the plate. 646, sorry, that is Freya, the Slayer Chalice, doing it for Absolute Bicycle Motocross. She's going 1 and 2 with Sienna Harvey, riding out a crucial racing. Betsy Pax in there in 3, Ava Brown in there in 4, Lucy Simpson 5, and Tia Gaynor in there in 6. But it's out front with Absolute. Freya Chalice running away with this one. World and European champion this year. Picked up the national champion sleeve last night, I believe, as well. She's going to go through in at that 1 spot across the line with Bax and Harvey 2 and 3. Last moto of the day hits the track. Harmer's on the inside. Here comes Elsa Rendell. Todd, though, riding out of stage strong. Clark and Kent into the turn. Todd leads it. Harmer's in there behind her in that 2 spot. That's going to be Maggie Bown in 3. Who's in 4 and 5? That looks like Lucy Hutt and Akira Cook heading into that second corner. But it's all about Elsa Rendell. Todd stays strong. Clark and Kent running away with this moto into the final corner. She's going to wrap up this moto win by the looks of it. Harmer being chased out by Bown out of that final corner. Who's going to get the 2 spot down the final straight? Harmer, Bown to the stripe. Looking like Bown might have just nicked it on the line. We are ready to go quarterfinal racing, ladies and gents. Jacob Russell, Jesse Rose, William Arnold, Ollie Bird, Hendrix Hines and Isaac Shaw are the riders that make up your first quarterfinal of the weekend. Gate goes down the quarterfinals. Aura go for round number 9 of the 2024 BMX National Series, sponsored by Lloyds Bank. It's going to be your British champion, Ethan Shaw, leading it into turn number 1 for Birmingham NRT. Here on his home track, Shaw leads it from Hines in there in 2. That's the 41 plate in 3, bringing it on round. Got to be Jesse Rose out of the northeast. Ollie Bird is in a qualifying position inside the top 4 at the moment, but he's under a bucket load of pressure in that second corner. The 263 of William Arnold looking for a way round. Bird though creating a bit of a gap as you head into that final corner. Shaw, Hines, they're both safe and clear, as is Rose heading down the final straight. Bird's going to hang on to that final qualifying spot.
Right, let's have a look. That is Jackson Chapman Davis, I think, in there in that 4th spot at the moment as they come out of the turn. No, we've got 2 crank riders in there. It's Jacob Dent in 4 as they go in and out of turn number 2. Charlie Dowsing leading it out. Divide UK in there in 2. That's going to be Rocco Westwood. Dent's got that final qualifying position. Looks like as they go in and out of the corner. Birthday boy, no, it's George Spencer in there in that 3rd spot. Taking it to the line. Dent's going to get the 4.
Third quarterfinal hits the track. That's got to be Arthur Donaldson leading it out from the 168 of Thomas Giles, heading for turn number 2. Who's on the inside? That is a Centurions rider, Aston John Lee. Looked up the inside of Kacharik but didn't dive underneath, so he's now under a bit of pressure himself from the LVG rider. That is the 811 of Chester Growcock. He's in there in 5, looking for a way round Lee. Kacharik in there in 3. The movers come at the front of the pack. It's going to be Giles leading it down the final straight from Donaldson. Kacharik in there in 2 and 3. Who's going to get 4? That's going to be Aston John Lee.
Right, Jack Haynes leads out quarterfinal number 4. Rex Ford's in there as well. That looks like Belton in the 3, the 866. That is George Kellum. Kellum in that final qualifying spot right now for TNT. Who's chasing him down is Jake James out of Mixed Picks. So Spencer, James, 4 and 5, battling for the position. In and out of the turn we go. Looks like Spencer's going to hold on to it. Out in front, Jack Haynes taking it to the line. Rexford going through with Jack Belton.
Murray Watson had an absolutely blinding first straight in quarterfinal number 1 for the 10-year-olds heading into turn number 2. That looks like Luke Mowat right there behind him, looking for a way round in that 2 spot. Who's picking up 3 and 4? Preston Umosh Powell. It's his dad's birthday today. He's in there in 4 at the minute, under a bucket load of pressure as to go in and out of that final turn. Moore's in there in 5. Who's that in there in 3? Oliver Richards. He's now under pressure himself from Moore as they head down to the line. Powell's going to take the 3 spot on the line. That one was close for 4.
Oh, it's getting very busy already in this quarterfinal for the 10-year-olds. The 2 teammates, Ronnie Wood and Teddy Jones, very nearly got together out of turn number 1. They're going 1 and 2 right now. That is Sebastian Hewitt in there in 3, and that looks like Lucas Tuolde in there in 4. Cordery, he's going to look for the move in the final corner. He's giving up a spot as well. Oh, gets it wrong in the final turn. Wood's going to go through, Hewitt's going to go through, Jones is going to go through, and Tuolde.
Jacob Anderson, Benny Jackson are going 1 and 2 in quarterfinal number 7. Heading into that second corner, stay strong. C&K's Rex Beasley inside the top 3. Who's in there in 4? That looks like it could be the 838 heading on through. That is Arthur Claydon out of Exeter, but he's under pressure from the 11 of Arlo Steinmetz in and out of that final turn. So it is Claydon, Steinmetz, 4 and 5 down the final straight. Claydon's going to hang on to that final qualifying spot.
Right, Connor Hemphill, Fenley Monroe going 1 and 2. Joey Tompkins in 3. That is Freddie Ray Orland in 4. He had to ease off the gas to make it in, and that's left Leo Bradley to get right up on his back wheel as they go into turn number 2. As they head to the final corner, Hemphill, Monroe, Tompkins, and the LCC rider Freddie Ray Orland. They're looking good. Bradley's in there in 5. Too much to do.
Quarterfinal number 9 hits the track. These year 11-year-olds. Jack Devine slots his way into that 2 spot, chasing down your race leader, the European number 4. That is James Bibby. Bibby, Devine in that order. That looks like Ronnie Payne in there in 3, doing it for the Jump Club S&M Source, who's picking up that final qualifying spot. Looking like it is the 15 plate out of Green Machine. That is Samuel Richards. Here comes that 4 plate though of Marcus Mullen, looking for a way round out of that final turn as Mullen got enough left for Richards down the final straight. Richards, Mullen to the line. Who's going to get the 4 spot? I think Mullen might have just nicked it from Richards.
Right, Archie Crocker-White and Joe Rucker going 1 and 2 at the moment. Zach Hamill's in there in 3. That is Emil Challenger in 4. Where is Lucas Belton? He's in there in 5, battling away. Front 2 looking good right now. Hamill takes it to the skies. Challenger's looking round in 4. That's never a good sign. Belton in 5. Challenger holding on for the 4. Has Belton got enough for him? I don't think he has.
Zach Everly just had the gate of his life down that first straight, and he leads it from Isaac Lasenda Smith, heading for turn number 2. Looks like Adrian Garlitis has been caught up in some traffic. He's dropped back to about 7. So it is Everly, Smith, Jamira, 1, 2, 3. Look at the MK guys going at it for 4. That is Lucas Laurie and Oliver Taylor. The 23 plate of Taylor hangs on to that final qualifying spot at the moment. Has Laurie got enough left for him down the final straight? I don't think he has. It's going to be Oliver Taylor taking it through to the semis.
Right, Lane Harding, Archie Bell 1 and 2 in this one. The 25 is Albert Aliyev in that 4th spot right now. He's got to hold it on. Out in front of him is Harley Bowler in there in 3. The 17 of Akin Brazier is trying to chase him down into the final corner. It's GT and Fluent going 1 and 2. Brazier's on the back wheel. He's in the 5. He's looking for the 4. He's going to run out of time and room.
17, 29-year-old cruisers are on track. Brooks, Penny, O'Brien, 1, 2, 3 at the moment. That looks like the 25 of Jack Mowat in there in 4 at the moment. Heading into the final corner. Here comes Max Henderson. Throws in a high-low in that final turn. Can he make it stick? Mowat, Henderson down the final straight. Looking like Mowat might just about hang on to it as they bring it down to the line.
Oh, it's getting busy in turn number 1 in these cruiser classes. Who's got the 4 at the minute? We're looking at that 9 plates of Connor Blythe. I think who's getting involved as they go in and out of the turn. Matt McKee for BMX Widow Photography in there in 5. 600, that belongs to Jake Green in there in 2. So it's going to go Pullen, Green, Blythe's through in 4. McHugh's out in 5.
Quarterfinal number 15 hits the track. Hedges and Roy are out front, looking good at the moment. That looks like Theo Pope inside the top 3 into that second corner. Who's in 4? Luca Manzi's picking it up at the moment, but that looks like Hill and the 21 plate in 5 and 6. That's Lloyd Freeman in and out of that final corner they go. It is going to be Hedges, Roy, Pope, Manzi, 1, 2, 3, 4. Not quite sure what order.
Right, Luke Davis Hayes is in 3rd spot for Midlands as they come out of that first turn in this cruiser quarter-final. Pushing hard. Who's going to take it into the turn? That's Daniel Wilson out in front. Arne Esselbon in there in 2. The 26 of Niall Moss is in there in 3. Moss has got pressure coming down the final straight from Green. Moss and Green for the final spot in that semi-final. Who's going to get it in the line? All too close.
12-year-old quarterfinals hit the track. Harry Donald leads it out. Your European number 3 is out front going 1 and 2 with Ethan Crooks-Martin into that second corner. That looks like Mark towards Idlow in there inside the top 3 doing it for TNT. Check out the move in the corner. That's got to be Colby Williams swooping his way underneath the 54 of Lawrence Bojang, in that second turn. Bojang throws in his own high-low of his own down in that final straight. Williams, Bojang, who's going to get that final qualifying spot? I think Williams is going to hang on. Put your hands together for Cam Brooks Five Field.
Right, Miller and Palmer going 1 and 2. Josh Jepson looking very good in the minute. We've had a faller at the back of the pack. Jepson's looking good in the 3. Who's got the 4? It's Ralph Sowerby. Sowerby in 4, Ben's Tibor Kiss in 5. Tibor Kiss is trying to catch him down the final straight. Josh Jepson's going to make it into the semi. Miller, Palmer, Jepson, Sowerby.
Max McNulty's trying to work his way underneath in turn number 1, and he's found himself a top 4 spot as they enter turn number 2. Howell and Douglas are out front as it stands. Here comes Max McNulty with a high-low in that second corner, and he's made it work. He's now clear of the rest of the pack along with the 8 plate into that final corner. That is Thomas Honeywell. So it's going to be Howell and McNulty, 2 best friends off track, and it's looking like they're going to make it happen on track. Down to the stripe, that's going to be a front 2 with Douglas and Honeywell.
Rogers, Vass, Wilcox, Arnold, that's your 1, 2, 3 and 4 at the moment. Peckham, Zane Williams, he's in there in 5. He's got a little bit of work to do as he comes down that straight, and into the final corner we go. Wilcox in there as they head into the final straight and down towards the line. Who's going to get it at the stripe?
The 13-year-old quarterfinals hits the track. Tyers leads it out. Lawrence is in there in that 2 spot. That's got to be Nathaniel Eames inside the qualifying spots. In 3 at the minute, but he's got the 35 plane of Adam Stevenson. In there in 4, Freddie Parkinson's in 5. Turn 2 action. Parkinson works his way underneath and goes from 5 to 4. Eames is in there in 3. Last turn action. Here comes Shaw. He's not done yet. Stevenson throws it back under in the turn. Tyers is safe and clear. Lawrence, Eames, Parkinson in that order. That's how they're going to take it across the line. More 13-year-old quarterfinal action. Kobe Rayford going 1 and 2 with Nate Hamilton. Harry Bailey's in there in 3. Who's getting 4 and 5 as they bring it on round Milo Weller on the inside, but he's got Noah Buttery in there in 5, heading for that final corner. The European number 2 though out front. This guy is checking out from the rest of the pack. Hamilton though doing all he can to keep glued to his back wheel. Rayford, Hamilton, Bailey, 1, 2, 3. Weller rounds out the top 4.
Quarterfinal 23, Toby Lynch is leading it out. That is Guppy in there in 2. That looks like College going through in 3. Ed Miller is in there at 4 at the minute for Preston Pirates. Oh, there's a big battle going on for 5, and 2 riders have taken each other out. That's left Edward Miller out there in 4. Plenty of time and room.
You sure? Quarterfinal number 24 hits the track. Hindley's in the middle of the pack heading into the turn. Tom Smith-Notman's thrown a few elbows about and he's up to about 2 or 3 as it stands. That looks like Ben Millington being shuffled back to 4. It's Cottrell leading it. Notman in 2. Hindley's in there in 3. In and out of that second corner. Ronnie Payne's in there at about 5 or 6. Here comes Robin Matten Alonso, the corner specialist, heading into the final one. And he's worked his way from about 5 to 4. Heading down that final straight. Has he got enough left in the tank? Alonso's going to hang on to it. Millington's out in 5.
Right, Larkins and Osborne are going into the turn 1 and 2 at the minute. There is a big battle for the 4, and Emmy Seward is involved in it. Seward in that 4 spot right now. That's the 34 of UNB2's in there in 5. Alex Dunkley's trying to get involved as well. Emmy Seward of Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. She has got pressure coming. UNB2's all over the back of her into the final turn. Dives underneath. Is Seward going to hang on to it? It's going to go Larkins, Osborne, 1 and 2. Seward with the 4.
14-year-old quarterfinals. Arago Elijah Jameer has just threaded the needle and gone into that 3 spot in that first corner. Where is Logan Widdowson? He's in there at about 5 at the minute, looking up the inside of Roos. First continue in turn number 2, and he's made his stick. Guppy leads it from the 14 of Kitson, heading for the final turn. Jamira and Widdowson are both in qualifying spots as they go in and out of that final turn. Has the 29 of Continue got enough left in the tank? I don't think he's going to get close enough. Widdowson's going to take it to the semi-finals.
Right, Freddie Entwistle was in 5th, coming in and out of turn number 1. He's still there right now. He's got to chase down the 28 out in front of him as they head into that second turn. Entwistle's made the move. He's worked his way into that 4th spot, battling away with the rider going in and out of the turn. Couldn't quite catch who he was. Entwistle in 4. Tomlinson's leading it to the line. Bradley James in there as well. Entwistle through in 4.
Heath Thomas leads out the 28th quarterfinal of the day, headed for turn number 2. That is Rab Racing in that 2 spot. Got to be Lucas Seeley. Looking like Mason Groves is in a qualifying spot as well. Inside the top 3, he's been chased down by the 864 plate of Ocean Par. Out of Crank BMX coach in the front 4 are looking safe and clear from the rest of the pack. Thomas, Seeley, Groves, Par in that order.
Cody Coke and Mason Jackson Lang 1 and 2 coming out of the turn, followed by the 19 and the 21. That belongs to George Chapman and Finlay Collis. Collis in a qualifying position right now, but he's got pressure coming from the rider from Birmingham, and that is Shea Jordan. Shea's been on it all through the motos, makes a little bit of a mistake, tries to dive underneath, takes it from Collis, bumping elbows. Shea Jordan, is he going to hold it to the line? He's got pressure coming behind.
Quarterfinal number 30 on track, Nathan Bro. Huge pile up. 4 riders hit the deck. It's all up for grabs. Whoever's back on their bike first. There's 4 riders still on the track. Who's that rider in there? That is the 652 of Ryan Woodcock. He's going to take that final qualifying spot. Everly, Barata, Tia, 1, 2, 3. Woodcock's going to take 4. Put your hands together, ladies and gents. The fallen riders were Joe Little, Scott McCallum, Joe Penton-Vogt, and Caspery Reynolds. Looks like Joe's back up to his feet. Put your hands together for him, ladies and gents.
All right, we're going to take Joe Little to get checked out. Might be worth Stu just nipping over and just checking on him.
Okay, Ryan.
If you can hear me, Stu.
Quarterfinal number 31 hits the track. That's got to be Eli Smith leading it in and out of the turn. Kai Blaine is in there behind in the 18 plate in there in 3. That's Cameron Cox out of a 1 BMX Race team. Who's picking up 4? That is Samson Townsend riding in and out of turn number 2 out of Bournemouth BMX Club. He's being chased down this first straight by Matty Porelek. I don't know if Porelek's got enough time and room to close that gap down. It's going to be Smith, Blaine 1 and 2. That's how they're going to bring it down to the line with Cox and Townsend through as well. Quarterfinal number 32, the 15-year-olds are a go. Looking on, Lucas Webster's going to lead in from Caden Dunn. Heading on through the straight, that's Kevin Cook in a qualifying spot as well. Ellie Featherstone BMX coaching is in there as well. That's going to be Henry Rayner under pressure though from Sean Brown, who threw an elbow in on the exit of turn number 2. Didn't quite make it stick. Rayner being chased out of that final turn as Brown got enough left in the tank. It's going to be Webster and Dunn out front. Cook's going to hang on to 3. Rayner's taking through in 4.
Right, moving on, more quarterfinal racing. That is James Clitheroe out there in front. Elliot Brook in there in 2. Copeland in 3, 4 sits in there in 4. 2 Hard Knocks bike coaching riders inside the top 4 right now as they head towards the final corner. Clitheroe leading it out. It's going to go Clitheroe, Brook, Copeland can force it, hang on, force it under pressure down the final straight. Is he going to hold it to the line? Yes, he is.
16-year-old quarterfinals all coming at you thick and fast. That's got to be Ollie Kendall and Zach Twitch in 1 and 2. At the moment, Thomas Millar is in there in 3. Who's picking up 4? Looking like that is Ellis Berry out of the mid-lanks, but he's under a bit of pressure from the jump club rider. That is Romeo Kapai looking for a way round in that final turn. Ellis creating a bit of a gap between him and the riders in 5 and 6. It's going to be Kendall, Millar, Twitching, Berry looking like he's going to take that final qualifying spot.
Right, Finn Phillips, Finley Hoff 1 and 2. That looks like jump club rider in there in 3. It's going to be JTL Simpson Davis, who's got the 4th spot right now. Manchester are looking good. That is Zach Chapman, but Zach Chapman's under pressure in the final turn from Sam Hamlin. Chapman and Hamlin, elbow to elbow down the final straight. Who's going to get into the line? Hamlin sneaked his nose in front. Looks like he's stolen it at the line.
Quarterfinal number 36 is led in and out of turn number 1 by Thomas Duran, and he's going 1 and 2 with Josh Williams at the moment. That looks like it could be Braintree in there in 3. Who is that rider? Got to be Callum David on the 26 plate. He's being chased down by a rider out of the Centurions. That is Lewis Cook on the 23 plate in and out of that final turn. Here comes the MCR rider, Reece Toole. Has he got enough left in the tank for Cook? I don't think he's going to get close enough. Cook's going to hang on to it.
Quarterfinal 37, Ruben Smith into the turn, battling away. Jaden Seward is in there as well. So Hard Knocks bike coaching are in the mix. 17 is Che Young. He's there in that 4th spot at the moment. Team Mines, Oscar Matthew Collard. He's trying to get underneath him in that 2nd turn and couldn't make it stick. 1 more corner to go. In and out. Young still in that 3rd spot. Ruben Smith gonna take it. Jaden Seaward with the 2, wouldn't like to say you got 4.
Adcock leads it out of the first corner in the second 17 to 18-year-old quarter-final, but he's been overtaken by Arne Esselmont, who now leads the race through. Esselmont, Adcock, SAS race team are in this one as well. Sebastian Hamling, he's going 3 and 4 with Keanu. Chauffeur Cohen in and out of that final turn. It is going to be Hamling and Cohen. They're going to round out the top 4 spots. Adcock gets it a little bit wrong. He's going to stay upright and pick up that 2 spot.
Oh, there was a big carve underneath there from Ben Fitzsimmons, who went from 3rd to 1st in that first corner in this quarter-final for the 17 and 18-year-olds. He's still holding on to it right now. Peckham are in there in 3 at the minute. That is Dexter Gambe, who's got that 4th spot. Looks like Scott Monroe Higgs is holding on to it at the moment. Monroe Higgs, is he going to get the 4? Yes, he is. Fitzsimmons with the win.
Ben Weiss got a little bit tangled up down the first straight. He now finds himself in that 5th spot out of the first turn. Who's your race leader? Got to be Owen Portland going 1 and 2 with Hard Knocks as George Gerard into that second corner. Sam Day out of hot shots in there in 3. Who's in 4? Looking like we've got a Crew 19 jersey. That is the 19 plate heading towards the final turn. Liam Doyle's under pressure from Ben Weiss out of the final corner. Doyle, Weiss down to the line. Who's going to get the final qualifying spot? That one was busy on the line. That's your quarterfinals done and dusted, ladies and gents. We are going to go semi-final racing at 25 past 3. So you've got 20 minutes time until we go semi-final racing. Thank you very much.
You set my soul on fire. Baby, you set my soul on fire. You set my soul on fire.
Staying in the Premier Inn and has lost the key. You're sleeping under a bridge tonight. So if you check your wallet, your pocket, you've lost the key for the Premier Inn. I've got it.
Semi-final number 1 is lined up, locked and loaded, ready to go on the gates. Semi-final number 1 hits the track. These year 9 to 12-year-old cruisers. Griffin gets shot out of a cannon on the inside. Charlie Cotton is right there as well into turn number 1. But it's all about your European number 3. It's going to be Griffin out front, Cotton in 2. That's got to be Benny. Marco in the 3. Who's picking up 4? Fast Signatures is in the mix. That's Harry Swales in there at the moment. Who's in 5? That looks like Adam Arnold. Got a little bit of work to do to find a way round Swales. Here he comes round the outside. Can he make it happen? Last turn action. Griffin gonna take it down the final straight. Cotton, Marco are both through and safe to the final. Who's gonna get that final qualifying spot? Looking like it's gonna be Swales.
Right, Jamie Turblanche's got spot number 4, but he's under all kinds of pressure because the 23 trying to work his way in. He's Savvy Fox Cooper from the Brunwood Massive. He's worked his way now into 4th, into 3rd. Oh, the Brunty rider is on the move. Adam Arnold leading it out. Oliver Arnold, sorry. The 808 in there in 2 is Lucas Stillman. Cooper in 3. Who's got the 4? Looks like Jack Divine. Divine's under pressure from Mullion as they come to the line. Who's going to get into the stripe? Divine.
13 to 14-year-old cruisers are a go. That's a 7-plate lead in this one through. Kitson, Alonso are out front as it stands. Walford's in a qualifying spot in there in 4. Who's picking up 3? Got to be Eric McSwitty. Out of MCR, it's all about Kitson, Alonso, McSwitty and Walford at the moment. In and out of that final turn, Liam Wilson got a bucket load of work to do if he wants to catch Jack Walford down this final straight, and he's putting in the work. I don't think he's going to get close enough. Walford hangs on.
Right, Cottrell in the lead in this one. That looks like the 11 plate in there in 2. That's going to be Logan Young. Where is Alfie Simpack there in 7 at the minute, but making moves at the moment. In and out we go. Who's got 3? Who's got 4? Jacob Warnes in there, and the 4th place looks like it belongs to the 18 of Cooper McCrum. McCrum's under pressure in the final straight. Who's going to get him at the line? Anybody? No, they're not. Newton Hindley's going to go through as well.
15-16 cruisers hit the track for their semi-finals. Millar and Coburn are out front. Jake Hart doing it for Tiger Race Team is in there in 3. Who's picking up 4? Got to be John O'Harradine doing it for the ladies and MK Evolution, but he's under all sorts of pressure from the 28 players to bring it into the final turn. Jack LaBrasse look for a high-low. Has he got enough down the final straight to bring on a drag race for Harradine? Harradine's going to hang on to that final qualifying spot. LaBrasse is out in 5.
15-16 semi-final number 2. Doran and Brown are 1 and 2. One riders hit the deck coming out of the turn. I've got a feeling that was Bradley Davidson. Zach Chapman of Manchester. He's in there in 4 at the moment. He's got a big gap to the rider in 5, who is Aidan True. Looks like Chapman's going to make it in that 4th spot. Doran, Brown going through as well with JTL Simpson Davis.
45, 49-year-old cruisers hit the track. Norbert Marco, we've just seen his son Benny take a 3rd in his semi-final, and he's looking to pick up a qualifying spot himself. In and out of turn number 1, then DC. Oh! Merrin slides out and swallows up another rider with him. That was Graham Stark out of Clubhouse Race Team. Let's hope that both riders are all right. Marco Smith out front looking good. Who's in 3? Got to be Dave Stokes out of Evolve. And the 4th spot heading into the final turn is the 15X of Anthony LaBrasse. In and out they're going to go. Marco Smith, Stokes, LaBrasse, all taking it through to the 45, 49-year-old cruisers 8 final. Put your hands together for Kababas Race Team, Graham Stark, ladies and gents. We're just going to check that Kevin Merrin's all right in turn number 1. Put your hands together for Kev Merrin, ladies and gents. He's up and he's walking away, which is always a good sign.
Okay, riders.
Right, 45 to 49 cruisers, just 7 riders in this one. No Stuart Little of Evolved Bicycle Motocross, Fraser Watson and Matt Barnard, Damien Mead, 1, 2 and 3 at the moment. In and out of the turn we go. Who's got that 4 spot? Looks like the rider out of Derby on the 13X, Simon Toogood. Lee Pembroke's in there in 5. He's got a bit of work to do if he wants to catch Toogood and make that final. Left himself about 4 or 5 bike lengths to make up. It is Watson, Barnard, Mead, they know they're in. Toogood's going to make it in as well. Pembroke out in 5.
The 50 to 54-year-old cruisers are a go. Got to be Stephen Hassel leading into the turn. Jason Lewis, retro style, has a foot down in the first corner, and he's worked his way into a top 3 spot, and he's as smooth as you like through the second straight. In and out of turn number 2, then Oggy's worked his way in. He's now in that 2 spot. Hassel, Oggy, Lewis, in that order. Here comes Kev Sykes on the outside of Gary Carver. In and out of the final turn. Sykes goes for a high-low. Carver looking like he's got the speed down the final straight to hang on to that final qualifying spot.
Right, Bentley's getting really involved with Archibald in that first turn. Darren O'Brien picks up the whole shot. Julian Allen has gritted his teeth and he's battling with people. Oh! Julian Allen explodes at the end of the second straight. Tim Cotty with him as well. Bentley in there in 2. Archibald in 3. Butler in 4. Those 4 are safe. Cotty's up and okay, as is Tim Drew. But Julian Allen, oh my words, let's hope he's all right. He was an absolute passenger on that bike going over the jump into turn 2. Wow, wow, wow. Dear me. He's probably there talking about the prodigy at the minute or something, I don't know. Genuinely hope he's all right for all the mickey taking that he gets from me and from Lewis. We do hope Julian is okay. Because you don't bounce when you're 50. You kind of just doink. That's the end of that. Well, let's put it this way, you don't bounce like you do when you're a kid anyway, do you? So, yeah. Way, he's up! Hey? Someone ring Lancashire Dairies, he's going to milk this one on social media, I'm telling you. There he is!
Okay, you ready?
He's all right, he'll be turn barring again tomorrow.
30+ women's cruisers hit the track for their semi-finals. That looks like SJN throwing elbows through the first jump with Michelle Stuppel. Stuppel's going to pick up the whole shot for Gosport NRT. So it is the 1 and the W2 leading it out at the moment. The 2 playing in there in 3. That's Kim Batsford, who's in 4. Got to be Anita Wong out of DC Cycles into that second corner. The front 4 ladies looking safe as it stands, but Cassie Harding isn't done yet. Look at that for a 3rd straight, heading into the final corner. Has she got enough left in the tank to catch Wong down this final straight? It's going to be Stuppel, SJN, Batsford, 1, 2, 3. Here comes Harding with a late charge, not going to get close enough. Wong hangs on.
Right, more cruiser ladies on track. Teresa Chalice in 4, Josephine Burston in there in 5 at the minute. It's the battle of Braintree for that last spot in the main. Becca Gall has checked out and gone. Sav Carver's in there in 2. Nikki Sitch in 3. Chalice is starting to open up a lead now over Burston, but there's 1 corner and 1 straight to go. Chalice holding on. It's going to be Goal, Carver, Sitch, Chalice. That's going to be 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Your British champion leads out the first 29-year-old cruiser semi-final. He's going 1 and 2 with Dan Wilson into that second corner. Hedges and Putland are looking safe and clear as it stands as well. But here comes the three-plate working his way through. Theo Popeson near in 5, looking for a way into that top 4 spot. Throws it a high-low on Hedges on the exit of turn number 3. It's going to be Roy Wilson and Putland 1, 2, 3. Hedges is going to find that final qualifying spot.
Right, Alex Brooks leading out this semi-final for the 17 to 29-year-old cruisers. That looks like Jay Green in there in 2, Penny in 3, Esselmont in 4, and Midlands have got Luke Davis-Hayes, and he's taking the position from Esselmont. Davis-Hayes in a qualifying spot. Moss chasing him down, in and out the turn. Davis-Hayes is going to get that 4th position. Brooks takes the win.
7-year-old semi-finals are a go. Check all these guys going airborne through that first jump, but it is rapid. Roman Burfield, the first rider to show his front wheel as he enter and exit turn number 1. Burfield leads it out. Who's in there with him? Looking like the 656 of Arlo Payne. He's picking up that second spot, heading for turn number 2. The 284's on the inside. That's Finley Kerr and a Runnymede Rockets. He's picking up that final qualifying spot. In there behind GT Factories, Finley Thomas heading for the final turn. Here comes Andover and team here. Atlas Lewisfield looks up the inside of Kerr, didn't dive underneath, so it's a last straight drag race. Here comes Lewisfield, look at him go down that final straight, gonna go from 5 to 4. Kerr's unlucky in 5.
Right, look at the battle going on for 3rd spot in this one. My little mate Oscar Rather Fast is involved in it. He's in there in 4 at the moment. He's battling with Teddy Gorman. Out of Milton Keynes, looks like Logan Acito. He's the young man leading it out. Oscar's under pressure now from the 349 of Toby Brook, in and out of the turn. Looks like Acito's going to get in, Blight's going to get in. Oscar Rather Fast, is he going to make it through? I think he is.
Semi-final number 17 is on track. These 8-year-olds got to be Henry Sullivan leading it out for Crucial Racing. Your British champion on the 0-1. Check that out for a semi-final gap, ladies and gents. MK Evolution going 2 and 3. That's Jake Avis and Leo Brits picking it up as they come on round the 216. Charlie Blackburn. MK have got 3 riders inside the top 4 heading down the final straight. Has Seb Perry got enough left for Blackburn as they bring it to the stride? Blackburn, Perry to the line. That one was close.
Right, Ethan the Grey White is in there in 4th in that semi-final for the 8-year-olds. Perebni is leading it out. Looks like the rider in 2 is the 157, and that belongs to Oscar Marco. Marco in the rider diving underneath from Green Machine. That's going to be Callum Woods. Woods going to make it in. Ethan White's going to make it in. And out is Seth Robinson in 5.
Ethan Shaw and Hendrix Hines check in and check back out of turn number 1 in their first 2 spots in this 9-year-old semi-final. Just as the rain starts to pick up, check out Thomas Giles working his way around the outside. He's going to pick up a top 4 spot, but the rust in the rider isn't done yet. George Spencer's throwing elbows as they come back through. Donaldson's in there in 3. Hines and Shaw having their own battle out front. Giles on the outside looking in, but throws in a move in the final turn. Giles, Donaldson down the final straight. It's going to be Spencer and Donaldson taking it through to the final.
Right, Charlie Dowson, Rexford, that's a Kacharik in there in the 3. Who's got the 4 at the moment? It looks like Rocco Westwood, who's got hold of it. Who's right there behind him looking for a way through? It is Belton, Jack Belton, out of decoy. He's in the 5. He wants the 4. He's going to have to pick it up if he wants to catch Rocco Westwood. Kacharik in there as well. Kacharik, Westwood, here comes Belton at the line. Who's going to get it at the stripe? Can't tell.
11-year-old semi-finals hit the track. In and out of turn number 2, Bibby leads it. Where's Jack Devani's in there at about 3 at the minute, chasing down Leighton Harding as they head for that final corner. Ronnie Payne's on the inside of Archie Bell. Payne looks up the inside of Devine in that final turn, didn't dive under, so now he's under a bit more pressure from Bell down the final straight. Payne, Bell down to the line. Payne's going to hang on to that final 4.
Right, Joe Rook, Isaac Smith going 1 and 2 at the minute. Itag Jamira's in there in 3. That is Archie Crocker White in there in 4, but they are all over the back of him. They're queuing up like Greg's on a Friday afternoon to try and work their way into that 4th spot. The 14 belongs to Zach Everly. He's in the 5. He wants the 4. Crocker White's on it though. Looks like he's going to hold it to the line. Rook makes it in. Crocker White's in 4.
10-year-old semi-finals, Origo. Preston Newmarsh Powell works his way underneath. He's now in that 2 spot as they bring bring it through the second straight, but out front it is Jacob Anderson. Anderson, Powell, who's in there in 3, gotta be Teddy Jones in a qualifying spot. Look at Benny Jackson, got a bit of work to do. That's Tawalde in there in 4. Jackson back on the inside. Oh, Tawalde went to throw it under and came together with Hewitt in the final turn. Jackson's going to take that final qualifying spot. Put your hands together for Seb Hewitt, ladies and gents. He's back up to his feet, as is Arthur Claydon. He's finishing his lap. We lost him earlier on in the race. Put your hands together for Lucas Tawalde, ladies and gents. Raced his heart out into that final corner.
Stay riders. Quarterfinal number 2 for the 10-year-olds. Connor Hemphill in this one. The land shot. Ronnie Wood as well. He's on the outside working his way in at the minute as they head into the turn. Oh, one of the LCC riders has just hit the deck. And I've got a feeling that was Freddie Ray Orland as they head towards turn number 2. Watson in 4. Ronnie Wood in 5. Wood's going to have to make his move now if he wants to get in. He's right there on the back wheel of Watson. Hemphill leading it out. The 65 of Luke Mote in 2. Finn Monroe in 3. Watson in 4. Ronnie Wood's winding it up down the final straight. They are elbow to elbow. Watson, Wood to the line. Watson gets his nose in front. Wood's out in 5. Freddie Ray Orland is up and walking away. That is good to see. Always tomorrow, Freddie.
Get ready.
We are back to the action. 12-year-old girls semi-final. That's got to be Emma Kiss on the inside into turn number 1. The 6 and 7 are out front. That's going to be Esme Ward. Here comes the European number 2. Brooke fast forward. She's worked her way up the inside into that 3 spot, but she's under pressure as she's got Jones and Cotton in 4 and 5 behind her. Look at Anushka Jones throwing in the move in turn number 2, going from 4 to 3. So it's out front for Kiss. She's run away with it already in and out of that final turn. Ward looks safe as well. Jones in there in 3. Borsit's going to hang on to that final qualifying spot in 4.
Semi-final number 26, the girls are go. Emily Eaton, Bishop in there in 3, Dakota Tucker in 4, being chased down by Allegra True is in there in 5. Eden looking good and in control though. Ruby Warren safe in 2, Bishop in 3, Dakota in there in 4. That looks like the way they're going to finish in semi-final 26.
Semi-final number 27, the 11-year-old girls are a go into the turn. In and out for the European number 3. Gotta be Iris Harder for your bicycles leading this one out. She's going 1 and 2 with Grace Gerard into that second corner. Green Machines, Poppy May Kirby in there in 3. In and out of turn number 2. That looks like Team Mind in the mix as well. Gotta be Millie Ross in a qualifying spot. Elsie Blight's not done yet though. Charging for that final turn. Blight in there behind Ross in and out of that final corner. It's going to be Hyder and Gerard is safe and clear. Who's going to get 3 and 4? Kirby's under pressure as they bring it to the line. Blight pushing all the way. She's not quite going to get close enough.
Right, Freya Harris of the MK crew is in there in 4th spot in semi-final number 28. The second for the 11-year-old girls. Elizabeth Lawler-Poole is leading it out from Seren Pritchard and Lauren Keller. They are 1, 2, 3 into the turn. Harris in 4, under pressure down the final straight. They're being chased by Lucy Stevenson. Harris is going to make it in. Stevenson out in 5.
Harry Donald got his nose in front into turn number 1 in the first of the 12-year-old semi-finals. He's going 1 and 2 with James Miller as he enter and exit turn number 2. Josh Jepson in there in 3 at the moment. Who's in 4? Max Vass is in a qualifying spot heading into that final corner. The 8 plate of Honeywell in there in 5. McNulty looks at the inside but wasn't quite close enough. It's going to be Donald, Miller, Jepson. Vass is under pressure from Honeywell down to the line, but Vass is going to hang on. Quarter semi-final number 30, the second of the 12-year-olds. Rogers and Palmer at 1 and 2 heading into the turn. Who's in there with them? Looking like they've got Ethan Crooks, Martin as company in and out of that second corner. 3 Ethans inside the top 4 as Ethan Howell rounds it out, heading in and out of that final corner. Rogers, Palmer, Howell, Martin in that order down the final straight. Is that how they're going to finish? It looks like it might be Mark towards Idlow with the late charge, not going to get close enough. 13-year-old quarterfinals is going, it's getting busy in turn number 1. It's going to be Cottrell, Tyres, Lawrence, Bailey, 1, 2, 3, 4. Nate Hamilton's in the middle of the pack in about 5 or 6 at the minute. Nathaniel Eames in 7, chasing them back through the third straight. Cotty and Tyres are clear of the rest of the pack out front. Last turn action, in and out they go. It's getting busy in the turn. Lawrence is hanging on to that 3 spot. Here comes Hamilton, chasing his teammate down to the line. Hamilton, Bailey, Hamilton looked like he just nicked here. Kobe Rayford leads out the second semi-final for the 13-year-olds. In and out of turn number 2, he's going 1 and 2 with Toby Lynch. That is the A-plate of Guppy in there in 3. Todd Smith-Dobbins in 4. Daniel Colazage is in 5. He's got Alonso in there behind him in 6. But it's all about Rayford and Lynch out front. They're going to wrap up this semi-final with Guppy and Dobbin in 3 and 4.
Right, that is Heath Thomas leading out. Ben Larkins in there in 3, the 15. That belongs to Eden Poon, who's in there in 4. Emmy Seaward in 5. She might have just left herself a bit too much to do. She's under pressure in the turn and she's been swooped. So Larkins, Thomas, Guppy, 1, 2 and 3. Eden Boone in 4. That looks like the way they're going to finish.
14-year-old. 2 riders, 3 riders hit the deck in turn number 1 in the 14-year-old quarterfinals. Tomlinson, Groves, 1 and 2. Who's in 3 and 4? Looking like we've got Seeley picking up 3. That's looking like the template of Freddie Entwistle in there in 4. Jamira's got it all to do in 5. In and out of that final turn. The front 4 are looking safe and clear. They're going to take it through after the chaos. Down to the line, put your hands together for Logan Widdowson, ladies and gents. He's back up after crashing in turn number 1. Pretty sure it's his first ever national semi-final as well. So unlucky to Logan. Put your hands together for Bradley James, ladies and gents. He's up to his feet and going to walk away. The other fallen rider was Lucas Osborne. We're just going to check that he's all right in turn number 1.
Right, anyone who's raced the semi-final, you might want to check if you've got red chainring bolts. I have been handed the back of a chainring bolt where you screw it in, and it's a red alloy one. So if you've got red chainring bolts on your bike, do yourself a favour, just have a look, especially if you're one of the younger kids. red chainring bolts. If you've lost the back off one of them, I've got it in my hand. And if you're very, very smart, buy chromoly chainring bolts because they don't fall apart. Alloy ones do. Always put chromoly chainring bolts in. Right, I had a birthday shout out as well. Might as well do that while I've got the opportunity. Darren O'Brien's dad and Rocky's granddad. Mr. O'Brien, he's 76 apparently today. Thank you very much. He don't look 76, that's for sure. So Mr. O'Brien, 76 years old today. Darren's dad, Rocky's granddad, 76 today apparently. Don't look a day over 27. So happy birthday, sir.
Don't forget, of course, we've got BMX Race Hub live streaming this weekend. They were here last night, live streaming the national champs. They're here all weekend as well, live streaming our national series, the final 2 rounds, rounds 9 and 10. So if you've got any family members, friends or anything like that back home, wherever you're from, that might want to watch this racing this weekend, then send them over to YouTube, BMX Race Hub. While you're over there, get yourself involved in all of the videos that they've got there, track guides, highlights, interviews. There's loads and loads of stuff over on their YouTube channel, which is very, very useful. They've got a track guide on there for the Brits as well. So before we go to Derby in a few, what is it, about 6 weeks?
Yeah, there's a regional at Derby next week as well.
Is there?
I believe so.
I should probably know that.
Is it next week? Somebody from the Midlands will tell me.
Is it? Zach's nodding his head. He
sure
knows
it's
what it
next
is.
week.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
Of course, Zach's going to know. If Zach doesn't know, then his mum's done something wrong.
Yeah. So if you fancy your trip to Derby for a pre-Brits tootle round, you can do that next week.
A lot of our riders don't tootle round, Rich.
Listen, it's a generic pre-race tootle. I'm talking tootle in inverted commas.
I see.
You know,
okay.
going out for a quiet drink. Is that a night out with you, Lewis? Is that what that is?
I don't go out. I don't.
God, you're so boring at times, honestly. How old are you, 24 or 64?
64.
64,
I
yeah,
feel
so.
64. Of course, Trader Village, over behind turn number 3 as well. DC, Sorted, B73, Pure Bikes, Crucial Racing, Green Machine. That's all of them, I think. We missed anyone? Pretty sure that's all of them. And obviously, of course, all of our lovely food vendors. And the bar, don't forget the bar. I know there's already been a few people that have been over there. In fact, I think I saw Leighton and James posted up by there and they've not moved all day. So go over there, say hello to James Russell and Leighton Redison.
Oh, back to the 90s again. Casey Daniel dropping all the bangers.
I know this one as well, Case. We have a bit of a competition going over what sort of songs that I do and don't know. And at the minute, I'm losing because I don't know enough.
You are losing, you're right, absolutely. Me and Casey stand there and go, oh, this is a classic. He goes, I've never heard it before. We forget Lewis is 12. Do you know what I mean? He's the largest 12-year-old in Bulwell.
Definitely not. Have you been to Bulwell?
Not at under 70 miles an hour, no.
Praise the Lord. Be thankful for that. There's quite a few Bulwellians in the house, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah. Where are they all?
Is its reputation unfounded? Is it unfair? Or is it rough as a bird?
No, yeah, it's definitely fair. Yeah. It's a fair and just opinion to have on the place.
When I send you videos of people breaking into jewellers' stores in the middle of the day, and you go, that's round the corner from my house.
It was literally about 30 seconds away from my house. Although I don't own a motorcycle helmet, so I'm all right. I'm in the clear.
All right.
I'm in the clear.
It's almost part of the uniform, isn't it, when you live in Bulwell?
To all my fellow Bulwellians around the track, I do apologise.
Half a Nottingham BMX club are going to kick my head in at some point, aren't
Yeah, rightly so.
Let's level it out. Wigan can be done rough as well. All right, riders lining up for semi-final, number 35, the 15-year-olds. Smith, Blaine, Emily, Chapman, Barat, Tia, Rayner, and the Woodcock. Right, semi-finals, here we go. Eli Smith in this one on the inside, battling with Emily into turn number 1. So it's going to be Smith, Emily into the turn. They're going to go 1 and 2. Who's got that third spot? We are looking at the 15 and the 24. That belongs to Nathan Baratta and Kai Blaine. Those guys 3 and 4 at the minute. Eli Smith's out in front, looking very good at the minute as they go down towards the final corner. Who's got 5th spot? Looks like the 11 of Henry Rayner. Rayner's going to have to turn it on down the final straight. He's coming up alongside Blaine, catching Baratta as well. Who's going to get the 4th spot on the line? It's going to be so close. 1 for the transponders of truth.
Shay Jordan's getting busy in turn number 1 in the second. 15-year-old semi-finalist in there in the top 4. Heading for turn number 2. Caden Dunn's been shuffled to the back of the pack. It is all about Cody Coker out in front. Who's in there with him? Webster, Jordan and Lang all switching positions heading into the final turn. It is going to be Coker and Webster. Oh, Shay Jordan! The dream ends on the exit of turn number 3. Not sure what happened. Caden Dunn next to the final qualifying spot. Shay Jordan down in a heap. Put your hands together for him, ladies and gents. Was there in that final qualifying spot. Right. It all dropped in front of him.
We've had a turquoise TLD glove handed in, a turquoise kind of teal coloured TLD glove handed in. Fitting 11, 12, 13-year-olds. If you're missing a turquoise TLD glove, come and see us.
Okay, ready?
Attention. Okay, riders, right on start. Riders, ready, watch the gate.
15-year-old girls semi-final number 1 is underway. This is absolutely stacked. Ruby Moores, Carly Hayes, Annalise Cadman Carpenter, 1, 2 and 3 into the turn. Lorianne Carruthers is doing it the long way and going round the outside. She's battling with Lexi Way. Lexi on the outside looking in, but just working her way over right now. Oh, Lorianne gets a little bit of a nudge going into the turn. Stays upright, but she's back there in 5. So Moores, Hayes, Cadman, Carpenter, that is your 1, 2 and 3. Lexi Wade coming through as well in that 4th spot. Looks like Lorianne is going to go out in 5.
Second rack of 15-year-old girls on track. That is Marriott chasing down your race leader. Megan Roy out front. Here comes Sabina Ashman working her way up the inside and goes from 3 to 2. She's looking for a way past Roy as they head through the 3rd straight as well. Elwood's inside the top 4, looking safe and clear from the rest of the pack. Anya Matt and Alonso's in 5, got a load of work to do to catch them down the final straight. Roy, Marriott, Ashman, 1, 2, 3, Elwood in 4.
Oh, how Finn Phillips held on to that, I have got absolutely no idea. Ryan Cowboy down that 2nd straight. He's had the move put on him by JTL Simpson Davis. In the meantime, he's in there in 4. Kendall Doran going through. JTL Simpson Davis makes it in.
Finn Hoff leads out the second 16-year-old. A semi-final going 1 and 2 with James Clitheroe headed for turn number 2. Curtis Copeland is in 3. Who's picking up 4? That's got to be Josh Williams as they come on round. The front 4 are looking safe and clear. The 23 of Cook has got a bit of work to do to catch them out of the final turn. Hoff and Clitheroe battling down the final straight. Who's going to get the semi-final win? Looking like Clitheroe might just stick it on the line. Williams and Copeland through as well.
In and out we go. Ellie Featherston's in there now. We'll have a look who's in that 4th spot. Her final weekend of BMX racing. Alexi Carruthers is looking to make the main. She's got pressure. She's got a rider all over the back of her. Dives underneath Remy Godfrey and works her way into 3. So Featherston, Shaziwa, Carruthers, 1, 2 and 3. Who's going to pick up that 4? Remy Godfrey holding on to it. Lexi Carruthers makes it in.
17 to 29-year-old women on track. Emily Green leads it out from the 19 plate of Megan Kirby, heading for that second corner. That looks like Annabelle Townsend on the 7 out of Team Mine. Inside the top 3, being chased down by Mika Pritchard, and the 2 of Caitlin Ellis heading into the final turn. Oh, Ellis throws it under Pritchard in that final turn and makes it stick. As Pritchard got enough down this final straight, Ellis is going to hang on to it and take that final qualifying spot.
Right, in and out of the turn we go. George Gerard leads out this semi-final for the 17 to 18-year-old boys, and it looks like the rider in fourth spot is Dexter Gamby out of Peckham. Oh, he's had the boost put on him by Alfie Holloway. Holloway's worked his way into that fourth spot. That looks like Putland in there in 3. Scurry Curry's had a problem coming out of the turn, so he's going to take third. Gerard, Putland, Curry and Holloway.
Jaden Seawood wasn't taking no for an answer in turn number 1 and worked his way into that 1 spot. Arne Esselborn looking to make up for his cruiser semi-final earlier on, and he's up to that 2 spot. Somebody Seawood and Esselborn out front. Adcock in 3. That looks like Ruben Smith in there in 4. Keanu Schaefer-Cohen has got a bit of work to do in 5 out of that final turn. Here comes Esselborn with a late charge on Seawood to the line. Them 2 guys are going to go 1 or 2 with Smith and Adcock through as well.
Right, Ross Shaw leads our semi-final number 1 for the 19 to 29-year-olds, and we are having a look. It's the battle of the 2 guys from Crucial as they go in and out of the turn. Adam Brazil getting involved in it as well with Aaron Holloway. It's going to be an interesting conversation in the team tent later on. Alan Gold both going to make it in. Luckhurst in there in 3, Brazil in 4.
Second 19 to 29-year-old semi-final hits the track. Maple leads it. Hudson's in there behind him. Green and Bruniez are battling it out for that 3 spot into turn number 2. Kenny Phillips looking to take advantage and works his way underneath and goes from 5 to 4. Bruniez back to 5 then. Higley's in there as well, working his way around the outside. Bruniez just about hanging on to that top 5 spot. Last straight action. Green isn't done yet. Maple, Green, Hudson, 1, 2, 3. Phillips in 4.
All right, it is the Grand Veterans. It looks like Hillian Ogden leading it out. It is the Pro Class 1996 all over again. Who's in there in that 3rd spot? Craig Nelly Nelson on board that OS 20, and that is Neil Waddington in there in 4. Steel is real going into the final turn. Fitzroy Bryce left the door open. He's winding it up down the final straight though. Is he going to catch Waddington at the line? Bryce, Waddington, oh so close.
Mark Taylor hits the deck in his semi-final on the 1st straight, and this is the last one to go for the day. Jason Lewis leads this one out. Who's in there with him? Got to be Brett Archibald picking up the 2 spot. Look at the Warlock. He's getting busy working his way around the outside of the 12 with Fortune, heading into turn number 2. So the Warlock and Fortune having a good old scrap for that 3 spot. Bernie Shale looking to capitalise on the exit of turn number 3. As the Warlock got the legs, he's under pressure. Here comes Shale down the final straight. Shale and the Warlock. Shale's going to nick it on the stripe. Put your hands together for Mark Taylor, ladies and gents. We are going to go final racing in 10 minutes time. Half past, was that half past? Okay, 4:30 we are going to go final racing, and make sure you are in the pens ready and waiting. Thank you.
Ooh, it's all exciting. Hey, more action than a Preston kebab shop at 11:30 on a Friday night.
12-year-old cruisers making their way up to the top of the hill. We will run the cruisers in a BA format, followed by all of the 20-inch B finals, and finishing off with the 20-inch A finals.
Gotta get to the corner first.
9 to 12-year-old cruiser B final is up on the gate, ready to go.
Okay, ready guys? Attention.
9 to 12-year-old cruiser B final hits the track. These guys have been battling it out all season long, and it looks like Adam Arnold is heading for the whole shot into the turn. Hunter Malian, though, does not give him any room and throws his bike underneath. Van der Malian out front. That is going to be Arnold in 2, who's picking up 3. Looking like that is Jamie Blanche on the 148 plate in and out of turn number 2. Gosport NRT in the mix as well. Gotta be Cheeseman. He's in there in about 6 at the moment, but it's Jet Thompson in there in 4. Malion down the final straight. Arnold pushing all the way. Has he got enough time? I think he might have. Here comes Arnold tight to the stripe. I think he's going to nick it with Malion in at 2. 9 to 12-year-old cruisers on the gate for the A final. We have got Harry Swales, Benedict Marco, Jack Devine, Xavi Fox Cooper, Charlie Cotton, Lucas Stoneman, Oliver Arnold, and Frankie Griffin. Nine to 12-year-old cruisers hit the track, looking like Griffin got a good one on the inside. He's right there with Arnold heading for the turn. Who's going to get the whole shot? It's going to be Griffin on the inside. Check out the BRE rider though. That was Stoneman that threw it under in the turn. Arnold's ran into a bucket load of traffic, so he's dropped back to the back of the pack. Turn number 2 then. Griffin, here comes Xavi Fox Cooper. They're elbow bashing. Stoneman, Cooper going at it for that 2 spot. Jack Devine is in there as well. Last in action, Cooper makes it happen on his second go. Griffin, Cooper, Stoneman, 1, 2, 3, right the way down to the stripe. Jack Devine for 4.
Right, B final for the 13, 14-year-old cruisers. Liam Wilson, Jacob Warm. No, it's all right, carry on, fine. Jacob Warm leading it out, Alfie Sim in there in 5 at the moment. Treble 0 is Aiden Giles, he's in there in 3. So as they head towards the line, looks like Hotshot going to pick it up. And that's going to be Jacob Warm. 13-14 cruise to the A final. We have got Newton Hindley, Cooper McCrum, Logan Young, Jack Walford, James Cottrell, Eric McSwitty, Robin Martin Alonso, and Tate Kitson. Here we go with the 13 and 14-year-old cruisers heading down the hill. Who's going to be the first to the first corner? Lil Cotty leading it in. He's in there in one of them, but they're all over the back of him, including the 7 of Tate Kitson. Kitson in there in 2, McSwitty in 3. Jack Walford trying to get involved as well as they go in out of the turn. That's McCrum going through in 5. Cotty still holding on to it. The 4 of Robin Batten, Alonso in there in that 4 spot. Drag race down the final straight. It's Cottrell and Kitson to the line. Who's going to get into the straight? Cotty gets it.
15, 16-year-old cruiser B final on track. Labras in the middle of the pack in about 3 at the minute. Louis Kaimap in there behind him in 4 and 5. Scrapping it out with Joe Pentonboat. Oh, riders down in the turn. Zachary Tia got caught up in the traffic. Looks like the fallen rider was Colby Hall out of DC Cycle. So Jack Labras takes over the race lead down the final straight. Labras, Tia, Pentonboat, 1, 2, 3. That's how they're going to take it across the line. Looks like we're just going to check that Colby's all right in turn number 2 before we continue racing. Put your hands together, ladies and gents, for Colby Hoare. He's up and walking away. As the 15, 16-year-old cruisers line up on the gate for the A final, we've got John O'Harradine, Jake Hart, Finton Coburn, Zach Chapman, Thomas Willard, JT Simpson Davies, Sean Brown, and Thomas Duran. 15, 16 cruisers hits the track. Duran out of lane number 1, charging for turn number 1, and I think he might pick up the whole shot. Yes, he does. Duran, Millar, 1 and 2. JT Simpson Davies is in there in 3. Sean Brown has worked his way into a top 4 spot. He's been chased down by Zach Chapman into turn number 2 and back out again, but it's out front with CGR. Gonna be Thomas Duran as it stands. In and out he goes to that final corner. JT Simpson Davies isn't done yet, chasing Millar right the way down to the stripe. Who's going to get the 2? It's going to be Millar and Davies in that order.
Right, next up, 30 to 39 cruiser, we have got Agris Aliedyans, Jamie Webb, John Lillingston, Jack Hudson, Martin Smiley Brown, Nathan Abbott, the original Tom Palmer, and Dan Popel. 30 to 39 cruiser, the guys are heading down the hill. Who's going to be the first to turn number 1? Looks like Jack Hudson's going to pick up that whole shot. In and out we go from turn 1. Hudson leading it through. Martin Smiley Brown in there in about 6 at the moment. Dan Popel's working his way through from 4 to 3. Lillingston in there in 2, Hudson still leading it out. So last turn action, who's going to get it in the turn? Popel's gone under for 2, and now he's battling for 1. Hudson and Popel, here comes Lillingston. Who's going to get it at the line? Oh, so close. Transponders of truth, do your thing.
40 to 44-year-old cruisers up on the gate for the A final. We have got Craig Corning, Matt Swales, Andy McCoy, Ian Smith, Richard Stevenson, Matt Eaton, Dylan Dixon, and Kingsley Mears. 40 to 44-year-old cruisers hit the track, and the king of rimmers is on the inside. Kingsley Mears, Pro Star BMX. He wants to wrap up a national title this weekend. In and out of turn number 1. Mears leads it out. Who's in there with him? Looking like we've got Richard Stevenson in that 2 spot. Matt Eaton's in 3. Look at the move coming in 4. That's going to be Craig Corning throwing it under in turn number 2, and he's made it happen. And Stick, the 917, in there behind him, headed into the final corner. That is Dylan Dixon, but it's all about Mears out front, going to pick up this 40 to 44-year-old cruiser win with Stevenson and Eaton in 2 and 3.
Right, 45 to 49. Here we go, the B final. Graham Stark is leading it out at the moment. Lee Pembroke in there in 2. Looks like we've got Brunty's David Kane rounding out the top 3. No Kev Merritt or Stuart Little in this one, unfortunately. Scott Jackson in there for the MK crew as well. Who's got that 4th spot? Looks like the 608. That is Mario Del Amera in that 4th spot. Stark is going to take the win in the B final though. A final for the 45 to 49-year-old cruisers. This one has an ODI whole shot award. So the first person across the line in turn number 1 will pick up £100 and a load of ODI goodies. And it will be one of these riders: Anthony LeBras, David Stokes, Big Nige Smith, Simon Toogood, Damien Mead, Norbert Marco, Matt Barnard and Fraser Watson. 45 to 49 Cruiser, the guys all go. There's 100 quid up for grabs in the first turn. Marco's doing his best to get it. Fraser Watson in there though. Cha-ching! Watson picking up the whole shot and 100 quid. Marco in there in 2, Barnard in 3. That's Damien Mead in 4, Too Good in 5. Dave Stokes, Labras and Smith bringing up the rear. But as they head towards the final corner, it's 100 quid in his back skyrocket and a national win for Fraser Watson. BMX Widow photography. Marco for the 2, Barnard for the 3.
50 to 54-year-old Cruiser B final. Out on track, Kev Sykes leads this one out. Who's in there with him? Looking like we've got Bradford's finest. Tim Porter on the 11 plate, bringing it on through in that second turn. That looks like it could be Peterborough's Richard Ellis in there in 3, under pressure from the 17 plate in that final turn. That was Stephen Notman out of the northeast, bringing through that top 4 spots, but it's all about Kev Sykes out front. 50 to 54-year-old Cruiser, 8th final up on the game. We've got Pete Butler, Brett Archibald, Gary Carver, Jason Lewis, John Bentley, Martin Ogden, Darren O'Brien and Stephen Hassel. 50 to 54-year-old Cruisers hits the track. Jason Lewis got a good start, but it's all about Mongoose Factory heading for turn number 1. Stephen Hassel leads it out. Check out Brett Archibald working his way underneath. He's gone from about 4 to 2nd. Jesus, wow. Daz O'Brien went absolutely flying through that second straight. Apologies, that frying the life out of me, so it's going to be Hassel, Archibald, Lewis 1, 2, 3. Gary Carver's in there in 4. John Bentley in there in 5. But it's all about Hassel out front. Let's hope that O'Brien's all right. He's going to pick up the 50 to 54-year-old Cruisers. Archibald for 2. Daz O'Brien's up to his feet and walking away. Put your hands together for Daz, ladies and gents.
Oh.
Pete Butler's up as well. Put your hands together for them both.
Oh, just hang on. Possibly one of the funniest things I've ever heard in my life. Hey Daz, don't be stealing Julian Allen's turnbar title. You'll not be happy. Anyway, right, are we on to 13 to 16 at female cruiser? We have Missy Large, Anya Matten Alonso, Carmel Allison, BB Alderson, Isla Radcliffe, Alexis McCartney, Cody Harmer and Annalise Cadman Carpenter. 13 to 16-year-old cruiser girls heading down the first straight. Who's going to be the first to rise? Annalise Cadman Carpenter going well towards turn number 1. Alexis McCartney right there next to us. They head into the turn. Oh, McCartney shutting the door on Cadman Carpenter. Cody Harmer in there in 3. Anya Matten Alonso in 4. Isla Radcliffe in 5. Missy Large having a battle with BB Alderton and Carmel Allison in there as well. But as they come out of the second turn, it is allensbmx.com. In and out the corner, McCartney. Now Harmer's pulling it back. Who's going to get it down the final straight? Harmer's worked her way in front. Looks like Cody Harmer's going to get it. Alexis McCartney for 2. Annalise Cadman Carpenter for 3.
17:29 women's cruiser B final on track. Looking like Willits is leading it out. That has got to be Hannah Hedges in that 2 spot. Looking for a way round. Urban Air BMX in there as well with Trinity Camp inside the top 3. The 14 plate in 4. That is looking like Sammy Prince out of Jump Club S&M Source. Last straight action then. Willits out of Retro Racing. Going to take the 17:29 women's cruiser B final across the line. 17:29 women's cruiser A final on at the gate. We've got Elsa Rendell Todd, Abby Pike, Molly Nice, Kira Lee, Yetska Hemstock, Taylor Lee Mohan, Olivia Firth and Hannah Drew. Here we go, a final 15 hits the track. Rendell Todd gets a great gate out of lane number 7. Heading for turn number 1, she takes it to the skies as well. Stay strong, Clark and Ken lead in this one through then. Rendell Todd, your European champion out front. Last year's national champ, Hannah Drew in there behind her in that 2 spot. Olivia Firth looking for a way round Drew. In and out of that second corner, Taylor Lee Mohan is in there in 4. Kira Lee's in 5, Pike's in 6. They're heading in and out of that final turn, then it's all about Elsa Rendell Todd, your European champion on the cruiser. She's going to take this win. Who's going to get the 2 spot on the line? Going to be Hannah Drew with Olivia Firth in 3.
Right, cruiser female B final. These are the 21 and under ladies. Cassie Harding leading it out at the moment. Josephine Burston in there in 2. Coach Chizzy in 3. We've got Emily Eilert, Juan Clements, Kirsty Freer, Tracy Sharp, and Grace Turner in the mix as well. But as they go in and out of that final corner, Cassie Harding is going to take it down to the line. Burston for the 2. Who's going to get the 3? Chizzy and Eilert dueling for it. Somebody's got to get it to the line. Is it going to be? Whoa, transponders of truth. Tell us the real tale. Final 17, cruiser ladies, 21 and under. The A final, we have got Teresa Chalice, Nikki Sitch, Sav Carver, Anita Wong, Kim Batsford, Becca Gold, Sarah Jane Nichols, and Michelle Stupple. Cruiser ladies are go. Let's have a look who's going to be the first to rise. Michelle Stupple, Sarah Jane Nichols and Becca Gold all in a line. SJN picking up the whole shot. Oh, Batsford nearly ran into the back wheel of Rebecca Gold. Anita Wong in there in 5. Sav Carver in 6. But SJN is leading it out. It's not done yet though. 2 more straights to go. Here comes Becca looking for a way round. SJN still holding on to it. Nichols, Stupple's coming back. Is she going to get it on the line? Will SJN hang on? Oh! Scores, tell us the scores on the doors.
55 plus cruisers lining up on the gate for their final. We've got Keith Brown, David Knowles, Billy Stupple, Bernie Shell, Brent Featherstone, Raymond Reed, Chris Madron, and Big Mick Goff. The 55 plus cruisers are a go, heading for turn number 1. The McGraw on the inside, heading for the corner, looking like he got a great gate, but it's going to be Madron leading this one through. Chris Madron for Pure Bicycles is out front. Brent Featherstone in there in 2, Big Mix in 3. The McRock's in 4, Bernie Shales in 5. In and out of that second corner for the 11 plate of Madron. He's under pressure though from Featherstone, heading into that final turn. Big Mix not done yet either. Looks for a high low on the exit of turn number 3. Last straight action. Madron, who's going to get the 2 spot, is going to be busy down to the line. Big Mix going to nick the 2 spot. Brent Featherstone for a top 3 finish.
17:29 cruiser B final is go. Joshua Cates leads it into the turn. Niall Moss is in there in 3. Battling with Rocky O'Brien, loses the position back into 4. That is the 7 plate of Luca Manzi in there in that second spot. It's going to go Cates, Manzi, O'Brien. That's going to be a 1, 2, 3. Big battle for 4. Conor Blythe lost his chain. Get the Allen keys out for that one. Right, 17:29 cruiser A final. We have got Connor Hedges, Luke Davis Hayes, Owen Putland, Ned Penny, Charlie Roy, Daniel Wilson, Jake Green, and Alex Brooks. 17:29 cruiser. Oh, go Brooks on the inside, but he's got company going into the turn, picking up the whole shot. In and out we go. That looks like Charlie Roy in there in 2, Dan Wilson in 3, Connor Hedges is in there in 4, Ned Penny in there in 5 and making moves, trying to work his way in, but out in front on the 1 plate, your national champion for 2024, Rab Racing's Alex Brooks taking the national win. Roy in 2, Wilson in 3.
Moving on to the B finals, and we are looking at the 7-year-olds on track. in and out of turn at number 1. Rudy Pleasance Ford, Hot Shot Race Team leads it out. He's got Frankie Jones on his shoulder into turn number 2 in their elbow bashing. Jones looking for a way round, didn't find it on the entry of the corner, so it is still Ford and Jones in that order. Finley Kerr's in there in 3. That looks like Blackpool going well in 4. Got to be Oscar Granger. Kerr looks up the inside of Jones in the final turn, but look at that for a last straight from Frankie Jones. He's going to take the win in the 7-year-old B final. Rudy Pleasance Ford and Finley Kerr 2 and 3. 8-year-old B final on track. Final number 22, we are looking at the 3:07 of Elliot Hatch heading into that final corner with a 5:02. In there behind him, that is Caleb Tawalde under pressure though from Alexander Gilbert, who threw in under in that final corner. Gilbert, Tawalde down the last straight. Who's going to get the 2 spot? Gilbert's going to hang on to it. Tawalde for 3.
Right, 9-year-old B final. Sorry, we're just deep in conversation there and completely missed it. No, it's fine. I'll carry on. Jacob Dent. I always talk to myself at home. What are you saying? Anyway, so Belton into the final turn. Oh, one rider down. That was Aston John Lee out of Cumbernauld hitting the deck. And 2 North-East riders going down as well. Belton battling away with Jack Haynes for the win.
10-year-old B final. The land shot, Ronnie Wood leads this one through. He's being chased down there by Arthur Clayton heading into this final turn. In and out they go. LCC are going 1 and 3. Heading down that final straight. That looks like it could be Freddie Ray Orland inside the top 3, pushing his way through. It's going to be LCC 1 and 2 with Clayton in that top 3 finish.
Moving on. Final number 24 at Clyde. It's been a long day. 10-year-old girls. Let's have a quick look who's out in front. Is that Maisie Surtees? It might be for the Hawks. Amber Tucker, Izzy Dolan, Ada Warning, India Bennett, Erin Toogood, Ophelia Shepherd and Jamie Puddock all in this one. And it is the template of Maisie Surtees leading it out. Brunty's Izzy Dolan going through in 2. The 617, that is Amber Tucker in there in 3. The 571 of India Bennett going through in 4. Walding in 5. Surtees takes the win.
Final number 26, the 11-year-old boys. B final on track. Archie Bell leads it from Zach Everly on the exit of turn number 2. Brixton BMX Club in there as well. That's a Mill Challenger on the 18 plate with the 13 in there behind him. That has got to be Zach Hamill out of Retro Racing with a perfect high low on the exit of turn number 3. Hamill goes from 4 to 3 and it's going to be Challenger in 4.
11-year-old girls now heading down the straight. We are looking at Elsie Blight of Absolute Bicycle Motocross leading it out. Lucy Stevenson's in there in 2 with Mara McCarran in 3. Lainey Cordin inside the top 4 with Lottie Mosley in 5. Mosley under pressure now from Tyler Davenport as they come down the straight. Tyler's shopping, trying to get round Lainey Cordin as well. She's managed it. Blight's going to take the win. Blight, Stevenson, McCarran will be a 1-2-3.
12-year-old B final is led through the second straight by the 0-3-0 plate of Joe Douglas. Montour's Idlo, he's in the mix as well, working his way across, trying to pick up that top 3 spot, but he's had an elbow from Ralph Sowerby, who sits in that 3 spot, chasing down the 8 plate of Thomas Honeywell. Douglas, Honeywell, Sowerby, look at the move in the final turn from towards Idlo. He's worked his way into a top 4 spot, but he's under pressure from Oliver Arnold down the final straight. Arnold's going to get his front wheel through and take that final top 4 spots.
12-year-old girls B final heading out. Here we go. That looks like Martha Cottam out in front. Nair O'Connell in there in 2. Allegra True in 3. Nora Cyrus involved in it as well as they go in and out of the corner. It's still going to be Martha Cottam though out there in front. Cottam, O'Connell 1 and 2. True's in there in 3. And the big crash coming into that final corner though. As we move on to the 13-year-old boys. Go on, Lewis, carry on.
Final 30 on track. It's getting busy. Just watch how you go, lads, into this final turn. Just watch how you go into the final corner, gents. Harry Bailey, Daniel Collins Eyes, Newton Hindley 1, 2, 3. Nathaniel Eames is in there in 4. Freddie Parkinson in there in 5. Those 2 guys can have a scrap down the final straight for that top 4 finish. Parkinson's going to nick it on the stripe. Eames in 5. We're just going to check that Omara 5 is okay. I'm not sure what happened to Robin Matter, Alonso, Milo Weller in their race. I think Georgia Surtees may have been the other fallen rider in the 12-year-old girls B final. Put your hands together for Amara, ladies and gents. She's back up to her feet after a huge, huge pile-up in this final turn.
Ready, riders?
Final number 31, 14-year-old boys at B final heading for that first corner. That looks like Tate Kitson going to pick up the whole shot into the turn, and I think he's managed it. Kitson leads this one out. That's got to be Jack Davey. Yes, it is Jack in there in that 2 spot. Under a bit of pressure from Emery Seawood. Here comes Elijah Jameer. Oh, Davey slides out on the exit of turn at number 2 and swallows up Emery Seawood with him. Logan Widdowson takes advantage and works his way into that 2 spot. Oja Parr in 3. Elijah Jameer in 4. But Tate Kitson going to pick up this 14-year-old boys B final win. 15-year-old boys B final on track. Jack, watch how you go, mate. As we look at the 24 plate leading this one out, Kai Blaine. The 18 on the inside. That is Cameron Cox in there in 3, chasing down Zachary Tia, who's in there in that 2 spot. So it's going to be Blaine, Tia, 1 and 2. Who's going to get the 3 spot as they bring it down to the line? I think that might have been George Chapman getting involved. Put your hands together for Jack Davey and Emmy Seawood, ladies and gents.
Right, Lorianne Carruthers in this one for the Birmingham National Race Team on her home track for the B final. Looks like she's going to lead it into turn number 1. Carruthers in 1, Cockrell in 2. That looks like Sophie Kynaston in there in 3. Anya Mattern Alonso going through in 4. Isla Radcliffe in 5. BB Alderton 6. Adele Baruti in 7. And the template that belongs to Betsy Brewer in 8. But Lorianne Carruthers bringing it home in the B final for the Birmingham National Race Team.
16-year-old B final on track. Finn Phillips had a busy semi-final to say the least, so he's in there in that 1 spot at the moment. Who's in there with him? Got to be Lewis Cook on the 23 plate in that 2 spot. The 14 of Sam Hamling inside the top 3 with the 10 of Elliot Brook in there in 4. Zach Twitchens in 5. As the exit turn number 3 and bring it down to the stripe. Mongoose Factories, Finn Phillips going to take that B final win.
Easy for you to say. 17 to 29 girls, the B final headed into turn number 2. Emily Clinch in there for an Evolved Bicycle Motocross, but the rider out in front is the 5 plate, and that belongs to Mika Pritchard. Pritchard drew third. That's your 1, 2, 3 as they head down the final straight. McCrum in 4, Gibson in 5. Megan Dewhig just being passed for the 6 by Emily Clinch.
Dexter Gambe on a charge down that first straight in the 17 to 18-year-old B final. He's got SAS Race Team in there behind him. That is Keanu as chauffeur Cohen. He's in there in that 3 spot, chasing down the 15 plate of Seb Hamling, who sits in that 2 spot down the final straight. Gambe, Hamling, Cohen, 1, 2, 3. Here comes Che Young and Ben Fitzsimmons for a piece of the top 3 pie across the line.
Final 37, open 19:29. The B final in and out of the turn. Aaron Holloway, I think, out in front in this one. That is Connor Hedges in there in 2. Neil Brunes in 3. Brunes under pressure from Tobin going into the final corner. But Crucial BMX are going to pick up the win in this one. It's going to be Crucial. Holloway, Hedges, 1 and 2.
That's really not funny. That was cruel. That was cruel. Right, Bet's B final. Penultimate B final of round number 9 of the National Series. These are your vets coming at you thick and fast. Hayden Torora leading this one through. Big Nash Smith in there behind him in that 2 spot. Mark Steele in there in 3 after a cracking move in turn number 2. Working his way underneath the crank BMX rider. That was Martin Parr. Shuffled back then. He's in there in 4 now. Launched back underneath. Steele in the final turn. Didn't dive under those, so it is going to be Torora and Smith bringing it down to the stripe. Late charge from Smith to the line. I think he might have nicked that Bet's B final win.
Dominic Elliott, Neil Stewart in this one. Let's have a look where they are. It's Neil Waddington leading it through. Michael Baggs in there in that second spot. Elliott in 3. Taylor out of Birmingham, I think, in there in 4. The Warlock's giving it up. He's going to come back tomorrow. So Waddington, Elliott, Baggs, you 1, 2, 3. Taylor and Clark 4 and 5. And the Warlock picking up a 6.
We are moving on to the A finals, and these here 6 and under pocket rockets lining up. We have got Charlie Thorne, Lewin Jamira, Henry Dodd, Seth Goostrey, Benji Ross Foster, Shelby Yates, John Joe Blundell, and Oliver Bridle. The 6 and unders are bringing the thunder in final number 40. Heading for the turn. Bridle's been shot out of the cannon. Out of lane number 1. He's looking for the whole shot into the turn. Bridle leads this one out. Who's in there with him picking up 2 and 3? They are swapping and changing. It's going to be Yates in there in 2. Here comes the running mean rider of John Joe Blundell round the outside. Can he make it happen? He's on the outside looking into a top 3 spot. At the moment as Benji Ross Foster holds on to the 3. Here comes Blundell though, round the outside again in the final turn. Can he make it happen? Henry Dodd's in there in 4, but Oliver Bridle, this kid is has been on fire all season long. Exeter Eagles, Bridle's going to take the win. Yates for 2, who's going to get 3? Looking like John Joe Blundell's nicked it off of Benji Ross Foster in 4.
7-year-olds lining up. Right, we have got Oscar Rutherford, Albie Blight, Atlas Lewisfield, Logan Acito, Teddy Gorman, Finley Thomas, Arlo Payne, and Rapid Roman Birdfield. Seven-year-old boys are go. These are your future pros heading down the hill, all taking to the skies. Who's going to be the first into the turn? Rapid Roman Birdfield looking good at the moment. In and out we go. Arlo Payne's in there as well. Payne in there in 2, Acito in 3. Where is Oscar Rutherford? He's in there in about 6 at the moment. Chasing down Atlas Lewisfield. Oh, there's been a change in the front. Arlo Payne is out in front, doing it for Preston. Mum and Dad are going to be going wild at the side of the track. In and out of the turn. Birdfield in there in 3, Acito in 2. But it looks like the 6.56 of Arlo Payne is going to take the win. Payne takes his first national win in the 7-year-old boys. Right, young ladies are up next. We have got Hattie McGoldrick, Verity Kay, Flick Brentnall, Maggie Devine, Izzy Moore, Abigail Henning, Mabel Pine, and Ola Jewis. The girls are go heading down the hill. Who's going to be the first to rise? Ola and Maggie are together. Verity's in there as well. Abigail's right in the middle of it all. Hattie's looking for a way round. It's Ola out there in front. Maggie in 2, Mabel in 3. Brunwood have got a rider in there in 4. That's going to be Verity Kay. Verity's in that 4 spot, trying to work her way through to 3. Abigail Henning's getting involved as well. But it's Jewis into the final turn. Pine's not done yet. She's looking for a way round. Hattie McGoldrick still pushing hard. But it's going to be Jewis, Pine, Devine, 1, 2, and 3. Henning in 4. Verity Kay in 5.
8-year-old boys are lining up on the gate. This is the second of the ODI whole shot classes for today's racing. So the first rider over that white line in turn number 1 is going to find themselves 100 quid richer with a goodie bag full of ODI bits and bobs. We have got lining up Charlie Blakeburn, Leo Brits, Jake Avis, Callum Wood, Ethan the Great White, Oscar Marco, Antek Peremni, and Henry Sullivan. The 8-year-old boys are a go. Who's about to be 100 quid richer? Someone's also looking to pick up a national win. Henry Sullivan on a charge. He's going to pick up the whole shot award. Sullivan leads this one out. Peremny in there in that 2 spot. He's not letting him go yet. Marco's in 3. Here comes Ethan, the great white, round the outside. Turn number 2, Peremny looks underneath Sullivan, who's going to get it down the 3rd straight. It's still Crucial Racing leading it from Birmingham NLT. Last turn action. Sullivan has Peremny got enough left for him down the final straight. Sullivan hanging on to it, your British champ. I don't think he's dropped a lap all season long, and he doesn't want to start now. Sullivan, Peremny, Ethan the Great White in that order. 8-year-old girls lining up on the gate for the final. We have got Maisie Dyson, Madison Stupple, Megan Keller, Phoebe Millar, Tutu Widdowson, Lauren Snell, Layla Dixon and Ella Grant. Final 44 hits the track. These are your 8-year-old girls charging for turn number 1. The British champ has been on fire all day long. Phoebe Millar's going to lead it into the turn for Moto 1365 race team. Mixed picks in there behind her in that 2 spot. That's the 889 of Ella Grant, who's bringing it on through in that top 3 spot. Gotta be Maisie Dyson out of the Bradford Bandits. Mixed picks in there in 4 as well. That's got to be Lauren Snell. So it is Millar out front. Grant, Dyson, Snell, 2, 3, 4, in and out of that final corner. It's going to be your British champion taking another national win this year in the 8-year-old girls. Phoebe Millar picks it up across the line. Ella Grant for 2, and Maisie Dyson going to round out the top 3.
Right, 9-year-olds, here we go. We have got Rocco Westwood, Seth Kacharik, Arthur Donaldson, George Spencer, Hendrix Hines, Rex Ford, Ethan Shaw and Charlie Dowsing. Right, 9-year-olds heading down the hill. Let's have a look who's going to be the first one to the first turn. Dowsing and Shaw battling into turn number 1. Rexford trying to get in there as well. Shaw picking up the whole shot on his home track in front of his teammates. He's in there in 1. Dowsing, Ford, 2 and 3. Looks like we've got Arthur Donaldson in there in 4 for Green Machine Tribe. He's looking for a way around. Hendrix Hines is in there in 5 with George Spencer in 6. But Ethan Shaw, Birmingham National Race Team, on his home track. Is he going to pick up the win? Dowsing's getting closer. He's not close enough. Shaw takes it. Dowsing, Ford, 2 and 3. 9-year-old girls up next. We have got Cara Cross, Eliza Powell, River Henderson, Measure Olivia Kolodich, Holly Webb, Holly Bishop, Florence Dyson and Betty Wills. Girls are going the 9-year-old age category, and Betty Wills has taken this to the sky. She's in the first. Holly Webb and Holly Bishop elbow to elbow into the corner. Mara McCarran trying to get involved as well as they head down towards turn number 2. Where is Cara Cross? She's in the mix as well. In and out the corner, Betty Wills. I've just picked a rider from a completely different category. Sorry. So Wills, Bishop, Blaine, 1, 2 and 3, 804. That is Measure Olivia Kolodich in there in that 4th spot. Dyson in 5, but Wills is going to take it from Bishop. Webb for 3.
10-year-old boys are up on the gate for their A final. We've got Murray Watson, Teddy Jones, Benny Jackson, Finley Monroe, Luke Mowat, Connor Hemphill, Preston Newmarsh Powell and Jacob Anderson. The 10-year-olds hit the track. Anderson gets a great game out of lane 2, heading for turn number 1. Jackson's on the outside, but it's all about Anderson into the corner. Hemhill's on there as well. It is going to be Anderson and Jackson out front in 1 and 2. Hemhill's in there in 3. They are queuing up behind him though. Here comes Benny Jackson looking for a way through. Oh, Anderson shut the door, so he runs away with it through the 3rd straight. Anderson bringing it into that final corner. Benny Jackson in 2, Connor Hemhill in 3. Preston Newmarsh-Powell looking like he's going to pick up a top 4 finish on his dad's birthday, but it's all about Jacob Anderson for Absolute Bicycle Motocross out front, taking the 10-year-old boys a final win. As the 10-year-old girls line up on the gate, we've got Bonnie Dudley, Mia Kiss, Aria Rose Lee, Holly Richardson, Sophie Bailey, Maisie Egan, Grace Hudak, and Trixie Trays. Final number 48 is a go. Trays gets a good one, but Hudak, your European number 7, is heading for the turn. But who's that on the inside? Last year's national number 2. It is going to be Ireland's Factory Supercross leading it out of the first corner. Maisie Egan going 1 and 2 with the European number 7. That's Hudak right there on her outside. Hudak around the outside, doing it the hard way, going from 2 to 1. Hudak, Egan, Trays, 1, 2, 3. That's Sophie Bailey in 4. Richardson's in 5. Last turn action. Hudak, Moto 1365. Check out Trixie Trays with a last turn move of her own, working away from 3 to 2. But Egan coming back out of down the final straight. It's going to be Hudak, Egan, Trays, Bailey. 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Moving on to your 11-year-old boys, the final, we have got Ronnie Payne, Jack Devine, Archie Crocker-White, Leighton Harding, Isaac Smith, Itai Jamira, Joe Rook, and James Bibby. Here come your 11-year-old boys heading down the hill. Bibby on the inside. Who's going to get into that first turn first? Joe Rook's in there as well. Diving underneath, we've got the rider out of Crucial. That's going to be Jamira, but it's Bibby doing it for Pro Star out in front. Isaac the Sender Smith inside the top 4. Jack Devine getting pinballed about somewhere in the pack as they head towards the final turn. Bibby's going to hold on to it at the moment. Joe Rook and Itai Jamira are chasing him down, but Bibby's going to take the win. James Bibby, Pro Star BMX, in front of the team, crosses the line, takes the win. Jamira, Rook and Smith, your top 4. 11-year-old girls up next. We have got Poppy May Kirby, the birthday girl, Millie Ross, Freya Harris, Grace Gerard, Seren Pritchard, Lauren Keller, Iris Hyder, and Elizabeth Lola Poole. Eleven-year-old girls, Elizabeth Lola Poole on the inside, but the person taking the whole shot is going to be Iris Hyder for Pure Bicycles. Gerard's worked her way into 2. Poole's been pushed high on the turn. It's all got mixed up as they've come out of it. Poppy May Kirby in there in 3 at the minute. The rider in 4 battling away is Lauren Keller out of GT. But look at Pure Bicycles, Iris Hyder out in front. Grace Gerard having an absolute stormer of a lap for Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. She's in there in 2, but there's no catching Hyder. Hyder takes it. Gerard, Poppy May Kirby. That's your 1, 2, 3. Who's going to get the 4? It's too close to call.
12-year-old boys are lining up on the gate for their A final. We have got Ethan Crooks Martin, Josh Jepson, Max Bass, Ethan Howell, James Miller, Tom Palmer, Ethan Rogers, and Harry Donald. The 12-year-old boys hit the track. Donald on the inside. Who's going to pick up the whole shot heading for the turn? Rogers, Donald. Who's going to get it? Oh, Donald exits right after a huge, huge crash. Rogers leads it out. Harwell. Harwell in there behind him. That's got to be James Miller in 3. The new top partner picking up a top 4 spot. In and out of that second corner. Mavo UK out front. Rogers looking good, but he's got Harwell in there behind him. Last turn action as Rogers got in off left down the final straight. Not long back from injury. Can he hang on? Harwell looking for his first national win. This one's going to the wire. I'm not calling that one. That's one for the transponders of truth. Wow, oh wow. What a final in the 12-year-olds. Is Harry back up to his feet? He's back up, walking away. Put your hands together for Harry Donald, ladies and gentlemen. As the 12-year-old girls line up on the gate for their A final, we've got Brooke Fast Forsyth, Dakota Tucker, Anushka Jones, Poppy Bishop, Esme Ward, Ruby Warren, Emily Eaton and Emma Kiss. The 12-year-old girls are a go, heading for turn. Oh, Eaton's getting caught up in the traffic. 3 riders hit the deck on the first jump. Emma Kiss is on the inside. Kiss, Warren, 1 and 2 on the exit of the first corner. Who's that in there in 3-1? BMX Race Team, got to be Esme Ward. Heading into turn number 2, the W6 of Poppy Bishop is in there as well. Inside the top 4 with Dakota Tucker in 5. The fallen riders were Anushka Jones, Brooke Fawcett and Emily Eaton. Last turn action though, Kiss running away with it for Braintree out of that final corner. She's going to wrap up this 12-year-old girls national win right the way down to the stripe. Ruby Warren for 2. Who's going to get 3? That was Esme Ward. Put your hands together for Anushka, Emily and Brooke. Ladies and gents are all back up to their feet and walking away.
Right, next up, 13-year-old boys, an absolute banger of a class. This is huge. We have got lining up Nate Hamilton, Elvis Lawrence, Todd Smith-Notman, Oliver Tyers, Ned Guppy, James Cottrell, Toby Lynch, and Kobe Rayford. 13-year-old boys are go. Let's see who's gonna get it. Oh, Toby Lynch looking like he got a great start. Tyers, he's gonna lead it into the turn. Tyers, Lynch, Hamilton. That is your 1, 2, 3 at the moment. Here comes little Cotty working his way in. Guppy's in there in 5, Notman in 6. Kobe Rayford in 7 as they go in and out of the corner. But look at Tyers checking out and gone. Doing it for Moto on 3.65. Oliver Tyers is going to take the win. Who's going to get the 2? Too close to call. 13-year-old girls are on the gate. Libby Coppin, Matilda Sacharu, Madison Dixon, Lexi Kearns, Sidoni Cleve, Jalaya Patel, Rin Serafino Gianolino, and Katie Millar. The action was red hot in 13-year-old boys. Are we going to get the same in 13-year-old girls? Katie Miller, Rin Serafina heading into turn number 1, 1 and 2. Jalaya Patel going through in 3. Who's got the 4 right now? Looks like Matilda Sacharu. Libby Coppins making a move into 5. But it's Miller out of the turn. Gianolino is chasing her down the straight. She might have just left herself a bit too much to do. In and out the corner. Millar's holding on to it. Gianolino's not done, but I think Millar's done enough. She's going to take the win. Gianolino in 2, Jalaya Patel in 3.
14-year-old boys up on the gate for their A final. We've got Freddie Entwistle, Mason Groves, Lucas Seeley, Harvey Tomlinson, Eden Boone, Heath Thomas, Amos Guppy, and Ben Loggins. Final 55, the 14-year-old boys are a go. Your national champ from last year. He's on the inside, but it's all about Ben Larkins out of Pure Bicycles. Larkins leads it out of the corner. Who's here with him? Looking like Ram Racing. He's picking it up as they come around. Lucas Seeley. Heath Thomas is in there in 3. Guppy's in 4. The front 4 are separating the gap from the rest of the pack. It's all about Ben Larkins out front. Heath Thomas coming back at Seeley down the final straight. Gets caught up in the traffic. It's going to be Larkins, Seeley, Thomas, Guppy. 1, 2, 3 and 4. 14-year-old girls up onto the gate for their A final. We have got Orla Cooper, Ava Wright, Lottie McFarlane, Lily Hayes, Grace Burge, Amelia Everly, Ailey Watson and Lottie Brown. Gate goes down on the 14-year-old girls. On let go, heading for turn number 1. Everly's been shot out of a cannon, heading for the corner. She's going to pick up the whole shot. Watson has shut down Brown into the turn. So it is going to be Everly and Watson 1 and 2. Heading back through that second straight. Brown's in there in 3. Orla Cooper working her way around the outside of McFarlane into that top 4 spot, but didn't quite make it stick. So it's McFarlane hanging on to the top 4. Here comes Brown in the final turn. Watson is under pressure, but Amelia Everly running away with it down the final straight. She's going to take the 14-year-old girls national win across the line. Who's going to get 2 and 3? It's going to be Watson and Brown in that order.
Right, next up, 15-year-old boys, we have got Caden Dunn, Mason Lang, Nathan Baratta, Henry Rayner, Lucas Webster, Cody Coker, Noah Everly, and Eli Smith. Final 57 is goal. These are the 15-year-old boys. Eli Smith on the inside. Cody Coker in there as well. Looks like he's going to lead him into the turn. Coker picking up the whole shot. Smith in there in 2. That looks like Mason Lang in there in 3. Big battle going on for 4 at the moment, but it's all about the top 3. Coker and Smith going at it. Has Smith got anything for Coker as they go into the final corner? It's going to be between these 2. In and out we go. Coker, Smith. Coker looks like he's going to hold on to it. Coker, Smith, Lang. 1, 2 and 3. "15-year-old girls. We have got Annalise Cameron-Carpenter, Sophie Elwood, Lexi Waite, Sabina Ashman, Carly Hayes, Jumping Jess Marriott, Megan Roy, and Super Roots Ruby Moores. 15-year-old girls, it's an absolutely stacked class. It's getting busy in the middle of the gate. Jess Marriott and Megan Roy into the turn. Roy picking up the whole shot. Roy, Marriott, Sabina Ashman, that is your 1, 2, 3. Carly Hayes in there in 4. Lexi in 5, Ruby in 6, Annalise in 7, Sophie's in there in 8, but Megan Roy for Moto 1365. Jess Marriott needs to make the move in the final corner. She's got underneath. Marriott makes the move. Has Megan Roy got anything for her? Marriott, Roy to the line. Oh, Jess Marriott taking the win. Wow, wow, wow. Team boss Chris Mapp is a happy man.
16-year-old boys up on the gate for the A final. We have got Josh Williams, JTL Simpson Davies, Curtis Copeland, Thomas Millar, Ollie Kendall, Thomas Duran, Finn Hoff, and James Clitheroe. "16-year-old boys hit the track. Kendall on the inside, he's got in a good start. Heading for the turn. Duran is there with him. So is Finn Hoff into the corner. Clitheroe's in the middle of the pack looking for to work his way underneath in the turn. Hoff and Kendall going at it for that one spot into turn number 2. Duran in 3. Clitheroe in 4. Who's that in 5? Got to be Millar. Third straight action. Kendall's hanging onto it, but Hoff hasn't done yet. In and out they go. Kendall hanging onto it for Jump Club S&M Salt. Here comes Pro Stop with Finn Hoff. Has he got enough enough left in the tank. He's not going to get close enough. Kendall, half, Duran, Clitheroe, 1, 2, 3, and 4. 16-year-old girls up on the gate for their A final. We have got Lacey Beard, Molly Simpson, Lily Phillips, Esme Brook, Annabelle Charlton, Jamie Owens, Fumi Adarami Hepburn, and Rosie O'Brien. Sixteen-year-old girls are a go heading for the first corner. Rosie O'Brien is on the inside. Anna Preston Pirate, she's going to pick up the whole shot. Here comes Fumi Adarami Hepburn on the inside, working away into a top 3 spot. So it's O'Brien out front at the moment. Jamie Owens is in there in 2. Hepburn's in 3. Esme Brook has managed to work her way from the back of the pack into a top 4 spot as it goes through the 3rd straight. But out front, check her out, the 8 plate of Rosie O'Brien. Here comes Owens on the inside of our Hepburn in the final turn. Esme Brook though goes from 4th to 2nd with a perfect move in the final corner. O'Brien, Brook, Hepburn, 1, 2 and 3.
17 to 29-year-old females, the final. We've got Caitlin Ellis, Remy Godfrey, Annabelle Townsend, Megan Kirby, Lily Chiziwa, Emily Green, Ellie Featherstone, and in front of friends and family, Lexi Carruthers. 17:29, here we go. This is a start class heading down the hill. Ellie Featherstone got a great start. Emily Green in there as well. They're going to go 1 and 2 in the turn. Lily Chiziwa, Lexi Carruthers diving underneath, taking the top 3 position. That looks like Townsend in there in 5. Godfrey in 6. Caitlin Ellis in there in 7 as they go in and out of the turn. But it's still Ellie Featherstone into the final corner. Chiziwa's trying to go around Lexi Carruthers for that 3, but it's going to go Featherstone taking the win. Emily Green for the 2. Lily Chiziwa picking up that 3. Lexi Carruthers in 4.
17 to 18-year-olds are up on the gate for their own final. We've got Alfie Holloway, Joseph Carey, Jake Adcock, Ruben Smith, Owen Putnam, Jaden Seawood, Arne Esselman, and George Gerard. Final 62 is to go. These year 17 to 18-year-olds. Hard knocks are on the inside. Oh my word! What a crash down the first straight. 4 or 5 riders swallowed up. It's all about Ruben Smith on track leading this one out. Look at the battle for that second spot. Joseph Keary getting busy with the 8X of into the final turn. That's Alfie Holloway in there in 3. So it's Smith. He's going to wrap up this win. Keary, Holloway, Esselmont going to take the 4. That looks like Poland in 5. But wow, oh wow. George Gerard with a huge, huge crash on that first straight. Jaden's back up and finishing his lap. Put your hands together for Jaden Seawood, ladies and gentlemen. There was an elbow as they went into that jump.
All right, let's hear it for George Gerard, Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. We wish him the very best. Oh, I hope he's waving. So there you go. They're going to take very good care of him, just make sure that everything is okay. Because that was one hell of an impact. So let's hope he's all right. All right, we're just going to wait a minute. I'm just waiting for the signal that we are going to continue. Take care of George. 19 to 29-year-olds lining up on the gate. I'll run you through the names just while we're waiting. Kenny Phillips, Adam Brazil, Billy Luckhurst, Connor Hudson, Hayden Green, Oliver Cope on his 21st birthday, Ross Sharp and Callum Chard Maple.
Okay, good to go, guys.
Attention. Okay, riders, ready on start. Drivers, ready, watch the gate.
19 to 29-year-old open, leaving the gate, heading down the hill. Who's going to be the first into turn number one? Connor Hudson looking good in the middle. Luckhurst from the outside. Hudson, Green. Oh, Green carved that corner like a Christmas turkey. He's out in front at the minute. Luckhurst working his way into two. Hudson's been swallowed up. Callum Chart Maples worked his way into three. Kenny Phillips in there as well. But Hayden Green passed that man a carving knife for the turns, because he made an absolute meal of it in turn number one. Green gets the win. Luckhurst, Chart Maple, 2 and 3.
These are your masters lining up on the gate for the A-final. We've got Ryan Jones, Darren Thompson, Christopher Granger, David James, Matt Bourne, John Livingston, Billy Irwin and Scott Beaumont. Looks like we lost Ollie Cope on the first string. Put your hands together for Ollie. He's walking away, ladies and gents.
Okay, ready, guys?
Attention. Okay, riders, ready on start. Drivers, ready, watch the gate.
Masters hit the track, boom, booms out of lane number 1, heading for turn number 1, and he's been shot out of a cannon. He's going to be the first one to show his front wheel. Here comes Irwin on the inside, going from 4th to 2nd in that first corner. Beaumont, Irwin, Lillingston, James, 1, 2, 3 and 4 into turn number 2. Matt Bull's been swallowed up and it now sits 5th in the pack. 3rd straight action, all about Scotty, boom, boom, Beaumont into that final turn and back out again. The 96 podcast host looking to wrap up this Masters win. Beaumont, Irwin, Lillingston, 1, 2 and 3.
Next up, 30 plus females, moto number 4. We have got Anita Wong, Fwong Clements, Rebecca Gull and Annie Chiziwa. Right, 4th moto for the 30 plus females on the 20-inch wheels. And I think Becca Gull's had all the wins so far as she heads into turn number 1. Anita Wong in there in 2. Fun Clements and Annie Chiziwa are in the mix as well in 3 and 4, having their own personal battle right now. Clements is trying to work her way around the outside of Chiziwa going into turn number 2. Becca Gull has checked out and gone. Anita Wong looking comfortable in that 2nd spot. Annie's managed to gap now on Fwong into the final corner. But there's no doubt who's going to take the win. Becca Gull for Absolute Bicycle Motocross. Anita Wong for the 2, Annie for the 3, Fwong for the 4.
Vets up on the gate for the final. We have got Adam Boudet, Matt Eaton, George Salmon, Matt Barnard, Zoltan Boudet, Danny Taylor, Fraser Watson and Benjamin Martinez. Vets horror go heading for turn number 1. Looking like it is Martinez with a great start. He's going to hole shot into the turn. Who's there with him? Got to be Fraser Watson out of BMX Widow Photography, so it's crucial. And the Widows 1 and 2. We've lost one rider through that 2nd straight. Not quite sure who that was. It could have been George Salmon, but it's out on track between Martinez and Watson. Danny T is scrapping it out with Zoltan Boudet in that final turn. Boudet with a high-low out of that final corner. Martinez, Watson, Boudet, Taylor, Boudet, 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5.
No, right. Grand Veterans up next. We have got Bernie Shale, Stephen Fortune, Fitzroy Bryce, Brett Archibald, Craig Nelly Nelson, Jason Lewis, Martin Oggy Ogden and Alan Hill. Don't sweat, because here come the Grand Vets heading down the hill. Hilly on the inside, taking the whole shot. Archibald's in the middle, Jason Lewis getting involved as well. Martin Ogden trying to stay out of the way, I think, as they go in and out of that turn. Fitzroy Bryce working his way through into a top 4 position. Craig Nelson in there in 6, Fortune is 7, Shale in 8. But it is Alan Hill heading down towards the final corner. Oh, Brett Archibald got it all wrong, collects 2 more. Jason Lewis and Fitzroy Bryce. Oh my words. Hilly takes the win. Craig Nelson for 2. Brett Archibald. Oh. He tagged it and got it completely wrong over the double into the last corner. He bounced him over the handlebars. Oh, let's hope he's all right. He's getting himself up. Them shorts are destroyed for a start. Brett Archibald. Wow, up and okay, walking away. Good to see. Wee-wah, woo-wah, as a wise man once said.
Junior men lining up on the gate for their 4th moto of the day. We have got Miller Hughes, Gabe Simpson, Ned Penny, Flynn Drellincourt, Danny Jake Montford and Xander Mavawani Wright. Judy men hit the track. Ned Penny out of the outside, got a great gate and he's heading for turn number 1. Out front, who's there with him? Here comes Sander up the inside, works his way into 2. It is Penny right, and Simpson 1, 2 and 3 in the minute. Here comes Danny Jakeman 4 into turn number 2. He's worked his way into 4, but it is Ned Penny out front, looking good for Absolute Bicycle Motocross into the final turn. He goes and back out again. Sander Moverwani right isn't done yet either. Penny right, who's going to get 3 down to the stripes? Going to be Gabe Simpson with Danny Jake Montfort in 4. Superclass men lining up on the gate for their final. We have got Taylor Hunt, Matt Hutt, Bradley Russell, Josh Marnham, Cal Strickland, Mark Fletcher, Cal Russell and George Hunt. Penultimate final of the day hits the track. Russell got a great gate out of the inside. He's got Marnham there with him into turn number 1. Russell leads it. George Hunt threads the needle and works his way from about 5 to 2 in that first corner. Oh, Taylor Hunt ends up just about managing to stay on his bike to the baton is out front. Russell, Hunt, Russell, Strickland, 1, 2, 3, 4. Last turn action. Cal Russell out of Ultimate Europe, looking like he's going to wrap up this Superclass men win down the final straight. Here comes Brad Russell for a 2-spot tie on the line with George Hunt. The final of the day is up on the gates. Let's get you introduced to the championship women. At a Pro Start BMX, Lucy Simpson. Riding for Pure Bikes, Elizabeth Bound. At a Moto 1365, Taya Gaynor. Out of Absolute, Cody Harmer. Stay Strong Clark again, got Betsy Bax. Crucial Racing, Sienna Harvey. Stay Strong Clark again, Elsa Rendell Todd. And out of Absolute Bicycle Motocross, your world and European champion, Freya the Slayer Chalice. The final of the day hits the track. Harvey out of lane 1, Chalice out of 2. Chalice leads it, heading for the corner. It's going to be Freya Chalice. Here comes Sienna Harvey, throws in an elbow. Harvey leads it. Chalice hits the deck on the second straight. Harvey backs Todd. 1, 2, 3 in that second turn. That's Tia Gaynor in there in 4. Heading back through the third straight. Sienna Harvey out of Crucial Racing. Knew exactly what she needed in that first corner. Look at the battle for 2 between the Stay Strong C.I.C girls. Who's going to get it on the line? I think Elsa might have just nicked the 2 spot. Harvey, Todd, Bax, 1, 2 and 3. Put your hands together for Freya Chalice, ladies and gents, as she finishes her lap. What a day of racing. That is day number 1 of Birmingham done, ladies and gents.